I woke up in the mud with a dead boy pinning my arm down. Rain was soaking through my armor, and my head was pounding like someone had hit me with a hammer. Slowly, I started to remember what happened. I'm Adrian, a knight with no land, no money, nothing. I'd been serving Baron Reed for years, and all I had to show for it was a set of scratched-up armor. When the Vikings came off their ships, swinging axes, that coward Reed turned his horse and ran. He left me and the foot soldiers behind in the swamp to die. While I lay there playing dead, I spotted a Viking looter picking through the bodies nearby. He thought I was just another corpse. When he came close enough, I rolled up and cut his throat with my sword before he could react. Blood hit my face. He dropped into the mud. After that, I pulled off my helmet and looked around. Dead men everywhere. I didn't feel sorry for them. I just felt abandoned. Reed was gone. My service meant nothing now. I searched the battlefield and took what I could find. A few silver coins, a short axe, a cracked shield, some moldy bread, and a flask of strong drink. Then I heard more Vikings shouting in the woods, so I grabbed everything and ran into the fog. I walked for a long time through heavy rain. The mud made every step hard. My arm hurt, my head hurt, but I kept going. Finally, the shouting faded, and I found a rocky slope where I could rest. I drank some liquor to warm up and chewed on the stale bread. It tasted awful, but it stopped the hunger. I looked at my bloody hands and understood something clearly. The old Adrian, the loyal knight who fought for other men, was gone. From now on, I fight only for myself. When the rain slowed down, I could see a forest far off in the distance. I needed shelter before dark. These wilds were full of bandits, wolves, and other desperate men like me. So I got up, leaned on my sword, and started walking toward the trees. After about an hour more of walking, the rain finally stopped. I found a good spot, a hollow hidden between old trees with a stream running nearby. For the first time since the battle, I felt safe enough to breathe. I sat down by a flat stone and went through everything I had. 5 silver coins, worn but still good. I counted them twice and tucked them close to my body. Then I checked my weapons. The Viking's axe was sharp and solid. My sword had some nicks but was still usable, and my shield was cracked at the edge but strong enough. For food, I had half a bag of moldy bread. I picked out the pieces I could still eat and threw the rest away. The liquor jar was more than half full. That was it. No medicine, no bandages, nothing else. Then I checked my wounds. I pulled off my chainmail and shirt, and it wasn't pretty. My right arm was covered in dark bruises from being crushed under that dead boy. The cut on my head had scabbed over, but was still swollen. My chest and back had scratches from the fight. Not deep, but raw and sore from the rain. I had no bandages, so I tore my wet shirt into strips, washed them in the stream, and poured some liquor on them. It burned badly when I cleaned the wounds, but it would keep infection away. I wrapped my head, cleaned my chest and back as best I could using a stick to reach, and rubbed down my bruised arm. By the time I finished, I was shaking and out of breath. I ate some bread, drank a little liquor, and rested against a tree. I needed my strength back before I could do anything else. About half an hour later, as the sun started going down, I got up and decided to build a shelter. I chopped down 3 dead trees with my axe. My arm hurt the whole time, but I kept going. I leaned 2 of them against the rock wall to make a frame, laid the third across the top, then covered everything with branches, dry grass, and leaves. I weighed it down with heavy stones so the wind wouldn't knock it over. Inside, I spread soft grass on the ground and moved all my things in where I could reach them quickly. By the time I finished, it was completely dark. I crawled inside, sat on the grass, and leaned against the rock wall. The shelter was small, but warm enough. I took a sip of liquor and held my axe in my hand, watching the entrance. I didn't dare sleep easy. The night was cold and full of animal sounds. This was only my first night out here. I knew harder days were coming. But at least tonight, I had a roof over my head and a weapon in my hand. I must have passed out from exhaustion, because when I woke up, sunlight was filling the woods and birds were singing. My heart jumped. I grabbed my axe before I even opened my eyes fully. I cursed myself for sleeping so deeply. Out here, that could get me killed. But nothing had come in the night. The shelter was untouched. My wounds felt a little better too. The bruises on my arm hurt less. The cut on my head wasn't swollen anymore, and the scratches on my chest were starting to scab over. I stepped outside and took a good look around. The hollow was well hidden, The trees and thick grass covered it from every direction. I walked the whole edge and found no footprints besides my own. This place could work as a real base. I decided to build a fence around the entrance. I chopped some dead branches and stuck them into the ground close together, then put stones at the bottom to hold them steady. Later, I went back and found some tough vines, which I wrapped tightly around everything. The fence became solid, strong enough to slow down even a wolf. I made a simple gate with a vine latch on the inside so I could close it at night. After that, I went exploring. I followed the stream downhill, watching and listening carefully. The forest opened up to a slope overlooking a green river. No signs of people anywhere, no flags, no weapons, nothing. Just birds and fish jumping in the water. By the riverbank, I found dandelions and lamb's quarters growing in the grass. I knew both from my old life. They're safe to eat. I picked some and started thinking about farming. The soil near the river looked rich. If I cleared a small patch and used crop rotation, I could grow enough to live on. Maybe even build a water wheel for irrigation someday. People here didn't know these things, but I did. On the way back, I found some hawthorn berries and picked those too. I checked my fence when I got home. Still solid. No animals had tried to get through. The next problem was food. I was sick of moldy bread. I'd seen fish in the stream, so I carved a spear from a straight branch, shaping a sharp point with a barb on the side. My first try was a failure. I stabbed right where I saw the fish, but the water bends the light. The fish was actually lower than it looked. I felt stupid for forgetting about refraction. So I adjusted, aiming about an inch below where the fish appeared. The next strike hit clean. The fish wriggled on the tip of my spear, and I couldn't help but smile. I kept at it until I had enough for a good meal and some extra. Then came the hard part, making fire. No flint, so I had to rub sticks together. My hands turned red and my arms burned, but I kept spinning the stick until sparks caught the dry grass. When the flames finally grew, I let out a long breath. I cleaned the fish, skewered them on sticks, and roasted them over the fire. The smell alone was enough to make me forget every bite of that awful bread. When I finally took a bite, the fish was crispy outside and tender inside. No salt, no spice, but it was the best thing I'd tasted since I woke up on that battlefield. I sat by the fire eating, and for a little while, everything was quiet. No fighting, no running. Just warm food and the sound of the stream. It felt almost peaceful. I didn't waste the leftover fish. I strung them on vines and hung them above the fire to smoke and dry. When food got scarce later, they'd keep me going. I built a stone wall around the fire to block the wind and keep the flames steady. Then I made a simple fire starter, dry grass and bark stuffed into a hollow branch with a hot ember inside, covered in ash. That way I wouldn't have to rub sticks together every time. I sat down and went through everything I had one more time. 5 silver coins, a short axe, a sword, a shield, half a bag of dark bread, most of a jar of liquor, and my scratched-up chainmail. Not much, but the forest gave me what I needed: water, firewood, and fish. My chainmail was in bad shape. Rings were bent, torn, and rusted. I spent a long time fixing it, tapping bent rings back into shape with the back of my axe, nudging jammed links into place, and stitching torn spots with thin vine strips. I cut my finger on a broken ring, but kept going. When I was done, the armor fit better and didn't rattle as much. Not a real repair, but good enough for now. I did the same with my dented helmet, tapping it smooth against a flat stone. Over the next few days, my wounds healed up. Once the scabs were solid, I finally washed myself in the stream. After days of sweat, blood, and smoke, the cold water felt amazing. I'd been gathering food the whole time, drying wild vegetables, picking fruits, smoking fish. My camp had enough supplies to last a while. When I felt strong enough, I packed smoked fish, wild fruits, and some bread into a cloth bag, put on all my gear, and headed downstream to explore. I walked carefully, watching for any sign of people, paths, smoke, anything. For 2 days I found nothing but trees and streams. Then on the third evening, I saw smoke rising through the branches. It was a tiny village, 7 or 8 houses made of logs, mud, and thatch. The people looked thin and tired, dressed in patched linen clothes, some barefoot. The moment they saw me in my armor, they panicked. A woman dropped her firewood and ran inside. A man in the field threw down his tools and fled. Children hid behind adults. Doors slammed shut. The whole village went silent. I understood. To these people, a night meant taxes, forced labor, and trouble. They'd never met one who wasn't there to take something from them. I loosened my grip on my sword and stood still, trying not to scare them more. After a while, an old man came out of the biggest house, leaning on a walking stick. He bowed low, not looking at my face, and spoke in a trembling, respectful voice. "Honorable knight, what brings you to our village?" I took off my helmet and spoke gently. "Don't be nervous, elder. I'm just a traveler who got lost. I'm not here to collect taxes or give orders." He stayed bowed and offered me food and rest, calling me, "my lord," with every sentence. That's how things worked here. Knights were nobles, and villagers were serfs. They had no choice but to obey. I shook my head and told him I didn't need special treatment. I just wanted to know where I was and how to get out of these mountains. He told me this was Blackthorn Village, under a barren Bolton. The nearest market town was 5 days south. If I followed the stream for 2 days, I'd find a dirt road leading southwest to the Baron's castle. The Vikings rarely came this deep, so the area was mostly peaceful. The old man's words gave me a lot to think about. There was a baron nearby, Bolton, and I could have gone to serve him. As a proper knight with real documents from the church, I had every right to present myself. No one would turn me away, but I'd been through this before. Serving a lord I didn't know, with no connections, no family backing me up, I'd just be another sword for hire. Even if I fought well, the land and rewards would always go to his old allies first. I'd be trading one kind of wandering for another. After Northumbria, after watching my comrades die under Viking axes while our own baron ran away, I was done risking my life for someone else's cause. I didn't want to gamble on another lord's promises. I decided to go back to my camp in the mountains. It was hidden, safe, close to water. I'd live on my own terms. I didn't tell the villagers any of this. Instead, I asked the old man for rye seeds and cabbage seeds. He looked confused but didn't dare question me. He came back with a sack of rye and a small pouch of cabbage seeds. I paid him a silver coin. He nearly dropped it. In a world where lords just took what they wanted, paying for seeds was unheard of. He kept blessing me as I walked away. I knew that coin would buy the village a sack of salt at the next market, enough to keep them going through the hard months. I hiked 2 days back through the forest, careful not to leave tracks. When I reached my hollow, everything was just as I'd left it. The fence untouched, the shelter still standing, the faint smell of smoked fish inside. I dropped the seeds on the ground and sat down, exhausted. My arms still ached, my temple was still scabbed over. I ate the last of the smoked fish and drank from the nearly empty liquor jar. Over the next few days, I rested and waited. My scab fell off, showing new pink skin. The bruise on my arm faded to yellow. The snow started melting, the stream rose, and the air smelled like wet earth. Spring was coming. I couldn't wait any longer. The rye had to go in the ground before the soil dried out. Clearing land by hand is brutal work. I sharpened a rusty pickaxe I'd found and started hacking through waist-high weeds and thorny bushes along the riverbank. Each shrub had deep roots I had to stomp and break apart. I burned the cleared brush and mixed the ashes into the soil, good for balancing the dirt and adding nutrients. Breaking the ground was even harder. Every swing of the pickaxe hit tangled roots and stones. I had to stop constantly, bend down, and pull rocks and root clumps out by hand. Mud got everywhere, in my boots, up my legs, under my nails. In 5 days, I'd only managed to clear and turn about half an acre. But I kept doing the math in my head, and it kept me going. Out here, I didn't have to pay rent to any lord or give a share to the church. Every grain I grew was mine. Back in the villages, farmers scattered seeds over tired, overworked soil and got barely 3 grains back for every one they planted. Then the Lord took most of it. I planned to do things differently. I'd plant in rows, rotate crops, use ash as fertilizer, and work the rich riverside soil that got renewed by silt every year. If I did it right, 2 acres could feed me for a whole year, maybe more. I grabbed my water pouch, took a long drink, tightened my grip on the pickaxe, and swung it down again. 3 weeks. That's how long it took me to clear and plant those 2 acres. Every day was the same. Wake up, light the fire from last night's embers, eat some smoked fish, and head to the field. From sunrise to sunset, I dug, pulled stones, ripped out roots, and hauled everything to the riverbank. My hands grew thick with calluses, and the hoe handle turned smooth and shiny from all the sweat. Without oxen or a plow, I had to dig shallow trenches by hand, half a foot deep. Mud got through my shirt and rubbed my skin raw. The rash on my chest and underarms burned with every move. But I didn't plant the way the local farmers did. They just threw seeds over unweeded ground like tossing water, most of it wasted, eaten by birds or choked out by overcrowding. I planted each seed by hand, spacing them out in neat rows. It was exhausting. My lower back ached so badly I had to stop and lean on the hoe every few minutes. I covered the seeds deep enough that the crows couldn't get to them, and I mixed in ash from the burned brush to feed the soil and warm it against the spring frost. When the last handful of rye disappeared into the ground, I stood at the edge of the field and stared at the dark brown earth for a long time. My back was stiff, my legs were heavy, and my boots were full of mud. Near the shelter, I found a small sheltered patch by the rock wall and planted the cabbage seeds there, close to water and easy to watch for rabbits. After everything was done, I dragged myself to the stream and sat on a flat stone. I pulled off my boots and put my swollen feet in the icy water. It stung, but it felt good. I washed the mud off my arms and face, scraped the dirt from under my nails with a twig, and rinsed my filthy shirt. Back at camp, I blew the dying embers back to life and sat by the fire. I counted my coins, 4 left. I'd spent 1 on the seeds. But out here, I didn't owe rent to any lord or tithes to any church. Every grain that grew from this soil was mine. I threw 2 logs on the fire, laid down on the dry grass, and listened to the stream outside. The hay smelled like earth and grass. The fire glowed warm against the rock walls. After 3 weeks of the hardest work I'd ever done, I finally let myself rest. That night, I ate my last piece of smoked fish, roasted hard over the fire. When I checked my supply bag, all I found were a few tiny grains of gray sea salt, scavenged from dead Vikings on the battlefield. I pressed them onto my tongue, bitter and gritty, but precious. Without salt, my body was falling apart. The next morning, I woke up to a terrible cramp in my leg. The muscle had twisted into a hard knot. I lay there grinding my teeth, rubbing it until the pain faded. I knew this would only get worse. Since I couldn't get real salt out here, I tried an old trick. I chopped a fallen log into a rough wooden trough, filled it with fine white ash from the burned brush, and poured stream water through it. The water turned cloudy and stank of lye. I filtered it 3 times through linen cloth until it came out mostly clear. Then, since I had no pot, I poured the liquid onto flat stones heated in the fire. The water sizzled away, leaving a thin gray powder behind. I scraped it off and tasted it. Sharp, bitter, and burning, like rusty metal on my tongue. But I sprinkled it on dried fish and forced myself to eat. Within half an hour, the cramping in my legs eased and the trembling in my hands stopped. It wasn't real salt, but it kept my muscles working. I knew I couldn't rely on this stuff for long. Too much of it would burn my stomach. I needed real salt, the kind that flows in animal blood. So I went scouting in the forest. I crouched behind a big oak tree and watched a group of deer grazing about 40 steps away. A large female, 2 young ones, and a young male with small antlers. There were rabbits too, and signs of wild boar in the mud. Pheasants fluttered in the branches. This untouched forest was full of game, but I couldn't catch any of it. My sword and axe were useless at that distance. The moment I took 1 step on a dry twig, every animal would bolt. I needed range. I thought about my training back in Northumbria. Every knight learned to hunt with a bow. The lords had fine yew longbows, waxed and cured for a year. I had nothing like that, but I knew how to make one. I needed white ash wood for the bow, tough fibers, decent spring. For the string, I could braid vines and leather strips together. For arrows, I had some rusty nails and scrap metal from the battlefield that I could flatten and sharpen into points, then bind to straight hazel shafts with resin. I walked to the edge of the hollow where a few tall, straight ash trees grew. My arms were shaking from the salt shortage as I gripped the axe. I knew if I didn't get fresh meat soon, my body would break down completely. The ash powder was buying me time, but not much. Making the bow took everything I had. I found a fallen white ash tree that had dried out naturally, better than fresh wood for this. I cut a 6-foot piece and spent hours scraping it into shape with my sword, since I had no proper tools. The back of the bow had to keep its wood fibers intact, or it would snap when drawn. I kept testing the bend, hanging my heavy shield from one end to check if both sides flexed evenly. For the bowstring, I tore apart my linen shirt and cut thin strips from my leather belt, then twisted them together with resin until I had a rough half-inch rope. For arrows, I straightened hazel sticks over the fire, flattened rusty nails into arrowheads on a flat stone, and split crow feathers for fletching. When I tested the bow on a dead birch tree 30 steps away, the arrow sank 2 inches into the wood. Not perfect, the shot was off by 3 fingers, and the arrowhead bent slightly, but enough to kill a deer. The bow was fragile, though. I could already see tiny stress lines on the belly. A few more hard pulls, and it might crack apart in my face. I didn't care. I needed that deer. I stripped off my chainmail and boots so I wouldn't make noise. Wearing only my linen shirt, I crept through the forest, testing each step with my toes before putting my weight down. I followed fresh hoof prints in the mud until I found the herd on a grassy slope. And there was my target. A young buck, maybe 200 pounds, turned sideways with his ribs exposed. I drew the bow, felt the wood groan, and let go. The arrow hit behind the shoulder and sank into his lung. The buck staggered and ran, but bright foamy blood sprayed from its side with every step. I didn't chase, I waited. A few minutes later, I found him collapsed in a fern thicket, legs still twitching. Then came the real work. I dragged the heavy body to a stone beach away from my camp. I couldn't let the blood smell near my shelter. I hung the deer upside down from a beam between 2 trees and cut the throat. Hot blood poured out. I had no container to catch it, so I cupped it in my hands and drank. It was thick, salty, and made me gag, but my salt-starved body needed it desperately. I butchered the deer as fast as I could. Heart, liver, and fat went into the folded hide. I split the carcass into hind legs, front shoulders, and a back strip. By the time I finished, it was dark and wolves were already fighting over the scraps I'd left behind. I carried the meat back to camp in batches, blood soaking through my shirt and turning cold in the wind. Once inside the fence, I sealed the gate tight. Then I covered every bloodstain on the ground with ash and mud to hide the smell. I washed myself and my clothes in the freezing stream, scrubbing until the water ran clear. Back at the fire, I hung the meat near the heat to seal the surface and slow the spoiling. Then I cut a piece of warm liver, sprinkled it with my bitter ash salt, and cooked it on a hot stone. The taste was heavy and rich. My body soaked it up like dry ground soaks up rain. Outside, I could hear wolves tearing at the leftover bones and guts. I gripped my sword and listened. After half an hour, they quieted down, satisfied with what they'd found. They didn't come near the hollow. I spent the rest of the night scraping the deer hide clean with my sword, pushing off fat, meat, and tissue inch by inch. I planned to smoke it and make a thick coat to wear under my chainmail. A knight needs padding beneath the armor, or the metal rings will rub the skin raw, and every blow will crush straight through to the bones. I hung the hide on a drying rack and pushed damp oak root into the fire. The thick smoke rose over the leather, slowly curing it. I also pulled out the tough tendons from along the deer's spine and wound them around a stake to dry. Those would make bowstrings or sewing thread far stronger than any linen. By then I was barely standing. I leaned against the rock wall with my axe in my hand, stomach warm from the liver, listening to the stream and the last crackle of the fire. The meat was hung, the hide was drying, and the wolves had moved on. For tonight, that was enough. Before I let myself sleep, I forced myself to clean my weapons. Blood and deer fat left overnight would rust the steel by morning. I rubbed the blades with dry oak leaves, then coated them with fresh deer fat. Sword, axe, even my boots got a layer of grease. I sealed the fire with ash, leaving just enough air to keep the embers alive, and finally passed out on the hay. When I woke up, something was different. No pain, no weakness, no trembling in my hands. The deer blood and liver had done their work. Real food had brought my body back to life. I squeezed my fists and felt solid strength for the first time in weeks. I had 2 pieces of moldy bread left. I scraped off the green mold and ate the hard centers with some bitter salt. That was my last grain. Until the rye grew in, I'd have to live on meat and whatever I could find in the forest. I checked the rye field that morning. No sprouts yet, but the crows were already watching. I chased them off with stones and started planting a fence around the field to keep out boar and deer. The smoked meat above the fire had turned deep purple and firm. My reflection in the stream looked healthier, fuller face, the scar on my forehead fading. Things were improving. Then the spring rains came and soaked right through the cracks in my rock shelter. The hay turned cold and sour. I knew I couldn't stay in that hole much longer without getting sick. So I built a proper cabin. I chopped down pine trees with my axe. No saw, just brute force. 3 logs left me drenched in sweat. I dragged them one by one with a rope over my shoulder to a flat spot near the rock wall. I dug 4 corner holes down to hard clay, set flat stones at the bottom for foundations, and drove the posts in deep, packing them tight with crushed stone and dirt. For walls, I wove hazel branches between the posts like a giant basket, locking them into grooves I'd carved with my sword. Then I mixed red clay from the riverbank with dry grass and stomped it into thick mud with my bare feet. Cold, slimy, disgusting work. I pressed the clay onto the woven walls until every gap was sealed. The roof was the hardest part. I leaned pine beams from the rock wall to the front wall at an angle, covered them with layers of birch bark like tiles, then piled thick grass on top. When the rain hit, it made a dull thud instead of dripping through. Inside, I built a proper stone stove in the corner against the rock wall. I dug a pit, filled it with broken stones and sand, then stacked flat river stones in a half circle, sealed with clay and ash. I chipped a small hole in the wall above for smoke to escape and angled 2 thin stone slabs beneath it as a vent. I moved everything in. Chainmail hung on a wooden stake above the ground. Deer legs and shoulders hung from a rod over the stove where the smoke would keep curing them. Bow in the corner away from the heat. Sword and shield by my bed. Salt, bread, and drying tendons on a stone shelf. The deer hide spread over fresh hay as my sleeping mat. When I finally sat down inside, rain tapping softly on the bark roof, the room smelled like pine, earth, and smoked meat. I toasted my last piece of black bread by the fire and listened to the wood crackle. For the first time since I woke up on that battlefield, I had something that felt like a home. The fire kept the cabin warm that night. Leaning against the rock wall, I finally felt safe. Thick walls, smoked meat overhead, a real shelter. I'd come a long way from lying in the mud on that battlefield. I got to work on the deer hide. It had dried stiff from the smoking, so I used charcoal to sketch outlines and cut 2 rough pieces with my sword. Cutting through that tough leather nearly broke my wrist. I ground a deer bone fragment into a sharp needle, punched holes along the edges, and stitched the pieces together with linen cord I'd twisted by hand from old shirt scraps. When I put the finished vest on under my chainmail, it fit well, warm, solid, and it kept the cold metal rings off my skin. I saved the leather scraps. Even small pieces had trade value, but I needed more than leather could give me. My bitter ash salt was nearly gone. I had no iron pot, no proper tools, and my 2 acres of rye would soon need more work than one man could handle. I needed to go to a real market. I packed 10 pounds of smoked venison, a bag of leather scraps, and my 4 silver coins. I put on my new leather vest under the chainmail, strapped on my weapons, and headed southeast through the forest. 2 days of walking brought me to a busy crossroads market on the edge of Baron Bolton's territory. I played the part of a mercenary knight fleeing south from the war in Northumbria. My battered armor and cold stare made it convincing. The guards at the entrance stepped aside without even asking for a fee. The prices were terrible. War had cut off the northern trade routes. Salt cost more than silver by weight. Iron had been seized by the barons for weapons. A one-eyed merchant told me 3 silver coins for half a jar of gray salt. I bargained hard. I showed him the smoked venison, dark purple, high quality, the kind that belonged on a lord's table. His eye lit up. After some back and forth, I traded the meat, the leather scraps, and 1 worn silver coin for 2 packs of gray salt, a bag of rusty nails, an iron-edged wooden shovel, and a heavy clay pot. I tucked the salt deep inside my vest. That mattered more than money now. Then I walked to the edge of the market where the refugees huddled. Hundreds of people driven south by the Vikings. Homeless, starving, desperate. I needed workers for my fields, but I had to be careful. A grown man with a grudge could crack my skull with a hoe while I slept. I found what I was looking for by a broken wagon wheel. A boy, maybe 14 or 15, scraping bark with a sharp stone. He was thin from hunger but big-framed, with bright, stubborn eyes. A small girl clung to his coat. His sister, I guessed. I ate a piece of deer meat in front of him. The smell hit him like a slap. His hand stopped moving. I could hear him swallowing. "Can you farm?" I asked. His voice came out like dry sticks rubbing together. He said he'd worked at a baron's mill and helped in the fields. He pushed the girl behind him, protecting her, even now. I squeezed his shoulder through his thin shirt. The bones were sharp, but not broken. There was still strength there. Come with me, I said. You'll get meat soup and sleep behind a mud wall. But if your hands aren't clean, I'll hang you from an oak tree. I threw 2 pieces of smoked meat on the ground. The boy dove for them, fed the girl first, then stuffed the rest into his mouth with the dirt still on it. Tears filled his eyes as he chewed. I turned and walked toward the mountain path without looking back. Follow if you want a second meal. Behind me, I heard the boy pulling the girl through the mud, chasing the sound of my chainmail. The walk back took 2 days. I chose rough, rocky paths and cold streams to hide our tracks. The 2 kids struggled to keep up. Every time the girl fell, the boy yanked her back to her feet, eyes locked on the glint of my armor ahead. I didn't talk much. At rest stops, I tossed them small pieces of deer meat. The boy always fed his sister first, then licked the grease off his fingers. When we reached the hollow at sunset, the boy froze on the hillside, staring at the neat rows of freshly planted soil by the river. Even without green shoots yet, he could see what it meant. Someone was building a life here. I led them through the fence and into the cabin. They stood in the doorway, barefoot, staring at the smoked deer legs hanging from the beam. Their throats moved, but they didn't dare step inside. I don't feed idle people, I told the boy. You work for me, weeding, gathering wood, fetching water, keeping the fire going. You'll get a place to sleep and a bowl of meat soup every day. Slack off or try anything, and I won't keep you. He nodded hard without hesitating. I handed him the clay pot and told him to wash it and fill it at the stream. He held it like it was made of glass and ran off with his sister. While they were gone, I blew the embers back to life and sat against the wall with my hand on my sword. For the first time in weeks, I heard something besides my own breathing and the stream, splashing footsteps, a boy's nervous voice, small signs of life. That tight, suffocating loneliness I'd been carrying finally loosened a little. The boy came back with the pot perfectly clean and full. His name was Oliver. His sister was Lucy. He told me he'd worked at a baron's mill, repaired roofs, woven straw mats, and knew his way around fields. Good, more useful than a simple farmhand. I gave him his orders. Starting tomorrow, build a thorny fence around the 2 acres to keep out boar and crows. Lucy would gather firewood near the cabin and pick wild greens by the stream. The higher the woodpile, the thicker the evening soup. That night, I made our first real meal together. I dropped salt and chopped deer meat into the clay pot with stream water. When the broth started boiling, the cabin filled with a rich, salty, smoky smell. The children stared at the pot like it held treasure. I served myself first, the fattiest piece and the richest broth, eaten from a wooden bowl I'd carved. That wasn't greed. In this world, the one who fights and protects eats best, or everyone falls apart. Then I gave Oliver and Lucy each a thick piece of meat on bark plates and told them to finish the soup too. Oliver ate like a starving wolf. He picked every crumb off the grass mat and licked the fat from the bark. Lucy gripped her piece with small teeth and chewed slowly. Watching them eat, I did the math. 2 more mouths meant my 2 acres of rye would barely stretch to feed 3. After the harvest, I need to clear more land, maybe a vegetable patch near the river, to get us through winter. But for now, with half a deer still hanging from the beam and 2 fresh bags of salt, we'd manage. Won't let your sister go hungry, I told Oliver. As long as I'm here. His eyes went red. He wiped his face with a dirty hand and said, hoarse but firm, Sir, as long as you give us food, I'd sell my life to you. I didn't answer. Promises like that are common in this broken world, and just as easily broken. I waved him off to sleep on the dry grass behind the stove. I laid my sword across my knees and closed my eyes. The fire crackled softly. 2 children breathed steadily on the other side of the room. The cabin smelled like earth, smoke, and deer fat. For the first time since I woke up on that battlefield, I wasn't alone. When I stepped outside at dawn, Oliver was already at the stream, scrubbing last night's wooden bowl with river sand in the freezing water. His hands were blue from the cold, but he didn't stop until it was spotless. That kind of effort without being told. That's what I needed. I grabbed my new iron-edged shovel and headed to the fields. 2 acres of rye wouldn't feed 3 people through winter. I still had a small pouch of cabbage seeds from the village, and I needed to get them in the ground. But first, the fence. I called Oliver and Lucy over and gave them their jobs. Oliver would haul thorny branches from the forest edge. Lucy would gather firewood near the cabin. I dug a narrow trench along the field boundary, while Oliver ran back and forth carrying bundles of wild rose bushes. The thorns tore his hands open, dozens of tiny cuts, but he didn't even look at them. He just stuffed the branches into the ditch and stomped them down with his heel. We worked from morning until late afternoon. By the end, the 2 acres had a half-meter wall of tangled thorns around them, tough enough to stop boar and deer. With some daylight left, I pushed on. We cleared about half an acre of new ground south of the rye for the cabbage patch, pulling stumps, cutting weeds, loosening soil. Oliver was shaking from exhaustion by the time we stopped. I told him we'd cook the tenderloin tonight, and his eyes lit up like I'd offered him gold. That evening, leaning against the doorframe, I watched Oliver stir the fire and Lucy sort wood. Work that used to eat my whole evening was now handled by 2 small pairs of hands. For the first time, I felt like a proper lord, not because of any title, but because I could think ahead instead of just surviving. And what I thought about was pottery. We had 1 clay pot, the one I'd traded 10 pounds of venison for at the market. If it broke, we'd be back to roasting everything on sticks. Come harvest, I'd need jars for storing grain, pickling vegetables, holding water. Buying them at the market was too expensive. I remembered the red clay by the stream. I went down, dug out a chunk, and kneaded it in my hands. It was smooth, sticky, stretched without breaking, good enough for pottery. Back at the cabin, I spread the clay on a flat stone and picked out every pebble and root. Then I slammed it against the stone over and over to force out air bubbles. If any stayed inside, the pot would explode in the fire. I used the coil method. I rolled the clay into thumb-thick strips, laid the first one in a flat circle for the base, then stacked more coils around the edge, pressing the joints tight. Without a potter's wheel, the walls came out uneven, but I didn't care about looks. I smoothed the surface with a sharpened piece of white ash wood until the coil marks disappeared. Oliver watched me while tending the soup. "Will dried clay hold water?" he asked. "Sun-dried mud melts when wet," I told him. "You need fire. Real fire drives the air out and turns it hard as stone." I made 2 small deep pots and a few open bowls, then set them in the shadow of the rock wall to dry slowly. In a few days, I'd dig a firing pit outside and use pine wood and charcoal to bake them hard. After washing the clay off my hands, I served the soup. Oliver jumped up and started passing out food. I sat against the wall, looking at the drying pots and the firelight, already planning ahead. Tomorrow Oliver would build more fence and haul back 2 sacks of red clay. I needed storage jars ready before the rye came in. The cabin smelled like salt, deer fat, and wet earth. Outside, the forest was quiet. I had tools, food, shelter, workers, and now I was making my own pottery. Step by step, this wilderness was becoming something more. Oliver was already working before I woke up. He'd gone to the stream and brought back a heavy bag of red clay without being asked, then grabbed the shovel and headed to the fields. Lucy was out gathering twigs. I didn't have to remind either of them. I spent the day making larger pots, storage jars big enough to hold dozens of pounds of grain. I rolled thick clay strips and coiled them up layer by layer, smoothing every seam. 3 half-human-sized jars took shape along the rock wall by afternoon. The smaller pieces I'd made earlier were drying nicely, turning from dark red to light gray, but they needed at least 3 more days before firing. The next morning, with the soil still moist from rain, Oliver and I planted the cabbage seeds. I showed him my method, drawing straight shallow trenches and dropping seeds at even intervals instead of scattering them like the local farmers did. He watched carefully and copied every step. The half-acre plot took us all morning. Then came the charcoal. I couldn't fire pottery with ordinary pine wood. It burns too fast and unevenly. I had Oliver stack dried oak and birch logs in a tight cone shape in a pit. I wove branches around them, plastered the whole thing with mud and straw, and left small vents at the bottom and top. We lit it from the top and watched the smoke. "When the smoke turns blue, seal the top," I told Oliver. He crouched by the vents all day, watching like his life depended on it. I think he felt proud. Back where he came from, skills like charcoal making were guarded secrets that only craftsmen's sons could learn. While the charcoal cooked, I dug a kiln about a meter deep. I built an ash basin at the bottom, a raised stone platform for the pots to sit on, and an angled ventilation tunnel leading in from the side. I lined the walls with clay mixed with wood ash and dried the whole thing with a small fire. When we cracked open the charcoal pile the next day, the pieces rang like metal when I struck them together. 25 kilograms of high-quality hardwood charcoal, enough for 2 firings. I placed the 5 dried clay pieces on the kiln bed with gaps between them for heat to flow. I packed about 8 kilograms of charcoal around them, sealed the top with flat stones and wet mud, and lit it from the ventilation tunnel. Oliver and I took turns watching through the night, patching cracks in the seal every half hour. By the next morning, the smoke had stopped. I pried open the stones and let the heat escape before reaching in. 3 out of 5 pieces survived. One bowl came out perfect. It rang clear and solid when I tapped it. A water jar was intact with just a slightly crooked base. But another jar cracked from mouth to bottom, and one bowl shattered into pieces in the ash. 60% success on the first try with no real kiln. I was satisfied. Even the broken pieces are useful, I told Oliver, who looked crushed. Put them at the bottom of the pit next time to help with airflow. I carried the good pieces back to the cabin. We finally had a second water container. The 3 big storage jars were still drying under the beam. They'd need a couple more days and slower preheating before I sealed them in the kiln. I ran my fingers over the rough edge of the new bowl, already calculating how much charcoal the next firing would take. The 3 big storage jars were the real challenge. Each one was 3 fingers thick and half as tall as a man. Any uneven heating, and they'd crack into useless mud. I didn't have enough charcoal left from the first firing, so I had Oliver cut more oak trees, and we burned a second batch. When we cracked it open, we had about 42 kilograms total. That had to be enough. There'd be no second chance. Before I started, I gave Lucy a job. I made her a simple wooden clapper from 2 thin pieces of white ash wood threaded on vines. Her task was to guard the rye field, shaking the clapper whenever crows landed. The sharp clacking sound scared them right off, and the girl looked proud to have a real role. I didn't rush the big firing. These jars had been drying indoors for a week, but I knew moisture was still hiding deep in the thick walls. If I hit them with full heat right away, the steam would blow them apart. So I spent the whole afternoon warming the kiln with cheap hazel branches, low, gentle heat to drive out the last dampness. Only when the air from the vent felt completely dry did I stop. While the kiln was still warm, Oliver and I lifted the 3 jars inside. Each weighed about 30 g. We arranged them in a triangle with gaps between them, and I packed charcoal around and over them by hand, pushing bits into every corner until only the jar openings showed. I lit the fire from below through the ventilation tunnel. The heat sealed underground with flat stones and wet mud. Then I sat and watched. All night, I adjusted the airflow every half hour with small stones, keeping the heat even. Oliver sat nearby, exhausted but refusing to complain, doing exactly what I told him. Through the narrow gap in the stones, I could see purple-blue flames flickering inside. By dawn, the roar quieted. I sealed the vent and told Oliver not to touch anything until the ground cooled completely. He obeyed without question, even though I could see him slow down every time he walked past the kiln. On the 3rd morning, the stones were just warm. We opened them up. The first jar came out perfect, dark gray, hard as rock. I tapped it with my sword handle, and it rang like metal. Oliver's eyes went wide. The second jar was intact too. The third one had a deep, vertical crack running down its side. Too close to the air intake. The fire hit it too hard. 2 out of 3. In this wilderness with no tools and no way to measure temperature, that was more than good enough. The cracked one could still hold charcoal or firewood. I carried the 2 good jars to the field ridge and set them in the sun. Come harvest, they'd hold dozens of pounds of rye, sealed tight against moisture and mice. Oliver asked if he should spread the kiln ashes on the field. I told him to move every last bit. I sat drinking salty broth from a clay bowl, soot still glinting on my fingers, looking at those 2 sturdy jars standing side by side. They were the foundation of everything we were building here. The day after the jars were made, the morning mist on the riverbank had not yet cleared. In the rye field, faint patches of light green could already be seen. The seeds buried deep in the soil, after soaking up the spring rain, were pushing through the tiny soil particles, desperately trying to peek out. Adrian squatted beside the furrow, gently parting a layer of soil with his fingertips to reveal a tender sprout. Finally breaking through, he whispered to himself, then turned his gaze to the thick layer of embers in the kiln pit. These ashes, mixed with charcoal remnants, were valuable for improving the acidic forest soil. He couldn't let them be blown away by the wind. Since he had no basket or container, Adrian turned back to his wooden hut and pulled out an old linen sack that previously held rye seeds. Although the cloth bag was somewhat torn, placing a few large leaves at the bottom allowed it to hold the ashes. He asked Oliver to hold the corners of the bag while he used a metal shovel to fill it with the stove ash. Hold it steady, then scatter it over the young plants. Oliver struggled to carry half a bag of ash fertilizer, following behind Adrian. As they walked, Adrian grabbed handfuls of ashes and evenly spread them between the furrows. The powder fell onto the moist soil, providing nutrients and helping shield the young seedlings from the cold wind during the upcoming early spring cold snap. After finishing the existing wheat field, Adrian did not stop. He picked up his wooden shovel and carved a deep furrow on the southern side of the 2 acres of land, near the alder thicket. 2 acres of rye. I used to be able to handle it alone. But now, with 3 mouths to feed, if a famine hits, this small piece of land won't be able to withstand the strain. Adrian pressed his hand on his sword at his waist. According to the 3 fields plan, he still needed to clear at least 1 more acre of land. He didn't plan to grow wheat there, but hoped to exchange some beans or oats at the next market. He looked back at Oliver, who was following him. The boy was thin, but after eating enough deer meat soup these past 2 days, his arms could now steady the rusty hoe. Adrian walked along the rye field's furrows, occasionally touching the pale green shoots just emerging. After confirming the fertilizer was evenly spread, he crossed the low fence and entered a half-acre cabbage patch. Compared to the already connected rye, this patch still looked dull and lifeless. But he bent down and found a few small patches of color on the damp soil near the water. They were tiny cabbage sprouts just breaking through the earth. Unlike the tall rye, these sprouts curled up, with 2 small, semi-transparent, heart-shaped leaves desperately unfolding, greedily drinking the morning dew. These little plants were Adrian's hope, bought with silver coins. In the year 867, when fresh vegetables were scarce, this half-acre garden was his only weapon against scurvy and monotonous food. "Cabbage is also sprouting," he whispered. He looked up at Oliver, who was carrying a linen bag covered in dirt. "Watch carefully. These sprouts are delicate. When we weed, don't mistake them for weeds and pull them out." Oliver hurried over, wide-eyed, staring at the tiny green dots, nodding vigorously. To him, these tender, leafy vegetables were more precious than any wild fruit in the forest. "Sir, since they've sprouted, shouldn't we water them more?" the boy asked, pointing to the nearby mountain stream flowing happily. "It's not time yet. The soil is moist enough now. Too much water will cause the roots to rot," Adrian replied. He squatted by the damp cabbage patch, gently poking at the tiny new leaves with his fingertips. In this monotonous diet, this half-acre of vegetables was more valuable to him than gold. He silently calculated the time. It was April now. By late June, these leaves would grow to the size of a palm. When he plucked them and put them into a clay pot with deer meat, cooking them into a thick soup, the sweet, fresh flavor would surely revive his body, which was almost exhausted from salt-cured smoked meat. "Just 3 more months, and this land will let us enjoy fresh green leaves." Adrian straightened up and looked at Lucy, who was standing by the edge of the field, shaking a wooden rattle. When she heard the words, "green leaves," her eyes showed a child's longing, and she shook the rattle more vigorously. The crisp sound of the rattle scared away a few sparrows trying to land. "While the soil is still warm, we need to turn over that 1 acre of fallow land. Oliver, go get the hoe. Those cedar stakes must be pulled out today." Oliver responded and ran to the wooden house, his steps lighter than before. Adrian turned and walked toward the overgrown wasteland on the south side. Although he already had 2 acres of rye and half an acre of vegetable land, his plan for crop rotation was not yet fully in place. Based on recent consumption, he found that the 90 kilograms of smoked venison was shrinking faster than expected. If he didn't expand another acre of land before spring ended, next year's supplies would still be tight. He gripped the iron-bound wooden shovel again. The edge, wrapped in familiar iron, had become dull after rubbing against some hard stones. As he pressed the shovel into the ground, he felt the rebound through his foot. The cedar roots in this new land were even more stubborn than those in the rye field. Adrian bent his back, muscles rising under his deer-hide vest, as he turned chunks of soil with grass and roots to the side. Oliver, holding a rusty hoe, struggled to dig out a half-buried dead tree stump. With each swing, a foul, rotten woody smell wafted up. "Sir, we've turned over this land, but we don't have seeds yet," Oliver asked, wiping mud from his face, panting a little. "Just turn it over first. The land needs to be ready for the seeds." "Seeds can't wait for the land." Adrian forcefully lifted a large clump of tangled roots. He knew well that in this wilderness, land was the only fixed asset. As long as he turned over and fenced this land, he could plant beans, oats, or barley at the next market visit. Even if he couldn't trade for anything in the end, the land could be used for compost and fallow, helping him prepare for a big harvest next year. Sweat dripped from his chainmail rings into the soil, quickly disappearing. The sun had moved past the top of his head, and the air in the valley was filled with the fresh smell of earth and the bitter scent of dried grass after being turned over. Adrian glanced at the smoky stone stove in front of the stone wall platform, then looked down at the expanding brown square formation beneath his feet. In this deep mountain area with no laws, only hard work, this sense of control over creation made him forget for a moment about the distant lords and wars. After dinner, the dry heat from the stone stove filled the wooden cabin. Adrian leaned against the earthen wall, his gaze fixed for a long time below the beam. The two fat deer hind legs, now scorched and smoked, only left a shriveled outline. The stored food, expected to last until late summer, shrank faster than he thought because Oliver and Lucy had added to the demand. Oliver, being at that age, was working hard digging the land every day, which made his appetite huge. The long strip of deer tenderloin in the big deer was already reduced to just a finger-thick piece in a few days. Those southern pirates coming from the north are a threat, but here in the woods, hunger is the sharpest threat, Adrian whispered to himself, his voice muffled by the crackling of pine wood in the stove. The wheat had just turned green, and the cabbage was only a few patches of blue-green in the muddy ground, still at least 4 months from harvest. If he didn't want to eat all the preserved smoked meat before autumn, he had to go into the woods to gather fresh supplies. He took down a long white waxwood bough from the crack in the stone wall. His fingertips brushed the rough belly of the bough, which had become tighter after being kept dry inside the house. 3 heavy iron-tipped arrows were neatly placed in a leather quiver, each feather carefully straightened. Adrian knew the value of these 3 arrows. Losing one would weaken his ability to defend himself from afar in this wilderness. He wasn't wearing the heavy chainmail. The clinking of iron rings would scare away all creatures within half a mile. Instead, he wore a tight deer leather vest, which had become very flexible after curing and could effectively absorb the faint sounds caused by friction. He pushed open the fence gate, not heading toward the farmland, but bypassed the messy stones behind the cabin, heading into the windward primitive broadleaf forest. In spring, the forest floor was covered with thick humus, soft underfoot. Adrian lowered his center of gravity, slightly bending his legs. Before each step, he gently tested the dry leaf pile with his toes to make sure there were no fragile, dried oak branches underneath, then slowly lowered his heel. He walked very slowly, stopping almost every 5 steps to lean against a sturdy tree trunk and listen to the sounds around him. After walking about half a mile into the woods, he found a gentle slope. At the bottom of the slope, there were patches of sorrel grass and newly sprouted clover. The soil showed clear signs of being gnawed, and there were a few round, still warm brown droppings. Here, Adrian chose a dense hazel bush and lay down. He didn't immediately draw his bow, but buried himself completely in a pile of dried grass left from last year, allowing a few small insects to crawl between his fingers. 15 minutes later, from a gap between the roots about 30 meters ahead, 2 long ears suddenly stood up. A gray-brown wild rabbit cautiously poked its head out, its moist nose twitching constantly as it sensed the air for any signs of danger. Because the wind was blowing toward Adrian, the rabbit didn't notice the hunter lying on the ground. It bravely hopped onto the open space and began nibbling on a cluster of fresh grass shoots. Adrian slowly drew the straightest heavy arrow from his leather quiver. His movements were very subtle. He pinched the linen and leather composite bowstring with his knuckles and gradually pulled it back. Squeak! The dry white wax would emitted a deep, dull groan under the great tension. Adrian felt the muscles at his palm trembling violently. The long-term strain from constant hunting had worn him out, forcing him to use all his strength to keep the aim steady. He held his breath until the moment when the rabbit paused its nibbling. Crack! The dull sound of the bowstring snapping back was especially sharp in the quiet forest. The heavy iron-tipped arrow sliced through the air, leaving a dark gray trail, and instantly pierced the rabbit's neck. The force of the impact slammed the animal hard into the muddy ground. Adrian didn't immediately get up. He remained in his hiding position, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows around him. He knew very well that on the border between Northumbria and Mercia, the smell of blood could easily attract other hungry predators in the woods. Only after confirming there was no movement did he slowly stand up and quickly run toward his prey. He pulled out the iron-tipped arrow, wiped the blood off the warm fur of the rabbit casually, and reinserted it into his quiver. The rabbit weighed about 3 or 4 pounds, and thanks to the abundant spring grass, it still carried a thin layer of white oil on its body. Adrian carried the prey back to his cabin. Oliver and Lucy sat by the stone stove, eagerly watching the empty clay pot filled with water. Adrian casually threw the wild rabbit onto the wooden block and drew his armed sword from his waist. Since he didn't have a special skinning knife, he used the sharp tip of his sword to carefully cut open the rabbit's hind leg. With a firm pull downward, the entire rabbit hide came off with a tearing sound. He removed the internal organs, cut the tender red meat into pieces, and directly threw them into a boiling clay pot. Add a pinch of salt. Tonight, we won't need the meat on the crossbeam for the soup, Adrian instructed Oliver. As the aroma of fresh meat's fat spread through the room, the anxious feeling caused by food shortages finally eased, at least for now, in the bubbling meat soup. The wild rabbit meat in the clay pot emitted a fragrant smell. Adrian used a wooden spoon to scoop a bowl of warm meat broth and handed it to Lucy. When the girl reached out her slender arm to take the wooden bowl, Adrian's gaze lingered on her small hand for a moment. Due to long hours working in muddy and cold stream water, Lucy's finger joints looked unusually thick and red, with tiny cracks filled with dried blood between her fingers. Her hand also bore a few dark blue frostbite scars. He turned his head and saw Oliver, who was adding firewood to the stove, also looked no better. The boy, being the main force in clearing the land, had his palms worn raw and bloody, with dark purple hard scabs from the cold wind. Slightly gripping something too hard would cause the skin to split open. Bring your hands closer to the fire. Don't let them freeze and get ruined, Adrian whispered. Looking at their battered hands, he thought to himself that if these workers' fingers were frostbitten, there would be no hope for the upcoming weeding and harvesting. The rabbit hide he just peeled off hung in the shadow of the stone wall. Its fur was messy but gave off a warm, fluffy feeling. One rabbit hide wouldn't be enough. He needed more fur to make thick gloves for the children or some ankle warmers. Otherwise, the early spring cold spell would soon ruin their muscles and bones. He picked up the long waxwood bough again and examined it carefully by the firelight. The situation was not promising. Since this bough was hastily made from insufficiently dried, dead wood, after the last full draw and shot, several fine, silk-like creases appeared on the inside of the bough's belly. The hemp and leather string, woven into a composite, also showed obvious fuzziness. This thing won't last much longer. If I pull it a few more times, it will definitely break. Adrian gently rubbed the tiny cracks on the wood with his fingertips. This simple bough is now his only long-range weapon. If he uses it up just to hunt a few rabbits, and if the pirates from the north really come into the woods, he won't have any way to defend himself. Moreover, the 3 heavy iron-tipped arrows had already become slightly bent from the recent impact. Arrows are too expensive, and the bow is too fragile. Such costly hunting tools must be stopped. Oliver, don't go digging the land tomorrow. Instead, go to the stream and cut a few bundles of flexible willow branches. Also, tidy up those thin vines left from clearing the fence. Adrian leaned against the wall, quickly recalling trap designs he had seen at the manor. Instead of relying on luck to shoot arrows in the forest, he thought about setting up a few snare traps on the gentle slope covered with sour mallow plants. This method doesn't require constant human supervision. It would save precious arrows and, at the same time, provide a steady supply of rabbit meat and hides during large-scale clearing. As for the white waxwood bough, which was already at its limit, he decided to loosen the string completely, coat it with a thick layer of deer fat, and store it in the driest crack in the rocks as a last resort backup. He thought about finding a real yew tree or a thoroughly dried elm tree for his next bough. Watching the crackling pine branches in the fire, he silently visualized the size of his next longbow. On this land, only constantly upgraded weapons and thicker clay pots can help him escape this primitive hardship of feast or famine. The fire in the stone stove gradually dimmed. The two children finished their meat soup and curled up in the hay to sleep soundly. Adrian sat on a deer hide cushion, holding a bone all used for punching holes, and began repairing the deer tendon soaked in deer fat with the remaining warmth. He looked at Oliver's red, cracked hands, said nothing, and simply signaled him to pile the remaining willow branches at the base of the dry earthen wall. Watch carefully. This job is easier and more useful than swinging a hoe. Adrian casually drew his sword, placing it flat on his lap. He didn't rush into the woods, but first worked on the broken vines left from trimming the fence near the stone stove. These dried vines were hard, but after soaking in water for 15 minutes, they became flexible again. To catch living things, you don't always need to run fast. You need this. Adrian pointed to his temple, then crouched beside a stone slab. He first scooped up several long vines about 2 meters each from the water. Because they absorbed water, their tough outer skin became very flexible. He used the tip of his sword to open one end, then quickly tore out several even strips of inner fiber. Next, he spun 2 strands of fiber in one direction, then twisted them in the opposite direction. This was his basic, double-strand rope-making method from his hometown memories. As his fingertips repeatedly rubbed the fibers on his thigh, they made a tiny, creaking sound. The fragile threads turned into a brown loop thick enough to hold dozens of pounds of tension. He tied a neat knot at the end of the rope, then threaded it through the main line, creating a flexible, adjustable loop. Oliver, the stake must be made from the hardest wood. Adrian picked up a piece of leftover pine wood from the roof, split it into 4 parts with a Viking short axe, and sharpened the top into a pointed wedge. Then he carved a deep, half-finger-wide groove on each stake near the top side with his sword tip. The most important part was the trigger. He found a few short hazel sticks about the thickness of a finger, cut one end into a flat, tongue-shaped piece that could fit tightly into the groove of the stake. The two of them returned to the slope covered with sour grass, carrying these parts. Adrian crouched by the bushes, parted the dry grass. The soil here was pressed down by wild rabbits' paws, forming a dark path about 10 centimeters wide, with a shallow groove from long-term trampling. Right here, he chose a young birch tree growing beside the path, about the thickness of a thumb and very elastic. He told Oliver to hold the trunk tightly and slowly bend it toward the center of the path until the tip almost touched the ground. Adrian quickly tied one end of the woven rope to the top of a tree and connected the other end to the flat trigger stick. He swung his small axe and forcefully drove the notched stake into the hard soil beside the path. The most delicate work was saved for last. Adrian held his breath as he slid the trigger stick's latch into the stake's groove. Using the strong upward pull of a young birch sapling, he created a delicate balance. Any touch to the hanging loop would instantly break this balance. He carefully opened the woven snare so it floated about half a fist's length above the ground. This loop can't be too big, or a rabbit will slip through. It can't be too small, or it won't catch its head, Adrian said as he adjusted it. He also inserted 2 thin, dry twigs on either side of the snare to block the rabbit from avoiding the trap. Once it steps into this circle and lowers its head, the stick will lift it up completely. While brushing dirt off his hands, Adrian quietly explained to Oliver. To increase his chances, he set up 4 similar snares on this gentle slope. These traps were hidden among grass and rocks, making them hard to see unless you looked closely. When he returned to the cabin, Adrian took down the dried, stiffened rabbit skin. He stared at the warm sensation on his fingertips, already imagining a protective cover. Once this trap worked, he could get plenty of leather without using his longbow. As for the white waxwood bough, which had tiny cracks, he carefully placed it flat on a dry crack at the top of the rocky wall. The surface was coated with a thick layer of deer fat, shining with a glossy sheen in the firelight. This was his last secret weapon. Before making a new, strong wooden bow, he didn't plan to use it easily. Adrian was not in a hurry to rest. He stoked the fire, making the flames rise slightly. The warm, yellow light reflected on Oliver and Lucy's hands, which were curled inside their sleeves. "Oliver, bring Lucy over to sit by the fire," Adrian called calmly. The two children looked at each other and obediently moved closer. As they got nearer, their red, swollen fingers looked even more striking in the firelight. Girl Lucy's finger joints were swollen and deformed, with small cracks oozing dried blood scabs. Oliver's palms were covered with dark purple hard lumps from pushing and digging with a hoe. Adrian took out a small wooden box filled with white ointment from the cool shade above the stone wall. It was a special balm he had made earlier from deer fat. He also grabbed a handful of fine white ash, like flour, from the edge of the ashes. He rubbed these two things together in his palm. The deer fat melted quickly at body temperature, mixing with the alkaline ash to form a dark gray, smooth, and slightly earthy paste. He didn't expect this simple mixture to work miracles, but in this wilderness without any medicines, animal fat was the best physical barrier. The small amount of ash could help kill germs slightly, and the oil could lock in moisture to prevent the wounds from cracking further in the cold, dry night. He first gently took Lucy's small hand. The girl instinctively shrank back, a natural response from long-term hunger and cold. "Don't hide. The medicine will stop it from getting worse," Adrian said softly. He carefully dipped his fingertip into a large chunk of the ointment and spread it gently over her swollen finger joints. The oil sealed the cracks, causing a dull, tingling pain, but the thick coating gave the girl a warm feeling she hadn't felt in a long time. Adrian was very careful, making sure every finger was shiny with the ointment before turning to Oliver. "Sir, I can do it myself." "This is too wasteful." Oliver hesitated, worried. To him, this precious animal fat was a vital resource, and using it on hands felt like a terrible waste. "Just extend your hand," Adrian said without paying much attention to his hesitation. He grabbed Oliver's rough, calloused hand and pressed it firmly. "If your hands freeze and get useless, who will do the work? Stay here, and your bones and flesh need to grow strong. It might hurt a little. Just bear with it." Adrian grabbed Oliver's hand tightly. His strong, calloused palms now looked especially powerful. He dipped his fingertips in the ointment and spread large amounts over the deep cracks and wounds on the boy's hands. "Ow!" Oliver gasped sharply from the pain, shrinking back. But he clenched his teeth tightly and didn't make a sound. Adrian used a lot of force, rubbing and pressing to force the oil into the dry, dead skin deep inside. When the boy's hands were shiny with oil, Adrian finally let go. Oliver looked at his hands, which shone in the firelight, and felt a warm, strange sensation replacing the pain. His eyes felt a little hot. In the manor he used to live in, no lord cared if a peasant's hands were cracked from the cold. All they got was the sting of a whip. "Tonight, keep your hands in the hay and don't get them wet. In a few days, when the traps catch something, I'll make some rabbit fur covers for you." Adrian casually pushed the remaining fat back into the crack in the stone, watching the two children relax their backs by the fire. Lucy looked at her greasy little hands and shyly gave him a small smile, but she quickly hid her face in the shadows again. Early in the morning, the first faint light seeped through the cracks in the birch bark roof. Adrian opened his eyes. He quietly stepped out of the wooden door, careful not to wake the two children sleeping in the grass pile. The morning fog in the woods was thick, and the damp air smelled of soil and sprouting plants. He didn't bring a longbow, only a Viking short axe at his waist. His boots made soft sounds on the dewy grass. He needed to check the traps he set last night before the birds and animals in the forest got too active. He went around the rocky slope to the edge of a gentle hill covered with sour grass. From afar, he saw that the young birch tree where the first trap was placed had suddenly straightened up. Its previously bent branches pointed straight at the sky. Adrian quickened his steps, pushing aside the hazelnut bushes, feeling a bit hopeful. But when he got closer, his brow furrowed at what he saw. The snare trap had indeed been triggered. The vine rope was hanging alone in the air, swinging in the wind. But the trap was empty. No fat rabbit, not even a single piece of fur. He crouched down and carefully examined the dirt on the ground. There were signs of heavy kicking around the fallen leaves near the trap, and some dirt had been turned over, revealing dark, moist soil underneath. Clearly, something had entered the trap, but as the tree seedling sprang up, it either broke free or just brushed past it. Adrian gently touched the vine rope trap with his fingertips. The rope still carried a faint smell of deer oil and sweat from his palm. "The smell is too strong," he muttered softly. In this quiet forest, where you could hear dew drop, the alert little animals were very sensitive to unfamiliar scents. Last night, he and Oliver had been chopping wood and twisting vines, and the smell of human activity clung to the trap. No matter how carefully the device was set, wild rabbits would be frightened and jump away as soon as they detected something wrong before entering the trap. Besides that, he looked at the empty path and realized he was too optimistic. He had simply placed the trap on the rabbits' usual runway, hoping they would run into it on their own. But in this season of new growth, the forest was full of fresh grass shoots, and the rabbits didn't need to follow their old paths. "I need to add some bait to attract them, and also cover up these smells." Adrian stood up, grabbed a handful of damp black mud from the ground, and rubbed it repeatedly in his palms until both hands were thoroughly covered with the earthy smell. He carefully pressed the birch sapling back into the trigger mechanism and set it into the groove of the stake. This time, he didn't leave immediately. Around the trap on this path, he sprinkled some fresh sorrel leaves he had just picked from the mountain stream, and crushed some thorny bush fruits. The next two traps were similar. One remained untouched, while the other was triggered but only made an empty sound. When Adrian returned to the cabin, Oliver was already sitting at the doorstep, struggling to organize firewood with his hands smeared with deer oil. Seeing Adrian come back empty-handed, a flicker of disappointment crossed the boy's eyes, but he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look up. "The trap isn't broken. It's just that our smell is too strong, scaring the animals away," Adrian said. He hung his small axe back on his belt and looked at Oliver's fingers, which were already starting to swell. Although he hadn't managed to get fresh meat or leather yet, he was not impatient. In this wilderness, failure was often the best teacher. "Oliver, when you go to turn the soil this afternoon, look around the edge of the forest for some sweet berries or tender clover shoots. We need to prepare a gift for those rabbits." The day was still filled with hard work. Adrian was sweating heavily as he led Oliver on the new land to the south. Heavy iron shovels and pickaxes broke through tangled grass roots little by little. By sunset, the once messy wasteland had turned into about half an acre of neat brown furrows. Over the next 2 days, Adrian showed great patience. Every morning, he would go to the gentle slope in the woods to check. Although he returned empty-handed the first 2 times, he was not impatient. Instead, he kept kneading wet mud into ropes and let Lucy scatter some fresh clover tips around the traps she found by the stream. On the 4th morning, there was a change. When Adrian pushed aside the hazel bushes again, he saw 2 young birch saplings suddenly bounce into the air and shake violently in the breeze. Hanging at the ends of 2 hanging vines, there were 2 gray-brown shadows. Adrian quickly stepped forward. This time, the snare, covered with dirt to hide the smell, worked perfectly. 2 adult wild rabbits were caught around their necks. Because the birch saplings bounced back with great force, the rabbits died instantly when lifted, their fur intact, and without large blood holes like arrow wounds. Finally, a catch. Adrian picked up the 2 heavy prey. His fingertips touched the thick, soft fur, and the worry about staying warm finally eased. With the rabbit skins he had saved before, he now had 3 high-quality hides. When he returned to the wooden house, the 2 children were already waiting by the stone stove. Seeing Adrian carry in 2 rabbits, Oliver's eyes sparkled like 2 sparks, and Lucy couldn't help but let out a small gasp. "Big brother." 2. Oliver quickly stood up, nervously rubbing his hands on his clothes, but he didn't dare reach out to take them. "Go wash the clay pot. Tonight, we'll have fresh soup." Adrian casually threw the rabbits onto the stone table and grabbed his shiny combat sword. He skillfully cut around the rabbit skins, then used both hands to peel the skins cleanly from the fat layer. Since the traps didn't damage the bodies, These 2 rabbit skins were much neater than the ones from before. He propped the 3 skins against the windlass side of the stone wall with a stick. Oliver, extend your hand. While speaking, Adrian searched through the pile of torn skins. Previously, leftover deer hide scraps from making vests, along with these 3 soft rabbit skins, were enough to sew 2 decent pairs of gloves. He didn't plan to make delicate 5-finger gloves. In this wilderness, the most practical design is called fingerless gloves. The outer layer uses tough deer hide scraps to resist wear, and the inside is lined with thick rabbit fur for warmth. Just tighten the wrist with deer tendon, and it can protect the hands that wield a hoe, like armor. Adrian picked up a sharp bone awl and began punching holes along the edge of the leather near the firelight. Turning these freshly peeled skins into wearable protective gear isn't enough with just air drying. Untreated rawhide becomes very stiff and brittle when dry, and will break if bent. Transforming these 3 rabbit skins, still smelling fresh and raw, into gloves that can protect against frostbite takes more than a few nights. The first 3 days are extremely exhausting for softening the hide. Adrian laid the 3 rabbit skins flat on a dry stone slab outside the cabin, with the inner side facing up. He didn't rush to oil them first, but used the back of a Viking short axe to carefully scrape off remaining bits of flesh and white connective tissue from the surface. Rabbit skin is much thinner than deer hide, and a careless strike could cut through the layer. Kneeling on the ground, Adrian held the axe handle steadily in his right hand, only scraping off a thin layer of fat each time. Oliver watched closely. This task requires great patience, making him respect the night even more. After cleaning, Adrian took out a small jar of melted deer oil from a crack in the stone. He let Oliver and Lucy take turns, dipping their fingertips into the oil and repeatedly massaging it into the leather layer of the rabbit skins. Skin becomes hard because the moisture inside has dried out, and the fibers are twisted together. We need to work the oil in and stretch the fibers apart so the leather becomes soft like cloth, Adrian explained while demonstrating. He grabbed a corner of the skin and rubbed it back and forth on a smooth, weathered pine log. This process, called fiber breaking, is very tiring. For 2 whole days, whenever they returned from the fields, the 3 of them took turns kneading the skins beside the stone stove. As the oil soaked in and they stretched the leather repeatedly, the once stiff, board-like rabbit skins gradually turned grayish-white and soft. When touched, they felt like a thick felt cloth. By the evening of the 5th day, the sewing was finally ready. Adrian took out a piece of adult deer hide left over from making a leather vest. He first sketched the outline of Oliver and Lucy's handprints on a wooden board using a charcoal stick. Since he only had bone awls and coarse flax thread, he chose the most practical fingerless design. This shape looks like a round-headed cloth pouch with a separate opening at the thumb. He gripped his sword, using the sharpest tip to cut out 4 pieces of outer deer hide along the charcoal lines. Deer hide is tough and can resist wear from tools. The 3 prepared rabbit skins were carefully cut into slightly smaller inner linings, with the first side facing inward. The next step, sewing, was the hardest part. Adrian sat by the fire, holding a 2-inch-long deer bone awl. Every half centimeter, he forced a hole through the double layer of leather. With each muffled puff, sweat dripped from his nose onto the leather. He picked up a rough flax rope soaked in deer oil, which he had kneaded with his thigh. Although coarse, the oil made the thread very smooth and less likely to tear through the leather edges. He sewed very tightly, pressing his foot against a wooden block after each stitch to keep the deer and rabbit skins firmly together, pulling hard with both hands. This work is harder than fighting Vikings, he muttered. Adrian shook his wrist, which had gone numb from overuse, and cursed softly. By nightfall, the thick gloves with dark brown deer hide on the outside and fluffy gray rabbit fur inside were finally finished. Adrian signaled Oliver to try them on. When the boy slipped his hand into the soft rabbit fur lining, he stiffened slightly. Then, a warm heat from the combined effect of the leather and fur quickly spread to his fingertips. The stabbing pain from frostbite, which had been sharp before, now seemed less painful under this soft cover. "Sir, this is so warm," Oliver said, his voice trembling slightly. He carefully touched the sturdy deer hide on the outside. "Once you're warm, do more work. Lucy's pair is smaller, and she'll wear them at night while sleeping. Don't let the cuts open again, Adrian said, casually stuffing the leftover scraps into a crack in the stone. He looked at the brightest part of the cliff wall, where a white wax bough coated with oil gleamed. The wild rabbits caught in this trap not only saved his weapon, but also gave his two helpers the confidence to continue working with their hoes this spring. The next morning, before the fog outside the wooden cabin had fully lifted, Oliver was already sitting on the doorstep, carefully putting on a pair of deep brown leather gloves. He first tested by squeezing his fists. The thick deer leather on the outside made a soft, firm rubbing sound at the knuckles. The cracks that used to hurt whenever the wind blew were now tightly wrapped in warm, fluffy rabbit fur, bringing a comfortable warmth through his body. He even pressed hard on a moss-covered rock, and the sharp pain in his fingertips was gone. Instead, he felt a sense of security from the protective gloves, almost like a luxury. "Go clean up the remaining pile of rocks," he ordered casually as Adrian carried out a long white wax bough from a crack in the rock. He glanced at Lucy, who was tidying up the percussion instrument. The little girl's hands were also covered with small protective gloves. Her previous fear had mostly disappeared, replaced by a clever alertness after being looked after. That afternoon, while patrolling the gentle slope, Adrian caught a wild rabbit weighing about 3 pounds in a snare. This kind of prey caught in traps had become the most reliable source of food at their base over the past week. Every 2 or 3 days, a gray-brown creature like this was brought into a large clay pot. The fresh rabbit meat was cut into small finger-width pieces, mixed with a little gray salt and wild garlic seedlings gathered from the mountain stream, then boiled into a thick, white, oily broth. For the 2 children in a hunger recovery phase, this rabbit meat was not just food, but also the fuel they needed to endure the intense work in this barren land. Adrian watched Oliver swing a rusty pickaxe. With each strike, a large patch of soil was turned over in the hard ground. Thanks to the gloves, the boy no longer worried about cuts splitting open, and his work efficiency increased by nearly 30%. The once overgrown farmland was now showing neat black ridges under the setting sun. All of this meant that the last 40 kilograms of smoked deer meat on the beam had been safely preserved. Adrian stood at the top of the slope, his fingertips gently touching the layer of deer fat covering the longbow. As the ruler of this land, he understood the importance of resource exchange, using traps, which cost almost nothing, to catch wild rabbits in the forest and trading them for valuable hides, fresh fats, and 2 workers who could operate at full speed. He picked up the recently caught rabbit, feeling the residual warmth beneath its fur. "Save the 2 rabbit legs for Oliver, and toss the rest into the jar," he said. Time quickly passed through endless hoeing and trap checking. Soon, the color of the valley plain changed from light green to deep wheat yellow. In these months, traps became the most reliable source of food at the outpost. Every 2 or 3 days, Adrian could bring back 1 or 2 rabbits from the snares. This not only filled the pot with broth, but also allowed him to gather a large bundle of cured rabbit skins. During the hot season, when the wheat was sprouting and weeds were growing wildly, he took this batch of thick skins to the market. There, he traded with a one-eyed merchant for 2 cans of white salt from the south and 2 small bags of heavy chickpeas and oat seeds. Back at the outpost, the newly cleared area of Zone B was immediately filled with crops. Chickpeas were planted near the stream. As they grew very quickly, oats occupied the remaining hillside. By late June, the half-acre cabbage garden had already started providing supplies. Oliver and Lucy picked the thick green leaves that had grown to the size of a palm each, every day, following Adrian's instructions. They threw the leaves into the clay pot along with rabbit and deer meat to cook together. The fresh vegetables helped the children's gums stop swelling, and their faces finally showed the healthy color of youth. Day 145, early morning. Adrian stood by the edge of the field, gripping a short sickle that had been sharpened until its metal gleamed with a bluish hue. The 2 acres of rye were fully ripe now. The tall stalks, weighed down by heavy grain heads, bent under their weight. Next to the rye field, the half-acre of cabbage had also reached its limit. Since it was a staggered planting, each plant had enough space to grow freely. Its broad, dark green leaves layered over each other, and the roots, soaked with stream water, had become very thick. "Oliver, go ahead and harvest all the cabbage over there, and clean the mud from the roots," Adrian ordered. Then he bent down, holding a dry stalk of wheat in his left hand, and with his right hand, he used the sickle to cut across the roots. Swish! The first bundle of spring black wheat fell into his arms. Oliver and Lucy worked well together. One used a short-handled shovel to lift the heavy cabbages, while the other tied the cut wheat bundles tightly with vines. Harvesting the cabbages was a careful task. Oliver wore his darkened leather gloves and neatly cut the roots. The leaves shone brightly in the sunlight. Adrian had already planned everything. Aside from a small portion kept fresh for eating, the rest would be chopped up and mixed with the newly bought white salt, then packed into a large cracked clay jar for pickling. This was their only green vegetable supply during the long winter. Sweat ran down Adrian's back into his deer-hide vest, itching fiercely, but he kept working. He looked up at the two large dark gray clay jars beside the field ridge. He had made these jars himself. Now they sat steadily on the stone slab, waiting for the upcoming black wheat and pickled vegetables. When the last bundle of wheat was tied, the anxiety caused by long-term hunger finally disappeared amid the golden and green colors. With his last scythe swing, Adrian cut the final bundle of heavy black wheat and caught it in his arms. The 2 acres of riverbank land now only had a patch of white-rooted stubble left. The once rolling waves of golden wheat had been neatly stacked into more than 20 large haystacks. Adrian straightened up and wiped the sweat from his chin. In front of him, the tied wheat bundles stood neatly in the ground, like a tiny army waiting for inspection. The dry autumn wind swept through, carrying a faintly bitter wheat scent. "Oliver, lay out the cloth." Adrian pointed to the flat, hard ground in front of the wooden house. Threshing was a slow, heavy process. 3 people sat around a spread linen cloth, rhythmically tapping the wheat heads with wooden sticks. With each clack, clack, the dark brown grain shot out like rain from the heads, covering the cloth densely. Oliver swung his wooden stick, his movements gradually slowing. He stared at the increasingly thick layer of grains under his feet, a look of almost dazed awe in his eyes. In his memory, wheat harvests at the northern estate looked very different. The farm workers worked all year, planting a bag of seeds, but when they harvested, they often only got 3 sparse bags. That small, poor harvest, after paying land rent and tithes, left barely enough wheat to fill the bottom of a jar. But now, he looked at the grain he had grown himself on just 2 acres of land, pouring basket after basket into a large jar. "Sir, so much?" Oliver stopped, trembling as he reached into the cool pile of wheat. The hard grain slipped through his fingers with a rustling sound that seemed almost like a miracle to him. From just 2 acres, they had gathered enough to weigh about 200 kilograms of rye. "Is that too much?" Adrian kept working, lifting the grains with a wooden board to remove the chaff. "No, it's not." Oliver swallowed and looked at Lucy. The little girl was crouched on the other side, holding a few grains carefully, as if they were precious jewels. Oliver's gaze on Adrian was full of awe, and now also a kind of passionate reverence, like looking at a saint. He couldn't understand why the same land could produce such a large harvest in this man's hands. Was it because of the foul-smelling manure? Or because of the strict rules that made his back ache? "As long as you protect the land and follow my rules, the land won't let you down," Adrian said calmly, noticing the boy's gaze. The 2 large clay jars were now filled solidly. The first jar was filled with heavy rye, sealed with a layer of dry ash on top, then covered with a stone lid and sealed tightly with red clay. The second jar, which had a small crack, was stacked with salted cabbage, pressed down tightly in layers. The 3 sat side by side on a stone platform, in front of a recently cleaned drying area. The dozens of kilograms of smoked venison on the beams still smelled of fat, but now they had these 2 sturdy jars as protection against the cold winter. Oliver looked at the 2 dark gray jars and then at his hands, which were covered in worn leather gloves. His shoulders finally relaxed, showing a confident expression he had never had even when his father was alive. 210 kilograms. Not much, but in this time, that's 3 lives. Adrian silently calculated in his mind. A grown man needs at least 500 to 700 grams of grain daily to sustain intense work. Oliver was still growing and eating as much as him, and with Lucy, they needed at least 1.5 kilograms of rye each day. With 210 kilograms of supplies, if we eat freely, it will only last about 140 days, less than 5 months. But he still needs to save some seeds for next spring. Based on this season's planting density, he must keep at least 20 kilograms of the best wheat grains for planting. After that, the remaining food can only support about 4 months of meals. That's not enough to be safe. Adrian's gaze shifted to the other side. The jar of salted cabbage, pressed tightly, provides a lot of fullness and helps save flour. More importantly, there are over 30 kilograms of smoked venison on the beam, plus wild rabbits caught every few days in the trap on the slope. These proteins can greatly reduce their dependence on carbohydrates. If they cook thick porridge with crushed wheat, meat, and pickled vegetables for each meal, the contents of these 2 jars can last through the cold winter until next March's spring planting. "Sir, do you think we won't have to go hungry this winter?" Oliver asked softly from nearby. He looked at the jar of almost overflowing wheat, his voice carrying a sense of unreality, as if it was hard to believe. "As long as you watch over this house, no one will let you go hungry." Adrian brushed dust off his hands. His tone was calm, but it made Oliver straighten his shoulders a little more. Adrian still had an unpaid debt in his mind. In the uncultivated land, not yet harvested, broad beans and oats already bore heavy heads. The broad beans not only supplement the missing protein from black rye, but are also the best backup food. Oats, once harvested, can be ground into flour and used as a filling, even if not fed to horses. The power of the three-field system is truly revealed at this moment. If they were on Lord Reed's land, half of the grain in these jars would be taken away as soon as it was stored. The remaining half would have to pay tithes and mill fees, and what farmers finally get is usually just a few bags of shriveled husks. But here, beneath this rocky wall, every grain of wheat and every leaf of vegetable stays in their own bowls. This 100% residual value is the real confidence that allows this outpost to survive the harsh winter in the wilderness. He picked up a piece of dry deer hide and carefully wiped the blade of his sword. With food in hand, he must also have the skill to protect it. As the autumn wind grows colder, the wild animals in the forest become more restless, and the refugees in Baron Bolton's territory also become as wild as wolves with the arrival of winter. The fire flickers in the stone stove, casting a glow on the large gray clay jar, reflecting a heavy texture. Adrian listens to the 2 children whispering about planting next year on the grass mat, his right hand gripping the cold sword hilt. On the 3rd day after the rye was put into the jar, a dry grain scent begins to fill the air inside the wooden house. Adrian sits cross-legged on a grass bed, holding a handful of rye grain scooped out from the jar last night. These dark brown grains are hard and tough. They can be cooked in broth to chew, but their rough fibers make them very coarse on the tongue. If they can't grind these grains into flour, the 3 of them will suffer from severe stomach bloating all day, and this primitive way of eating is very inefficient for energy use. "We need to make a millstone." Adrian pours the grains back into his palm. In this wilderness where even iron pots are a luxury, hoping to exchange for a stone mill at the market is unrealistic. It's heavy and expensive. His only option is to use the scattered rocks on the mountain to craft a hand mill with smooth rotation. After breakfast, Adrian takes the rusty pickaxe and signals Oliver to carry the old linen bag used for mud. They don't go to the downstream riverbank, but follow the rocky cliff behind the wooden house, searching slowly along the edge of the steep ridge. Adrian occasionally squats down, tapping the exposed rocks with the back of a small axe, listening to the echoes of the strikes. "Sir, can't we use these sandy stones?" Oliver points to a grayish-white broken sandstone and asks. "That kind crumbles easily when ground. If you want to eat a mouthful of stone powder, go ahead and carry it back." Adrian kicks the broken sandstone and continues upward. He needs granite or a dense, hard igneous rock. Such stones are not only tough, but also have a crystalline structure inside that provides a natural roughness. Only then can they tear apart the wheat husks during grinding, rather than simply crushing the wheat into mud. At the edge of a steep rocky slope, Adrian stops. There are several black rocks weathered by glaciers lying there. He walks over and forcefully strikes one with the small axe. The axe blade struck the stone surface with a crisp clang, even sparking tiny flashes. The shock made Adrian's hand go numb. Exactly like this. Hard enough, with a lot of fire. Adrian squatted on the ground, beginning to pick through a pile of scattered stones. He needed two relatively flat, round stones about 40 centimeters in diameter. One would stay still as the bottom grinder, and the other would rotate as the top grinder. In the end, he chose two pieces of bluish-gray granite, partly buried in the dirt. He swung his rusty pickaxe, using its sharp iron tip to carve into the cracks of the rocks, digging deep into the soil. Because these stones were very dense, each strike caused a strong rebound, making his arms tremble. Sweat dripped from Adrian's temples onto the cold stone surface. He clenched his teeth, as if prying open an enemy's armor on a battlefield, slowly prying the heavy stones out of the hole. Together, the two stones weighed at least 50 kilograms. Oliver, put the cloth bag underneath. One of us pulls on each end. Adrian wrapped a rope around the stones. Moving them was very hard. On this mountain ridge with no path, every inch of movement made their muscles strain. Adrian kept the direction, while Oliver pressed his shoulder against the edge of the bag, his face red and breathing heavily. When they returned to the wooden hut, both of their clothes were soaked with sweat and mud. Adrian threw the rough stones onto the drying area, where the sound of impact echoed in the hollow. He looked at the two unfinished stones, unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his sword at his waist. The stones were ready, but the real challenge was how to carve a center hole and grinding grooves into these hard rocks without a compass or precise tools. He sat by the stone stove and took a cold drink from Lucy, gulping it down. Then he crouched in front of the two heavy granite blocks, holding a blackened piece of white wax with charcoal. Carefully, he drew a fist-sized circle in the center of one of the thicker stones. This is the top grinder. It needs a hole for the wheat to fall through. He whispered to himself, then turned to look at a small bag of old iron nails he had traded from the market. In this era without drills, making holes was the only way. He picked out the thickest, rust-free iron nail and grabbed a short axe. He pressed the sharp tip of the nail firmly against the edge of the circle, steadying it with his left hand. With his right hand, he swung the back of the axe and struck down hard. Bang! A very sharp metal collision sound exploded in the quiet hollow. The nail was shaken almost out of his hand, and only a small white dot-sized shallow pit was left on the hard granite surface. Adrian did not stop. He adjusted his posture, leaning his whole body forward. With a rhythmic bang, bang, stone chips began to crack and fly off little by little. This work was very tiring and used up tools quickly. In less than half an hour, the tip of the first large nail was flattened into a bald head. Adrian didn't waste time. He switched to the second nail and continued chiseling. Oliver stood nearby, holding a water jar. Whenever Adrian paused to catch his breath, Oliver would quickly pour some cool water onto the hot chisel, washing away the dust and cooling it down. Because he didn't have a professional stone chisel, Adrian had to stop frequently. He sat next to a sharpening stone, using a rough sandstone he found by the creek to sharpen the nails again and again. The harsh friction and the sound of the axe hitting the nail intertwined, becoming the only melody at this site in the afternoon. Until the sun was leaning west, the center of the grinding stone was finally pierced through, creating a roughly 5-centimeter deep hole. Adrian rubbed his numb palm and looked at the bent, shiny nail that had been hammered flat, revealing its metal color. This work can't be rushed. If this stone cracks, all the previous effort will be wasted. The next step required more care. He carved a shallow groove into another stone, which would serve as the lower grinding surface to hold the axle. The axle was a piece of very hard oak wood he found in the woods. He used a small axe to carve it into the thickness of a thumb, then hammered one end tightly into the center of the lower grinding stone. Next, he fitted the perforated upper grinding stone onto the wooden axle and tried to turn it twice. Clang, clang. Because the contact surfaces were still rough, the grinding stone was very hard to turn and made a harsh rubbing sound. Half of the work is done. Adrian wiped the stone dust off his face. Sweat traced the deep lines on his handsome face. The most important step was tooth carving. If the two grinding stones were just flat rocks, wheat would only be crushed flat, not ground into flour. He needed to carve grooves on those two contact surfaces, arranged diagonally like fish scales. This way, when the grinding wheel turned, the wheat would be gradually torn apart and flattened by the sharp teeth. He replaced the nail with a thinner iron pin and gently engraved on the surface of the lower grinding stone. Lucy crouched beside the stone stove, busy handling the remaining rabbit bones. The evening breeze blew along the rock wall, carrying away tiny stone dust from the air. Adrian stared at the messy yet patterned scratches on the stone surface, and once again raised his axe. The final step, carving the teeth. Using his memory of the mill's design, he took the central hole as the center and drew several radiating diagonal lines toward the edge. These lines divided the stone surface into several sections, each needing a few shallow grooves about half a finger deep. These angled teeth would push the wheat from the center toward the edge as it rotated, crushing it into powder when passing over the dense stone surface. Pop, pop. Compared to piercing through the stone core, carving shallow grooves on a flat surface was easier, but controlling the force was more demanding. Adrian's movements were very steady, each strike precisely following the marks made by the charcoal stick. As night fell again, a heavy stone mill about 40 centimeters in diameter finally stood on the open ground in front of the wooden house. Adrian added an inclined white waxwood handle next to the original feed hole. He straightened his almost stiff waist and glanced at Oliver, who was exhausted and collapsed on the haystack. Tomorrow morning, we'll start testing the mill. Adrian looked down at the few old nails that were almost turned into scrap metal. Despite the great physical effort, seeing this simple yet sturdy machine, he felt he could finally enjoy a piece of fresh black bread. The next morning, as the fire in the stone stove just ignited, Oliver had already carried the large clay jar filled with black wheat to stand beside the stone mill. Adrian did a final check on the fit of the two grinding stones. He grabbed a handful of dry black wheat from the jar, feeling the hardness of the husks with his fingertips. To grind this wheat, he had almost used up all his nails, and his arm muscles still ached from the effort. "Lucy, lay that linen cloth underneath," Adrian ordered. The girl quickly followed the instructions, carefully placing a piece of rough, bleached linen cloth along the edge of the lower millstone. "Oliver, you come turn it. Keep your hand steady, and use your waist." Adrian signaled Oliver to hold the white waxwood handle. The boy took a deep breath, gripping the handle tightly with his rabbit fur gloves. His whole body tensed as he pushed the heavy upper millstone slowly to turn it. Creak, creak. At first, the sound inside the stone mill was just dry, rough grinding, making one's teeth ache. Adrian seized the moment, grabbed a handful of rye, and sprinkled it into the funnel-shaped mill eye at the center of the upper stone. As the grain slipped into the cracks, the harsh grinding noise suddenly softened into a steady, deep gurgle, gurgle. This was the sound of the mill teeth frantically tearing apart the husks and crushing the starch. Oliver clenched his teeth and walked around the mill in circles. The mill was very heavy, and the resistance from the grains made this work even harder than pushing a wooden shovel. Before long, beads of sweat appeared on the boy's forehead. "It's coming out. Sir, look quickly." Lucy knelt beside the linen cloth, her voice full of excited surprise. At the junction of the two grayish-blue stones, coarse, light brown powder was slowly oozing out along the slanted mill teeth, falling onto the linen below with a soft patter. Adrian reached out and pinched a handful of freshly ground rye flour. This flour was far from the fine, white flour he remembered. It was mixed with many bits of bran, dull in color, and still warm from the friction of the stones. But as he sniffed close to his nose, a rich, dry aroma burst out, an intense scent of grains crushed in an instant, filling his nostrils, and finally easing the tense expression on his face. "It's done," he whispered softly and looked at Oliver, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. In the minds of the two children, the mill was always considered a precious resource belonging to the Lord and the Church. On the Lord's land, farmers were forbidden to own their own millstones. All grains had to be taken to the Lord's mill for grinding, and a portion of the flour had to be paid as a mill tax. Often, the greedy millers would cheat even more, and the flour farmers received back was barely enough for their families to survive. Oliver watched the increasing amount of powder, and his hope for the future became very clear at this moment. "Keep going. When we finish this bowl, we'll have flatbread tonight." Adrian sat up straight and looked at the wheat stubble on the riverbank, which had turned yellow again in the autumn wind. With this stone mill, his base finally completed the last step from the land to the table. In the evening, the stone stove inside the wooden house burned brightly. Besides the smell of smoked venison, there was a long mist, fresh scent of plain flour. Adrian sat cross-legged by the fire, in front of a small clean ceramic bowl filled with freshly ground rye flour that hadn't been sifted yet. The flour felt rough and sticky, mixed with a lot of bran, giving it a dark, steady brown color. The two children crouched nearby, looking very serious, as if the bowl contained not just flour, but some precious metal scraped from a statue. "Sir, do we cook and eat this flour directly?" Oliver whispered, swallowing. "No porridge. Tonight, we have a hearty meal." Adrian poured a little creek water from a water bag, adding it to the flour in several small pours. His large hands skillfully kneaded and turned the mixture in the ceramic bowl. As the water and starch combined, the loose flour gradually formed a flexible, purple-brown shiny dough. He sprinkled a thin layer of dry flour on a flat bluestone table and repeatedly kneaded the dough on it. This rye dough was stickier than wheat dough, and without gluten, it was hard to knead and easy to tear. But under Adrian's strong palms, it was tamed and obedient. He cut a small piece of fatty smoked venison tenderloin from a beam. The venison fat was added to the hot edge of the stone slab, instantly producing white smoke. The fat melted and sizzled on the stone. Adrian quickly tore the dough into small pieces about the size of a palm, flattened them with his hand, and then placed them on the oiled stone surface. Pop! The moment the flatbread touched the high heat, a rich, almost intoxicating aroma of toasted grains burst inside the wooden house. Oliver and Lucy's noses twitched vigorously. At this moment, the primitive smell of carbohydrates and animal fat, combined, was more intoxicating than any prey in the forest, making them feel dizzy with delight. As Adrian used a wooden fork to flip the flatbread, the originally dark brown crust turned into a golden, crispy shell. Adrian did not make only plain bread. He scooped a small spoonful of pickled cabbage from a clay jar and sprinkled a little gray salt, then placed it between two pieces of bread. "Here, eat it while it's hot." He handed the steaming rye flatbread to Lucy, then gave one to Oliver. The boy, despite the burning heat, tremblingly took the bread with his leather-gloved hands. He first took a deep breath of the complex aroma blending deer oil, wheat, and salty pickled vegetables, then bit into it hard. The rye bread was not soft like fine flour bread, but had a firm, chewy texture. Every bite revealed the slightly bitter yet hearty grain fragrance from the crushed bran. "Smells so good," Oliver said with his mouth full of hot bread, tears welling up in his eyes. Adrian also picked up the last piece of bread. The crispy crust cracked under his teeth, and although the inside was a bit hard, the solid fullness of the bread quickly settled his stomach, easing the long-standing discomfort caused by a meat-only diet. The remaining fire in the stone stove reflected 3 satisfied faces. In this small hut close to the cliff, even in late autumn when even the Lord might be enduring old, stale grain, the presence of these rye flatbreads created a sense of stability strong enough to face the chaos of the times. Adrian rubbed the remaining powder in his palm, listened to the autumn wind outside, and was already planning how to harvest the broad beans from his 1-acre field. With a millstone and flour, they no longer had to rely on uncertain luck this winter. Morning. Adrian tightened his sword belt and, as usual, took advantage of the 2 children still inside to quietly walk up the gentle slope along the mountain stream, where he had set his snare traps. The forest was unusually quiet. Even the noisy crows had vanished from the treetops. Adrian moved quietly, his boots crunching softly on the dry leaves. He pushed aside a dense hazel bush and looked toward the 3rd trap he had set last night under a young birch tree. His steps suddenly stopped, and his right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. The trap had been triggered. The young birch tree was standing straight in the air, with the loose noose hanging from the vine rope, but it was empty. Adrian stepped closer and squatted down to carefully examine the ground. There should have been a struggling wild rabbit, but now, on the trampled grass, there were only some scattered gray rabbit hairs and a series of messy footprints. These were human shoe prints. The footprints were shallow, and the edges were blurry because of the wet soil, but it was clear they were made by rough, makeshift, migrant shoes, wrapped with coarse cloth and torn leather. These shoes had no arch support and left flat, heavy marks in soft mud. Adrian reached out and touched the edge of the prints. The mud was still moist, indicating these people had just left not long ago. More than one, at least two. He silently counted in his mind. Another set of slightly smaller footprints overlapped near the tree roots, showing someone had rested there. What made him more alert was that in the dug-up soil, he found the remains of a tiny, extinguished campfire. The fire had only a few unburned twigs and no smoke smell, which meant the other party had skillfully buried it in wet soil. But in this barren land, any hint of smell that wasn't wood ash was as noticeable to him as wolf smoke. These uninvited guests had eaten the prey that belonged to him. Adrian stood up and scanned the surrounding treetops and bushes like a hawk. He didn't rush forward, but followed the faint broken branches, looking toward the wooden hut. From this position, the thin smoke rising from the roof of the hut was especially noticeable in the clear autumn air. Although he had tried to hide the smoke with underground kilns and stone walls over the past 2 months, the 2 acres of harvested wheat fields and the warm-looking wooden house in the midst of hunger and cold were like a fragrant piece of meat to starving wanderers. The fires of those heretics from the north probably had spread even closer. These tracks didn't look like those of professional scouts, but more like deserters or desperate outlaws crawling out of a pile of corpses, willing to do anything to survive. They could steal rabbits from the trap, and next, they might target the large jar filled with black rye. Adrian didn't return to the wooden hut. He bent down and moved deeper into the forest along the trail where the footprints disappeared. He found a dark red bloodstain on the bark of an old oak tree. It's not rabbit blood, and it is at the height of an adult's shoulder. A wounded wolf is more trouble than a wild boar. Adrian whispered softly, his eyes cold like frozen creek water. He slowly stepped back, retied the empty noose, and deliberately sprinkled some dirt around to hide it. When he returned to the outpost, Oliver was carrying a metal shovel, ready to go to the fields. Adrian grabbed his shoulder. "Don't go out today. Bring Lucy inside and take out those iron-tipped arrows." The boy paused for a moment, sensing some danger in Adrian's rare, serious expression. He didn't ask why, but quickly dropped the shovel, pulled his sister, and darted into the sturdy earthen wall of the wooden house like a frightened bird. Inside the house, the atmosphere grew tense like a stretched bowstring because of the footprints. Adrian didn't rest immediately. He stood inside a waist-high fence, carefully watching the blind spots around the outpost. "Oliver, bring out all those broken pottery shards and the leftover deer bones," Adrian ordered, then walked toward a small dirt pit behind the house where miscellaneous items were stored. In this silent wilderness, sight can deceive, but sound cannot. His first priority was not to kill, but to warn. He took out a broken water jar and a cracked clay bowl from a previous failed attempt at firing. These shards couldn't hold water, but they were very brittle, and when they clinked together, the sound was sharp and piercing. He pulled a few very thin vines from a basket behind the door. These were dried, split vine cores he had prepared during his free time. They were flexible and yellowed, blending into the fallen leaves and hard to notice. Adrian stretched the vines across 3 main paths into the wooden house, one along a rocky trail from the mountain stream, and 2 along a low grassy slope behind the fence. He tied some pierced deer bones and broken pottery to one end of the vines, hanging them deep among the dense hazel branches. If anyone trips over this hidden tripwire on the thick layer of fallen leaves, the bushes will produce a loud clack and a crashing sound. "Lucy, go gather some dry, small oak twigs and lay them on the grass at the base of the fence. Spread them out loosely, don't pack the dirt down." Adrian taught the girl how to arrange her voice layers, and these dry twigs would snap crisply under pressure. After finishing the warning, Adrian turned to look at the rye field by the riverbank. The tall, dried branches forming the fence looked like just a pile of materials that could be set on fire or climbed over to a true outlaw. He focused on the gaps in the fence, which looked like weak spots, and started to plan. He picked up a sturdy iron shovel and dug 4 narrow pits inside the fence, each about 30 centimeters wide and half a meter deep. These pits were just enough to trap an adult's ankle. Instead of using the last 2 nails he had, he chose some hardwood to make traps. Adrian squatted by the stone stove and used a Viking short axe to split the wood into sharp stakes about an inch wide. Then he held the tips close to the fire to heat them. Sizzle! The wood quickly dried out and turned black and hard from the heat. This method, called fire hardening, made the stakes much stronger. He pushed the heated stakes into the bottom of the pits, covered them with a thin layer of wheat straw, and finally camouflaged them with a layer of loose soil. These traps wouldn't kill anyone, but if someone stepped on them, the sharp stakes would pierce the soles of their feet or break their ankles. Finally, Adrian returned to the front of the wooden house. He took out an iron nail from his leather pocket, one of the last 2 pieces of metal he had. After hesitating for a moment, he took it out and hammered it firmly into the inside of the door frame. He found a thick pine plank, carved a slot in the middle, and used the nail to make a sturdy rotating latch. "Oliver, at night when you sleep, put a stone slab over this slot," Adrian instructed. The boy looked at the shiny new metal on the door frame, swallowed hard, and nodded heavily. A few hundred meters from the rocky outpost, in a wind-sheltered dirt pit, 3 ragged figures huddled together, trying to keep warm with their body heat against the biting late autumn cold. Gao Li, a defeated soldier, was using a rough sharpening stone to grind a pointed wooden stick. He used to serve under a northern lord in Northumbria, but when the Vikings broke through their formation, he dropped his pitchfork and ran into the woods. Years of fleeing had left him so thin he looked like a dried corpse. "Boss, I saw it clearly. The fields are all freshly plowed." Gowley lowered his voice and made a dry swallowing sound in his throat. 2 whole fields are all rye. Since that guy cut the wheat, he must have hidden everything in that stone house. I bet it's filled with dried food that can be made into bread. Opposite him, a burly man with a limp snorted coldly. He was the leader of the group, a former soldier under a lord, holding a rusty dagger with several chipped edges, his most valuable possession. "What's wheat compared to this? When I was lying on the hill during the day, I smelled meat coming from that house." The leader licked his cracked lips, eyes dark and fierce. "That's smoked meat. And that man in armor, the sword at his waist is worth at least a dozen silver coins." "Armor?" Another refugee, shivering in the corner, shrank back. "Leader, knights in armor are ruthless killers. Do you think our few sticks can do anything? So what if he's a knight? He's only one person, and he has 2 little kids with him." The leader spat harshly, bloodshot saliva flying. "We're 3. When he falls asleep tonight, we can quietly approach the door, each with a stick, and take his head. If we get his food, we won't have to eat bark this winter." These soldiers were not skilled strategists. In their simple minds, having more people was the only way to win. They didn't even think about why that man could cultivate 2 acres of land in this forest. All they cared about was that hot meat soup and the black bread that filled their stomachs. "That area is surrounded by many thorny, rotten branches. Which way should we go in?" Gowley clenched his wooden spear, cold sweat forming from nervousness. "Follow the sound of the water." The leader pointed to the faint mountain stream below. "It's loud there. If we step on some dry branches, he won't hear us. Move quickly. Once we steal the food, we can settle in this forest and never go back to the north, where there are dead everywhere." Under the dim starlight, they clumsily moved across the thick layer of fallen leaves. They tiptoed through the bushes, unaware that Adrian had already prepared a deadly trap beneath the seemingly tangled branches and vines ahead. In the deep night forest, the wind passed through the withered branches and leaves, making low howling sounds like whistles. 3 figures were crouching, moving carefully along the slippery rocks beside the mountain stream. The leader at the front kept his body low, holding a rusty dagger that reflected faint starlight. Gowley followed closely behind, gripping a sharpened wooden spear tightly, his breathing becoming a bit uneven from nervousness. To avoid the thorny, tangled branches, they chose a gap that looked less dense. To them, it was just a weak spot caused by laziness in not tying the fence tightly. The last person, a wandering refugee, was trembling and eager to cross the messy pile of straw at his feet to get inside quickly. He spotted a flat patch of soft soil inside the fence and suddenly took a big step forward. Suddenly, a crisp sound like breaking twigs broke the silence of the night. Immediately after, the refugee felt the ground beneath him give way. The solid surface collapsed instantly. His body lost balance, and his right foot, due to gravity and inertia, plunged into a narrow hole buried underground. There was a sharp piercing sound as an object broke through flesh and muscle. Adrian had embedded a hardened wooden stake at the bottom of the hole, like a venomous fang, piercing through the thin, delicate shoes of the refugee, right through his foot. and even causing a muffled crack of broken bones. A piercing scream, almost shrill and distorted, shattered the silence of the valley. The refugee fell sideways by the field ridge, clutching the dirt beside him. His face twisted in pain, and his screams startled the distant crows on the treetops into frantic flapping and flying away. "Damn it! Shut up!" The leader turned back in horror, whispering curses, but it was too late. At the same time, a hidden vine beside the wooden hut was suddenly pulled tight by the frantic struggle. Crack! Bang! Shattered pottery shards and deer bones, hanging deep in the hazel bushes, collided with each other, producing a sharp, urgent alarm sound. Adrian leaned against the cold rock wall, his armor feeling especially heavy from long pressure. He was not sleeping but sitting with his arms crossed over his chest, with his sword resting conveniently on his lap. As a seasoned veteran who has survived multiple raids, he would never leave his and his two children's lives to uncertain luck after seeing those messy boot prints during the day. The house was very quiet. Only the steady breathing of Oliver from the other side of the haystack could be heard. Adrian tilted his head, his ear pressed tightly against the ventilation hole in the earthen wall. He had been listening through this hole for any sounds outside: wind, mountain stream, and the occasional hoot of an owl passing through the treetops. Suddenly, a very faint, unnatural click sound came from the direction of the rye field. It was the sound of dry wheat stubble being crushed under heavy weight. Adrian's eyes narrowed sharply, and his right hand silently gripped the hilt of his sword. He didn't stand up immediately, but continued to hold his breath and listen carefully. The uninvited guests had clearly chosen the sparsest corner of the fence, which was the trap Adrian had deliberately left. Immediately after, a piercing, almost shrill scream tore through the silence of the night, accompanied by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground. The scream carried the terror of bones breaking. Adrian knew that someone had stepped through the disguise, and their entire foot had been pierced by a hot, hard wooden stake driven into the ground. "Oliver, get up!" Adrian whispered sharply, his voice firm but not loud, carrying an unmistakable authority. The boy, who had been lightly sleeping, suddenly sat up with a jolt. His face was pale, but instinctively, he grabbed the iron-bound wooden shovel. "Go, hold the stone slab down. Watch your sister." Adrian grabbed the already prepared white waxwood longbow, quickly knocking 3 iron-tipped heavy arrows, and moved on his hands and knees to the shooting hole by the wall. The moonlight faintly illuminated the riverbank. Through the narrow gap, Adrian saw a dark figure slumped by the field ridge, clutching his right leg tightly, rolling and twitching madly in the mud. 2 other shadows, like frightened wild dogs, backed against the fence, holding wooden sticks, eyes wide with fear, looking around nervously. They clearly hadn't expected that this seemingly peaceful outpost concealed deadly traps. Adrian's knuckles clenched tightly around the rough bowstring. He didn't rush to shoot, but waited for those panicked shadows to reveal clearer shapes. In this cold wilderness, any predator daring to sneak toward his food at midnight no longer deserved mercy. "Boss, help me. My foot." The screams in the muddy ground gradually turned into weak pleas, but Adrian's eyes remained cold as ice, slowly drawing back the bowstring. Adrian's back was pressed against the rougher part of the earthen wall, his fingertips steady on the hemp and leather bowstring. He didn't look at the shadow lying in the field, crying out. The moment the wooden stake pierced the person's foot, that person was already removed from the threat list. He stared tightly at the 2 dark figures still standing outside the gap. They seemed terrified by the sudden screams of their companion, huddling back-to-back near the fence, waving their sticks wildly in panic. In this dark valley, they couldn't see where the attack was coming from, nor could they imagine that inside the seemingly ordinary wooden house, a poisoned arrow was aimed directly at their chests. Adrian held his breath, letting the cold air stay in his lungs. He could feel the bough's white waxwood string making a faint creaking sound under tension, like the wood fibers groaning, a prelude to death. Snap! The bowstring snapped back suddenly, a sharp sound like a thunderclap in the silent night. The heavy arrow with a sharpened iron nail sliced through the cold mist, crossing 20 meters in an instant. The civilian on the left didn't even think about dodging. He was hit hard in the chest by the powerful impact. Thud! The sound of the iron nail piercing the chest was deep and muffled. The civilian let out a brief, piercing scream, like a broken wooden stake, falling face up into the thorn bushes behind him, futilely scratching the air with his hands. Then only the twitching sounds remained. Seeing the arrow hit, Adrian didn't hesitate. He grabbed his sword from the wall, the iron ring making a hurried clatter as he stood up. "Oliver, grab the shovel and charge out with me. Don't let any of them escape," Adrian shouted low, quickly removing the heavy stone from the door latch with his left hand, then pushing the door open with his sword. Oliver's face turned pale from fear, but when he saw Adrian's fierce, tiger-like back, his loyalty overtook his fear. Letting out a fierce, low growl, he swung the iron-bound wooden shovel, following closely behind the gleaming metal flash. "Damn, it's that night." The remaining figure, who is the leader of this group, looked in terror at the dark armored shadow rushing out of the wooden hut. He had thought it was just a lucky escape by a fleeing soldier, but that illusion was shattered. Seeing two comrades, one trapped in a pit and the other dead by the field, this leader dared not fight back. He even ignored his brother still crying in the mud, cursed under his breath, dropped his short staff, turned around, and scrambled over the dry branches and fence, desperately fleeing into the dark forest shadows. Adrian carried his sword, heavy iron boots sinking into the soft, wet rye field with each step, leaving deep holes behind. His chainmail clanged loudly and sharply with his frantic running, sounding especially harsh in the silent night. He kept his eyes fixed on the figure in front, crawling and rolling under the moonlight. His chest hurt slightly from the cold air filling his lungs. "Keep chasing. Oliver, go around and block him," Adrian shouted without looking back. If this escapee reached the market or slipped into the homeless camps, the warm little wooden house and the unharvested crops would instantly become targets for starving ghosts. Even worse, this time, only 2 or 3 starving soldiers had escaped. But if their location was exposed and told to Baron Bolton's grain officials or the lindering patrols, the next group sneaking into the valley could be a well-armed, organized Baron's army. In this era, illegally occupying Lord's land and farming it without permission was a serious crime that could hang 3 men at the castle gate. "There's no way I'll let him go." Adrian clenched his teeth, his whole body pressing down on his legs, using the downhill momentum to speed up suddenly. Even with over 20 pounds of chainmail, Adrian's steps remained steady and quick. The continuous feasts of smoked venison and fresh rabbit meat over the past half-month had pushed his nightly body to its peak. Meanwhile, the leader ahead, weakened and hunched from long malnutrition, was vomiting violently with every step. Seeing the dark shadow shining with cold metal getting closer, the fleeing leader knew he couldn't outrun a fully armed and physically fit professional soldier. "Die? You greedy bastard!" He suddenly stopped, letting out a twisted roar of fear. The fierce anger of a desperate dog burst out at that moment. He turned around, gripping a rusty dagger tightly in both hands, and with the downhill momentum, charged at Adrian like a mad dog. Adrian's expression remained calm, with no sign of fear, and he did not slow down. At the moment the attacker lunged forward, Adrian stepped aside quickly, swinging his sword in a precise half-circle in the air. Clang! The sword and the rusty dagger clashed. Adrian's strength was great, and a simple strike caused the opponent's hand to break open. The leader staggered from the shock, but before he could steady himself, Adrian's second strike came swiftly. Facing such traditional knightly swordsmanship, an ordinary soldier had no chance to fight back. He could only roll awkwardly in the mud, trying to get closer. "Dog bastard, look here!" Oliver, who had been sneaking around from the side, seized the moment. Instead of rushing into the fight recklessly, he used his iron shovel to strike sideways at the leader as he fell. The shovel hit the man's ankle hard, and a clear cracking sound of bones breaking echoed in the cold wind. This heavy blow completely prevented the leader from getting up. He let out a scream, leaning forward, exposing his throat fully to Adrian's view. Adrian didn't give him a chance to beg for mercy. He stepped forward, pressing his boot down hard on the man's right hand, which was clutching the dagger. The tip of his sword flashed a cold light under the moon, and with all his strength pressing down, the steel blade pierced through the dirty coarse cloth and stabbed straight into the man's chest. Huh, huh. The leader's throat made a few final gasping sounds. His eyes stared fixedly at Adrian, then quickly lost focus and went blank. Adrian withdrew his sword without showing any emotion. Warm blood dripped from the wound onto the dry wheat stubble. He took deep breaths, feeling a burning sensation as cold air entered his lungs, but he quickly steadied his breathing and looked at Oliver, who was standing nearby with a pale face. "Good job, little one. Let's go back to the field and deal with that survivor. We need to find out where they came from." Adrian casually wiped his sword on the dead man's clothes. Adrian casually wiped the sticky blood off the linen of the corpse's armor with his sword. Then, he led the exhausted Oliver back along the same path quickly. The entire battle, from the sound of arrows to the end of the chase, lasted only a few minutes. With proper preparation, armored knights easily overwhelmed these ordinary fleeing soldiers. When they returned near the trap pit, the man whose foot was pierced by a wooden stake hadn't escaped far. That refugee was like a wounded stray dog, desperately digging his hands into the dirt, dragging his bloodied leg through the dry wheat stubble, struggling to move forward. Hearing the clatter of armor behind him, he fearfully turned his head. The moonlight illuminated his twisted face from pain, making it look especially pale. Adrian made no unnecessary words. He stepped forward, and with the momentum of his downward slash, his long sword heavily struck the frozen ground just a few centimeters in front of the man's face. The splashing mud splattered directly onto his eyelids. The man was so frightened by this strike that his whole body froze. A cold shiver ran from his spine to his forehead, and cold sweat instantly soaked his tattered shirt. "Master, spare me! Spare me!" The man collapsed on the ground, flailing his hands wildly, his voice thick with tears. "We're just refugees fleeing from the north. It's been a month since we saw the valley shell. Please, give us a chance to live. I'll serve you like a beast," he begged while fearfully staring at the blood-stained steel sword still half embedded in the dirt. Adrian showed no emotion. He loosened his grip on the sword and looked down at the trembling shadow in the mud. He ignored the man's cries of hunger. Here in this wilderness, hunger was the cheapest excuse. He knelt down, gripping the sword handle again. His cold fingers slowly rubbed the guard, his voice low and steady, yet chillingly oppressive. "Where are you from?" Adrian stared into his eyes. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "Don't talk to me about refugees. What's the situation in the north now? Which territory did you escape from? Be honest, and maybe I'll spare your life a little longer." Next to him, Oliver clenched the iron-shod shovel tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the effort. He stared fiercely at the thief trying to steal their food, his killing intent still not fully gone from his chest. "I am called Bart, sir," the man gasped, his voice sharp with fear. "I was a tenant farmer on Lord Taine's land in the north. Vikings burned the estate, the lord died in battle, and we were forced to fill pits with manure. When we escaped, only a few brothers remained. Please, we are truly just starving and didn't mean to kill. Besides those two, is there anyone else?" Adrian kicked aside a broken stick at his feet, his eyes scanning the shadowy trees around him. "No, just us three." Bart shook his head hopelessly, his eyes unfocused. "There was an old man too, but he died of hunger 2 days ago in the rocky gully. Sir, everywhere around here are like us, shadows of ghosts. The north is all chaos." Adrian bent down, the tip of his sword pressed against the man's chest, his voice steady and calm. "Where are those northern heretics now, York? They took York City. Both kings are dead. They say those demons performed the Blood Eagle. The long ships are sailing down the river, and the border of Mesha is smoking everywhere." Bart's voice grew softer, his face pale and semi-transparent under the moonlight from blood loss. Adrian's fingers paused briefly on the sword hilt. "York City has fallen. The Northumbrian royal family is destroyed." He quickly visualized the current situation. It is late autumn in 867 AD. The Viking, heathen army, has shattered the northern defenses of England. As the refugee said, this violent flood will soon cross the border and pour into the peaceful Mesha woods beneath his feet. Time was more urgent than he had expected. He looked down at Bart. The leg pierced by a wooden stake was turning an abnormal purple, the wound covered in dirt and muddy straw. In this wilderness without medicine or clean water, Such an injury meant days of rotting and high fever, with no hope of recovery. "Sir, save me, or give me some soup," Bart weakly moaned, his hand feebly reaching for Adrian's boot. Adrian said nothing. He turned his head slightly, signaling Oliver to step back a few paces. He knew that on this resource-scarce land, he couldn't bring back a badly wounded and useless prisoner to waste precious wheat and salt, nor could he let him cry out in the fields and attract wolves. He turned his hand to grip the sword handle, focusing all his strength on his right arm as he pressed down. Poof! The steel blade precisely pierced through the collarbone into Bart's heart. The man's body jerked suddenly, and his cloudy eyes looked once at the unfamiliar night before fading completely. Adrian quickly drew his sword and watched the last warm blood dry in the cold wind. He didn't feel uncomfortable after killing. As a soul from another time, he had fully accepted this cold survival rule. "Oliver, go behind the house and bring that gray linen bag." Adrian straightened up and looked at the boy trembling from witnessing death for the first time. His tone was calm, like giving instructions for tomorrow's planting plan. "Hurry up. We need to bury these 3 bodies in the rocky pile to the south before dawn. Also, the blood here must be covered tightly with cold ashes, like dragging a dead dog." They pulled the bodies down the hillside to a deep rocky ditch away from the water source. In the late-night woods, the sound of bodies rubbing against dry leaves was especially harsh. Carrying the 3 adult men's bodies took a lot of Adrian's strength. When he finally covered the ditch with a shovel of loose stones and dirt, his hand was numb from holding the shovel too long, and his linen shirt under the chainmail was cold with sweat. He wiped away a dried blood spot at the corner of his eye and, with Oliver, returned to the edge of the trampled, wild rye field. Adrian took the ash Oliver handed him and spread it thickly over the bodies. The ashes quickly absorbed the remaining blood smell, leaving only a dull gray patch on the already somewhat barren field edge, blending into the darkness and hardly noticeable. After finishing, Adrian leaned against the sturdy earthen wall of the wooden hut, his chest rising and falling heavily. Bart's last words kept echoing in his mind. York City had fallen, and Northumbria's government had completely collapsed. This meant the last barrier blocking the northern pirates had been pushed aside. He knew very well that this was just the beginning of the heathen army sweeping across England. The group of long-bearded Vikings wielding Danish axes would never be satisfied with just the northern territory. As winter approached, they would follow the tributaries of the Trent and Usk rivers, flooding into the heartland of Mercia like locusts. "York has fallen. Those pagans moved faster than I expected," he whispered, his eyes crossing the low fence to look into the dark valley. The appearance of these 3 deserters was no coincidence. They were just a small part of a huge wave of refugees. With Northumbria collapsing in the north, the borders of the Mercia kingdom had become a battered cloth, trampled repeatedly. Thousands of farmers like Bart, who had lost their lords and land, and scattered soldiers, were rushing into this quiet interior like wild animals driven by fire, regardless of danger. For Adrian, this was a very dangerous game. The opportunity was in those 2 large jars filled with black rye and big pots. In this coming cold winter, every grain of wheat he held was the most valuable currency. Among the refugees, there were strong farmers, and even craftsmen who knew blacksmithing or carpentry. If he could control the situation, his small outpost, originally just 3 people, could soon grow into a real private fortress or even a tiny territory in this chaotic world. But the danger was just as deadly. The refugees flooding into the woods had lost their original docility. In extreme hunger, they became more ferocious than wolves. Tonight's 3 deaths were just the beginning. As the number of refugees increased, his 2 acres of harvested wheat stubble and the smoke rising from the wooden roofs would become the most tempting targets on this dark wilderness. If his position was exposed on a large scale, what would be targeted was no longer just the rye, but his chain mail, his sword at his waist, or even his head. "We can't keep hiding like before," Adrian said, pressing his hot forehead. He knew well that relying only on a few traps and 3 iron-tipped arrows wouldn't stop a large group of desperate men. He needed people who were desperate and willing to betray their loyalty just to stay alive. He looked back at Oliver, sleeping unsteadily on the grass. The boy hadn't fully adapted to killing yet, but in the recent fight, His fierce will to survive was starting to show. Before the first heavy snow seals the mountains, I need to gather a few more clean-handed people. Adrian stood up and walked under the beam. The smoked venison there had shrunk to its limit, giving off a thick, solid feel. He recalculated the food in the jar. If he kept 2 more adult workers, the consumption of 200 kilograms of rye would double. But if he could use these people to build a real earthen wall before winter, or even dig a deeper defensive trench in the south, the effort would be worth it. The night wind blew through the cracks in the earthen wall, disturbing the ashes in the stone stove. Adrian clenched his sword handle, his fingertips tracing the leather grip. On the edge of Baron Bolton's territory, he knew he couldn't just be a wandering knight hiding from war. He had to act like a true, cold lord, selecting those who could help him defend this land amid the flood of refugees. At first, he thought about going to the market 2 days away. It was full of unclaimed people, and with a few pieces of venison, many would follow him. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He knew that those who had survived in that dirty, chaotic market had probably lost their original innocence. They had become cleverer through hunger and trickery, learning to be sneaky and adaptable. For him, with only one person and a sword, bringing back a clever but untrustworthy person was like placing a bundle of dry tinder next to a fire. If they saw through his defenses and plotted against him, all his efforts over the past half-year would be wasted. He didn't need seasoned veterans, but rather those who had just escaped burned villages, still holding on to the stubborn, resilient nature of farmers. Better if they come with their families. In this world, single men are like floating weeds, ready to turn against him for more gain at any moment. But if a farmer comes with his wife and children, they have a natural weakness. Give them a hearty stew to keep their children alive, and a sturdy earthen wall to shelter from the wind and rain, and these men, fighting to save their families, will show incredible loyalty. They have worries and attachments, so they are the most honest and easiest to manage. He decided not to waste time in the muddy marketplace anymore, but instead to expand the scouting area southward toward the forest edge by a few miles. The refugees hiding from the Nordic pirates often took rugged forest paths to avoid Baron Bolton's grain collection teams and bandits on the main road. He only needed to wait at certain streams or sheltered slopes to catch those who were truly lucky. Over the next 10 days, Adrian's life became very patient. Every morning, as the fog lifted, he would carry his shiny sword and lead Oliver out of the wooden hut. They no longer hurried to clear new fields, but spent much of the daylight hours along the faint forest paths south of their base. Most of these deep mountains remained silent. Only the rustling of wind through oak leaves or a few startled forest pigeons breaking the silence reminded him of the world outside. The wilderness still looked much the same as when he first arrived. "Sir, we've been hiding here for 3 days and haven't seen a single sign of anyone," Oliver whispered from behind a moss-covered rock. He tightly gripped a fire-hardened spear, his fingertips pale from holding still for so long. "Quiet. Listen. Watch," Adrian whispered back without turning. His sharp eyes scanned the slope covered with decayed leaves ahead. He was in no rush. In this chaotic time when Vikings had taken York, the migration of refugees was slow and aimless. They instinctively avoided main roads, moving south along these forest trails that could wear out shoes. He was searching for even the faintest sign of human presence. Sometimes, he found flattened grass in a hidden, sheltered slope downstream of a mountain stream. He crouched down, carefully touching the broken grass stems, judging from their withered state that someone had briefly stopped here 2 or 3 days ago. There was no fire or trash, indicating the visitors were very cautious or too poor to leave anything behind. 2 days later, he found a thin, soil-scented flax fiber hanging from a low branch of an old white ash tree. Adrian pinched the fiber between his fingers and rubbed it. Its rough weave was not a warrior's lining, but the cheapest coarse cloth worn by farmers. Judging from where it broke, the person who left it was not tall. "The forest is big, Oliver," Adrian said as he stood up, gently stepping on the trail mark. "There aren't many people, but they are definitely heading this way. As long as they want to avoid the bandits robbing on the main road, this is their only safe path." He didn't immediately follow the trail after noticing it. At every suspected crossing or riverbank, he quietly erased his footprints and used natural bushes to create a few hidden observation points. Adrian didn't want to meet large groups of refugees now. He was like a fisherman patiently waiting at a calm bay, watching for lone travelers or families exhausted and no longer dangerous, hoping to catch the big fish. In a crack in the rocks, pressed down by a fallen oak tree, cold wind swirled around a few dry, brown leaves. A man was lying on the damp ground, his fingers turning purple from digging in the frozen soil for a long time. His fingertips were covered in black and red dirt. Carefully, he picked out a few shriveled, wrinkled mountain berries from a pile of rocks, and found some moldy hazelnuts left behind by squirrels in a pile of dry grass. He tightly held these muddy food items to his chest and staggered back into the deep part of the rock wall. There, a woman wrapped in a torn blanket was curled up, clutching a thin, gray-faced child about 4 or 5 years old. The child was so hungry that even crying was barely audible, instinctively rubbing against his mother's emaciated chest. "Eat, quickly eat." The man held the pitiful fruit in front of his wife, forcing a weak smile on his stiff face. His throat moved involuntarily, but he swallowed the bitter saliva caused by hunger. "We're about to reach the territory of Mesha. I heard from those fleeing that the local lord there isn't scared yet, and the estate's fire is still burning." As he spoke, he used his nails to crack open a hazelnut and fed the yellowed nut to the child. "Once we get there, we won't have to fear those northern men with axes. We can find any estate, and I have the strength to work the land or serve the Lord as a laborer. You and your children can also have a warm place to sleep on a pile of hay." The woman looked down at the few muddy red berries in her palm. Her eyes didn't shine with hope, but showed a deep, heartbreaking worry. These days, everywhere are full of farmers fleeing from danger. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. "If you have strength, maybe they will take you in. But someone like me, with a child," she didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes in the shadows already said everything. The man's smile froze on his face, and his lively tone dropped. He understood her meaning and the harsh rules of this wild land. In these times of war and food shortages, people are no longer seen as wealth, but as a heavy burden. For the landowners who are busy just surviving, taking in a family of refugees means giving up 3 precious portions of food, but only gaining 1 man's labor. A weak woman and a child who only asks for food are even less valuable than a thin ox that can plow the fields. They only want men who can swing a hoe or carry a pitchfork and work hard. "Don't think about that. We'll find a way," the man said, reaching out with his rough, bark-like hand to squeeze his wife's shoulder, trying to chase away the cold that seemed to seep into her bones. He watched as the child struggled to swallow a bitter hazelnut. His gentle look quickly faded, replaced by the wariness born from long escape. "Here, drink some water. Rest for 15 minutes, then we keep going." He took out a worn leather water bag from his pocket, gave his wife a small sip, then quickly sealed it again. In this strange Mesha forest, every quiet bush might hide a baron's ranger or bounty hunters who catch escaped slaves. The man knew well that their actions now were called stealing what is given by nature under the kingdom's laws. In this era, everything in the forest, whether sour hawthorn hanging on the branches, buried hazelnuts, or even a fallen dry branch, legally belongs to the landowner. Like these homeless people with unknown identities, they secretly pick these fruits to fill their stomachs. If caught by patrol soldiers, they could be beaten badly and thrown into a deep pit to rot, or even executed on the spot for theft. "We need to move faster. We can't stay here after dawn." The man spoke while brushing away the fallen leaves around him, carefully covering the hazelnut shells he had just spit out. The woman tightened her hold on her child, looked back at the dark forest behind them. The overlapping tree shadows looked like gallows ready to strike. "Let's go." Follow the sound of the water down the mountain. He reached out his hand to his wife. "As long as we get into the heart of Mesha and find a farm to stay in," while the man and his family moved downstream along the mountain stream, suddenly, a strange rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. The man stopped abruptly, his whole body tensing instantly. At the corner of a pile of rocks, a flash of shiny metal caught his eye in the gloomy forest. Adrian was leading Oliver from the windward side. Because he wore a heavy half-plate armor, the metal rings clanged loudly as he moved. He held a sword in his hand. Due to recent attacks, he was very alert. Every few steps, he habitually looked around at the treetops and shadows. "Who's there?" Adrian called out in a low voice, his voice echoing in the quiet valley. He noticed unusual movement in the grass ahead, but didn't rush forward. Instead, he stepped sideways, holding his round shield in front, and moved quickly closer. The sight of these armed soldiers instantly shattered the man's mental defenses. In the eyes of these peasants, armor and weapons belonged only to one group: nobles. "Damn, we've been spotted," the man's sharp cry sounded in the woods. When he saw the armor, his fear overwhelmed his reason. He suddenly pushed forward, trying to shove his wife and child away to escape. Then, he clenched his teeth and drew a small, rusty knife from his waist. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged at Adrian. His movements were chaotic, driven by hunger and fear, and his legs almost floated on the thick layer of fallen leaves. The man swung his machete and let out a loud, rough roar, charging straight at Adrian's chest. Adrian didn't rush to draw his sword. He watched the man's shaky stance, and, just as the attacker reached close, calmly pressed his left hand forward. Bang! The round shield hit the man's shoulder with a heavy thud. Adrian was very strong, and this powerful hit was devastating for a farmer who had been malnourished for a long time. The man felt like he had hit a moving boulder. He instantly lost his balance, spun around from the dull impact, and fell heavily into a muddy pit. His machete flew out of his hand and clattered into the rocks far away. He curled up on the ground, clutching his chest in pain, gasping heavily, unable to get up for a while. Above the slope, a woman wrapped in torn burlap was holding her child tightly. Her legs trembled badly. She tried to crawl into the bushes higher up, but tripped over the loose stones and fell to the ground. She was too weak. Days of fleeing had drained her strength. Now she could only sit limply in the mud, staring in fear at what was below. On the other side, Oliver was gripping a fire-hardened wooden spear tightly, guarding the only way down the mountain. The boy didn't speak, but his tense posture made the woman, already too exhausted to run, freeze in place. The man curled up on the muddy ground. Overcome with fear, the dull pain from the heavy shield blow seemed to fade. He struggled to turn over, his hands clutching the snow-covered leaves, and kept bowing his head to Adrian. "Lord, have mercy. Spare my life," he gasped, trembling with despair. "I only picked a few hazelnuts from the ground and some shriveled hawthorns. My child hasn't eaten in 2 days. I would never steal from your land, I swear." In that time, common people saw someone wearing chain mail, with a long sword at his waist and such a commanding presence, as the lord of the land. The man didn't know who the baron was here. He only saw this knight, tall and strong like a steel tower. Adrian didn't put away his sword. He held the hilt, straightened his back, and let the morning sunlight reflect coldly off the metal rings of his armor. He spoke in a commanding, slow, and deep voice, as if looking down on others. "On my land, every plant and tree belongs to me. If you pick my fruits without permission, according to the law, I should hang you from the nearest oak tree." Hearing, "hang you from the oak tree," the man's body trembled suddenly, and his forehead pressed hard against the dirt. The woman on the slope also fell to the ground in fear, clutching her child tightly, letting out a suppressed sob. Adrian glanced at the man's hands, rough and calloused from years of farming. He needed this fear. Only when the other person believed he was the rightful ruler here would they truly obey deep down. "But I am developing this woodland, and I need some hard-working farmers who understand the rules." Adrian lowered his sword slightly, his tone softer but still commanding. "What is your name?" "Thomas." "Sir, my name is Thomas," the man hurriedly replied. "Thomas, I can forgive your theft." Adrian signaled Oliver to put away his wooden spear. Then, like a true noble, pointed his sword sheath toward the settlement. "As long as you and your family pledge loyalty to me, work the land, and help repair the fortress, I will offer you protection and food. Now, take your woman and child, and come with me." Thomas froze in place. He looked up, and a flicker of shock and joy crossed his muddy face. He never expected that he would not only escape execution, but also find a lord willing to accept his family in these chaotic times. "Praise be to God. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." He bowed heavily again, then scrambled to gather his wife and child. The three of them, like frightened animals that had found a safe place, held their breath and humbly followed Adrian, obediently walking behind him. Oliver bent down and picked up a small, broken, rusty carving knife from between the rocks. He wiped the mud off with a rough leather glove, his fingertips brushing the jagged edge of the rusted iron. Though broken, it could still be melted down into a few useful iron wedges if taken back to the forge. He sheathed the carving knife at his waist, then clenched his wooden spear tightly with his right hand, his eyes alert as he watched the three figures ahead. Adrian led the way, walking at the front, his chainmail making faint, steady sounds as he cleared the path through the forest for this silent group. Thomas and his wife and children were caught in the middle. Due to long-term hunger and the recent shock, their steps were very unsteady. Under the cover of a tattered blanket, the woman's body trembled from the cold. Oliver walked at the back of the group, always pointing his spear slightly downward. He carefully followed Adrian's usual instructions, keeping a 3-step distance from the family to prevent anyone from sneaking into the nearby bushes in the chaos. The group moved through the dense forest for about 3/4 of an hour. As the terrain gradually leveled out, the trees ahead became sparser. When they went around the huge natural rock wall, Thomas suddenly stopped in surprise, forgetting that a spear was still pointed at him from behind. On the riverbank, surrounded tightly by thick thorny bushes, 2 acres of rye had already sprouted rows of green shoots. Under the morning dew, the plants looked lively and bright green. Below the rock wall, a small wooden house, plastered with red mud and topped with thick birch bark, stood quietly. Smoke was gently rising from the remaining fire in the stone stove through a small vent. Thomas looked at the neat furrows and sturdy fences. His lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't make a sound. In his mind, in such a deep mountain forest, apart from the Lord's private hunting grounds watched over by a dozen or so serfs, it was impossible to find such large farmland and decent houses. Especially the gray large jars placed under the eaves, with their thick ceramic walls, which even from a distance conveyed a sense of wealth. "Stay inside. Wait by the fence," Adrian said as he stepped into the wooden enclosure, not rushing to let them into the house. He casually kicked out a rusty hoe from the shadows behind the door. The hoe hit the stone slab with a dull metallic sound. "Put down your broken belongings." Adrian pointed to the open space next to the 2 large ceramic jars, then looked at Thomas. "Since you said you want to farm and build fences, let me see your skills first." The circle of dead branches outside the fence was trampled down by those animals last night. "Oliver, give him the short sickle." Thomas hurriedly wiped the mud from his face, quickly handed his bundle to his wife, and whispered a few words. Then, trembling, he took the sickle Oliver handed him. In this era, a farmer's life was not valued. Only by showing that they had some worth in the eyes of the Lord could the whole family hope to survive. He quickly walked to the damaged part of the fence. First, he squatted down and carefully moved the rough, large hands to clear the broken thorns. Instead of piling everything randomly like Oliver did before, he first removed the small broken branches. Then, he used 2 crossed slanted wooden sticks to create a stable tripod at both ends of the large pit. Next, he wrapped the thorny vines tightly around the wooden frame, winding in circles, and sealed every joint with red clay. Adrian stood nearby, holding his sword handle, with a faint look of satisfaction in his eyes. This kind of work method could only be mastered by someone who had worked hard in large estates for many years. "Go to the new land in the south and dig out the soil around the remaining tree stumps," he ordered. Seeing that the fence repair was almost done and pointing to the cultivated land, Adrian wanted to push the man to his limit, testing his endurance. Thomas picked up his hoe and headed to the field. Although he staggered from hunger, each strike was precise and tricky, avoiding the hard stones and cutting deep roots efficiently. His work was much faster and more skillful than Adrian and Oliver's careless efforts. Meanwhile, the woman named Mary didn't dare to rest either. She glanced at Adrian's stern expression. After Oliver signaled, she immediately squatted under the eaves of the wooden house to help Lucy gather the wet firewood. She carefully placed each damp stick near the fire to dry, moving quickly and never taking her eyes off the task. Half an hour later, as the steam rose from the clay pot, Thomas had dug 2 large pits about 1/2 meter deep in the new land. Adrian watched the hands working in the soil, silently adjusting the food distribution plan. Although there were 3 more mouths to feed, with a skilled worker like Thomas, the land's cultivation could at least double. This real increase in labor productivity was much more cost-effective than wasting 2 coins on unruly refugees at the market. "Stop. Come over and have some soup," Adrian called out. Thomas was overjoyed. He put down his hoe, ignoring the soreness in his waist, and hurried to the steaming clay pot filled with delicious-smelling broth. Next, whether this adult accepts them or not, every word they speak will determine if their family can sit by the fire and survive or be sent back to the barren wilderness about to be sealed off, waiting to die. Adrian quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword at his waist, the iron ring making a clear clinking sound with his movement. "Listen carefully." Adrian looked around and spoke with a tone of firm authority. "My name is Adrian. I am the legal lord of this forest and a knight personally appointed by the king. The land, animals, and water within a few miles are all under my control." He told a lie strong enough to quiet all the refugees in this broken era. In these times when Vikings roam freely and news is cut off, identity is order. If he were just an exile, Thomas might be curious. But if he is a landowning knight, then the bowl of porridge he offers is a gift from the Lord. He turned his head and looked at the boy standing beside him, trying to puff out his chest. "This is Oliver, my chosen knight's assistant. He manages the mill and the gates here. His orders are as if they were my own." Oliver clenched his wooden spear tightly, his fingertips turning slightly white from the force. But in his eyes, a new bright light shone. He had gone from a starving refugee in a market to a knight's assistant. Thomas, hearing this, did not hesitate. He pulled his wife and children to kneel again on the muddy ground. "Greetings, Sir Knight." "Greetings, Lord's assistant." He bowed his head heavily to the ground. For a refugee like him, being able to follow a real knight was the best hope he could imagine. At least it meant that as long as they worked honestly, they wouldn't have to worry about being treated as wandering spirits without masters and disposed of. Adrian reached out and took the long-handled wooden spoon Lucy handed him, stirring in a clay jar. The thick porridge had already stuck to the spoon's sides. He first scooped out a large bowl and placed it in the most visible spot on the stone table. "In my territory, there are 2 strict rules. First, no stealing, not even a grain of wheat. Second, absolute obedience. As long as you follow these 2 rules, this pot of soup is yours." He signaled Lucy to distribute wooden bowls to the family. Although the bowl was just rough bark and pottery shards, to Thomas's family, the few drops of rabbit fat floating on top were more precious than holy oil in a church. A pot of hot rye porridge quickly reached the bottom. Thomas's family ate as if they wanted to make up for a lifetime of hunger, licking every last bit of bran from the edges of the wooden bowl. Adrian put down the carved white ash wooden bowl and looked coldly at Thomas. In this strict hierarchy, rules are more important than food. The wooden house, built carefully with red clay and pine wood, was a symbol of his power. How could these newly rescued peasants live in the same house as the Night Lord? In any estate in Mesha, such a thing would be impossible and absurd. "Eat your fill and then get moving." Adrian stood up, his iron armor making dull clanging sounds on his rising chest. He walked to the door and pointed to an open space about 10 steps west of the house. It was at a corner of the rocky wall, thick enough to block the cold mountain wind, and within sight of the house's side window. "You cannot sleep inside the main house. That is my territory." Adrian's tone was calm, but carried a commanding authority that left no room for questioning. He turned to look at the pile of black rye straw behind the house, left over from threshing a few days ago, giving off a dry, woody scent in the autumn breeze. "Thomas, take your woman. I allow you to use the straw over there." Adrian's words sounded like music to Thomas's ears. In this season of mud and cold dew, being allowed by the Lord to use these dry, warm straw was a great blessing. "Yes, my lord. Thank you for your kindness." Thomas hurriedly pulled Mary along, and they nervously headed toward the straw pile. To farmers of that time, these straw were not only fuel for fire, but also the best building material. Thomas showed his skill as a seasoned farmer, first dragging some rough, dry wood from the forest edge and leaning it against the rocky wall. Then, with his wife, he wove the long straw into thick mats, layering them on a frame. Soon, a simple but windproof hut was formed beside the wooden house. Adrian stood quietly inside the fence, watching with his hand on his sword hilt. He did not think this arrangement was harsh. On the contrary, It was the first step he took to maintain order at the outpost. He needed Thomas and his family to serve him, but they had to always understand the difference between master and servant. Oliver was nearby, following Adrian's previous instructions, using a broken old woodcutting tool to cut the vines used to reinforce the grass roof. His gaze toward Thomas carried a hint of the scrutiny of a veteran. In this small outpost with clear social layers, the once shy boy had now fully adapted to his role as the Lord's follower. As night fell and the faint glow inside the grass hut began to spread through the valley, Adrian returned to his dry, sturdy red clay house. The smoked meat on the beam swayed in the firelight, and outside the window, the grass hut pressed against the rock wall marked the arrival of the first settlers in his territory. Early in the morning, before the fog lifted from the valley, Adrian pushed open the wooden door. A cold autumn wind immediately swept inside. Outside the door, Thomas and his family were already waiting. The man and his wife were wrapped in the thick straw they had just tied the day before, rubbing their red hands frozen by the morning frost and exhaling white steam. Seeing Adrian come out dressed in chainmail, Thomas's humble expression quickly turned into eager obedience. He pulled his wife to bow together. "Good morning, Sir Knight," Thomas said, his voice hoarse but full of energy and willingness to work. "Sir, what should we do this morning?" Mary asked nervously, staring at the muddy ground and rubbing her hands on her worn apron. Adrian looked at the sky. Although heavy snow had not yet blocked the mountains, the soil was starting to harden. This was the last chance to plow deeply before winter. "Thomas, take that iron-shod wooden shovel and go turn over the remaining 10 or so steps of land to the south. Oliver will tell you where the boundary is." Adrian spoke calmly, then turned to Mary. "As for you, organize the dry vines Oliver brought back yesterday. Lucy needs a few bigger baskets to hold the straw and firewood." "Understood, my lord." Two quick responses sounded in the yard. Thomas almost ran to the field. With the help of this skilled serf to handle the heavy physical work, he finally freed himself from the mud of weeding, moving stones, and repairing fences. Now he no longer needed to spend all day bent over those 2 acres fighting weeds. Instead, he could carry a longbow and 3 heavy iron-tipped arrows, leading Oliver to explore his private land more deeply. Thomas, who had experience working on large estates, was very passionate about the land. His enthusiasm was obvious, and Adrian didn't need to say much. Every morning, the man would wear his old, straw-filled coat and carry a sturdy iron shovel, busy working on a newly cleared plot. Mary was also busy. Guided by Lucy, she started weaving larger storage baskets from thin vines and took care of the half-acre of cabbage near the wooden house that had just been planted. With his family guarding the base, Adrian felt more confident. He took his white waxwood longbow and led Oliver to explore the southern woods more often. "Go further, Oliver. We need to see how many lucky ones are wandering in that forest," Adrian whispered, watching carefully behind every thick hazel bush and pile of rocks. The addition of Thomas's family had been very helpful. Farmers like Thomas, who were honest and knew their work, were the perfect foundation for building the territory. If he could find 2 or 3 more families like them, he could double the size of the winter wheat field before winter. However, over the next 5 or 6 days, the forest remained eerily quiet, making him a little anxious. Apart from a few muddy footprints washed away by autumn rain, they found almost nothing. Most footprints led toward the open plains, clearly indicating that most refugees instinctively headed toward Baron Bolton's castle, hoping to find some help in that large but chaotic system. "Sir, do you think we're too deep here? Those people probably can't find their way in," Oliver whispered from the shade of the hillside. Adrian didn't answer. He crouched down and ran his finger over a patch of withered grass. Someone had sat there before, but the grass was completely dry and white, showing it was an old mark from about 2 weeks ago. It seemed that only a few farmers like Thomas, who had accidentally wandered into this remote mountain area, had come this far. The wind blows through the woods, bringing a sharp, chilling breeze. Adrian tightens his quiver strap on his back. 3 heavy iron-tipped arrows catch the fading sunlight with a dull shine. Luck in the wilderness is never something you can control. Though he feels reluctant, he knows that in these troubled times, not finding new refugees means the secret of their stronghold can last a little longer. "Let's go back. No patrol today." Adrian stands up, crushing a dry branch under his boot, making a crisp sound. At breakfast time, a faint gray smoke rises from the stone stove outside the wooden house. The water in the rough, clay pot has boiled. Mary crouches by the fire, carefully adding a bowl of coarsely ground rye flour into the pot. As she stirs with a long wooden spoon, the rye dissolves into the hot water, turning into a thick, dark brown paste. The paste still contains some unground bran, making it a bit rough to swallow, but in this cold late autumn wind, this steaming carbohydrate is the most practical food they have. Adrian sits on a deer-hide sofa inside, holding a wooden bowl filled with the thickest portion. Beneath it, 2 pieces of reheated smoked deer meat rest, an exclusive privilege of the landowner. In this era, status is often shown by these few bites of hearty red meat. The hanging deer meat on the beam is the core strategic reserve of the stronghold. Unless it's extremely cold or Adrian personally grants permission, Thomas's family would never dare to look at it for more than a second. "Sir, today's trap caught a fat one." Oliver walks in carrying a skinned wild rabbit. Adrian glances at it, then casually cuts off 2 rabbit hind legs with his sword and drops them into his bowl. The rest of the rabbit is signaled to Mary to add to the pot for cooking. As the rabbit fat melts into the rye paste, the rich smell of meat makes Thomas, standing outside the door, swallow nervously. When the bowl of rye paste, with a little rabbit meat and some fat added, is handed to Thomas, he first bows respectfully to Adrian, then squats under the thatched roof to share this precious breakfast with his wife and children, the oil and water making it especially valuable. For Thomas's family, deer meat is a sacred food reserved only for the Lord. They have never even thought of coveting it. In the chaotic year 867, finding a master willing to provide them with rye bread or occasionally add some rabbit fat to their soup was truly a blessing from heaven. Outside, the displaced refugees were dying in groups in the rocky ravines. For most lords, taking in someone with women and children was seen as a pointless waste. However, Adrian not only gave them a simple thatched hut to shelter from the wind, but also allowed them to survive in this orderly stronghold. This act of saving lives made Thomas more eager and quick to help when he put down his wooden bowl. Adrian stirred the thick, dark brown paste in his wooden spoon. Although he added a little salted cabbage and rabbit fat, the sour, grainy taste that came from long-term repetition still made his tongue dry. In this semi-wild survival environment, flour could usually only be made into 2 things: a muddy-like paste or hard, dry bread baked directly on stones, so tough it could chip teeth. As a modern person, this monotonous diet was already pushing him to his limit. Eating this all the time will definitely upset my stomach sooner or later. Adrian put down his wooden bowl and looked from the fire outside to the new thatched hut nearby. Since Thomas's family joined, the population of the stronghold had doubled. At mealtime, everyone gathered around the stone stove in front of his wooden house to wait for their share of food. This chaotic scene, lacking privacy, didn't match his idea of himself as the lord of this land. "I need to build a bread oven." This idea had been in Adrian's mind for a long time. He needed a bread oven. In the manor system of England, owning a bread oven was a symbol of power. Tenant farmers had to bake their bread in the lord's communal oven and pay a baking tax. Although Adrian didn't plan to collect taxes now, establishing a central processing point and separating labor from his private residence was essential to creating order. After breakfast, Adrian called Thomas to a flat area on the east side of the wooden house. "Build a bread oven here," Adrian said, marking a circle on the ground with his iron shovel. "I want it to bake bread and keep heat." When Thomas heard the words, bread oven, his previously cloudy eyes immediately brightened. He had seen such things many times on his northern estate, even helping the master craftsman move bricks. In his memory, black bread, although mixed with a lot of bran, gravel, and sawdust, was the only support for the peasant's survival. Adrian nodded to signal him to start working. Thomas used his old peasant skills. He first carried dozens of heavy flat river stones from the mountain stream and laid them in layers inside the circle drawn by Adrian. Between each layer of stones, he filled the gaps with wet red mud mixed with chopped grass roots. The base was built up to waist height, and Thomas smoothed the top with fine sand and red mud. Adrian tightened his belt and rolled up his sleeves, ready to move the large blue stone on the ground. But just as his hand touched the tip of the stone, Thomas, who was mixing mud, suddenly rushed over like he was on fire. Without saying much, the man grabbed the corner of the stone and forced Adrian's hand away. He looked down, his face flushed, breathing heavily. "Sir, this kind of hard, dirty work isn't something you should do. Let go quickly. The stone is full of mud, and you don't want to get your fine clothes dirty. This kind of labor is for the smaller ones. Just stand over there and point." Adrian was stunned. His modern soul didn't hold the stubborn idea that gentlemen do not do manual labor. He just thought that if more people helped, the work could go twice as fast. "I have more strength than you. 2 people will move it more steadily." He frowned and was about to reach out again. But he noticed that not only Thomas but also Mary, who was mixing mud, had put down her work and knelt fearfully by the mud pit. In the eyes of these commoners, who had been deeply influenced by feudal hierarchy, a knight or a lord personally doing such dirty work as moving stones and smearing mud was not approachable. Instead, it was seen as extremely abnormal and even frightening. They believed that if their master started doing peasant work, it meant either he thought they were useless and was about to kill them, or the land's order had completely broken down. In this territory, he had to stand like a true lord. Even for small tasks like moving a stone, if he took action, these peasants who depended on him would feel uneasy. "Please, sir," Thomas begged, holding a heavy stone. His hands trembled from the weight, but he refused to let go, his eyes full of pleading. "Just watch nearby and point out where it's uneven. If I can't finish this kind of work, you can whip me as much as you like. All right, get up. I'll watch you work," Adrian said, wiping dirt from his hands. He stepped back a few paces, resting his hand on his sword at his waist, standing straight. Seeing Adrian step back, Thomas's tense shoulders relaxed. He chuckled softly, then grabbed the stone with both hands and, with a loud shout, hoisted it onto his shoulder, walking quickly. Although watching others work hard while he stood by made Adrian a bit uncomfortable, he understood this was part of the estate system. He didn't need to show strength. He only needed to show authority and wisdom. Adrian circled around, occasionally kicking dirt with his foot to tell Thomas to level the ground beneath the stone. Thomas was good at this kind of physical work. He carried stones from the stream back and forth, quickly building a solid base. Adrian asked Mary to bring all the leftover rye straw, which she chopped into short pieces with an axe and mixed with red clay, then stomped it down. "Add more grass, or the clay will crack when it burns," Adrian directed. Mary and Lucy, barefoot, kneaded the clay and straw repeatedly until it became tough like dough. Thomas spread this mud into the cracks between the stones, and following Adrian's instructions, bent some thin willow branches into a round-top frame on the large platform. All day, the 2 men and 2 women worked hard, sweating profusely. As the sun began to set, a round, plump red clay oven, about half a person tall, was finally set up in the open space. Thomas carefully scraped the oven opening smooth with a piece of wood and made a small chimney on the side. Adrian reached out and touched the still damp clay walls. The oven looked rough but functional. With it, they could bake long-lasting black bread from the ground rye flour instead of making thin porridge every meal. More importantly, the oven was outside, so workers could get their food here without disturbing the quiet of his cabin. The freshly built red clay oven was dull and gray, quietly drying under the big tree. It needed to be exposed to the autumn wind for 2 or 3 days until it no longer felt sticky. Then, it could be slowly dried with a gentle fire, or else it might crack into pieces if ignited too soon. While waiting for the oven to dry, they prepared the starter. They mixed a little rye flour with mountain stream water into a thin paste and left it near the warm stone stove for 2 days. During this time, it developed a sour smell like fermented grain and tiny bubbles appeared on the surface. In this year without yeast powder, this old sourdough starter was essential for baking soft bread. "Mary, pour all the bag of ground rye flour into the wooden basin." Adrian sat on a stone platform, giving instructions to the busy woman. Mary responded quickly and skillfully carried over a hemp sack filled with dark brown flour. The flour hadn't been sifted finely. It still contained small bits of bran. But to Thomas and his wife, this was already excellent grain. Adrian sprinkled a little salt into the flour and scooped a spoonful of fresh deer fat from a nearby jar. Add water gradually, don't make it too runny. Mary knelt beside the wooden basin, her strong hands kneading the flour skillfully. She had done this work many times on the estate, but back then, the flour was mixed with wood shavings and husks. She had never seen such a refined method with added salt and deer fat. As drops of water fell into the bowl, the loose flour gradually gathered into a large, shiny, black dough in Mary's hands. This rye dough was very sticky and hard to knead. Mary blushed with effort, leaning forward to press down. With each knead, the dough made a firm, squeezing sound. All done. Put it beside the stove and cover it tightly with a damp cloth, Adrian said, glancing at the smooth, round dough. This rye dough took time to rise, so it needed to rest in a warm, not too cold place overnight. When the gases inside expanded the dough, the baked bread wouldn't be as hard as a stone. Thomas crouched at the door, repairing a broken short sickle by trimming a white waxwood stick. Following Adrian's instructions, he was making 2 long-handled bread paddles, smoothing the wooden surfaces carefully. Both indoors and outdoors are busy. The faint sour smell in the air, mixed with the smoky aroma from the stone stove, makes this small outpost look more and more like a real place. Early the next morning, before dawn, Adrian lifted the old linen cloth covering the wooden basin. The dough had grown about a size larger than the night before. Its surface was slightly raised from fermentation and covered with tiny holes. When he sniffed close, a smell of wheat and a mild sourness from the alcohol mash hit his nose. Adrian pressed down gently, causing the dough to sink into a small pit, then slowly bounce back a little. It was the perfect time to put it into the kiln. Mary, tear all these pieces of dough into palm-sized balls, Adrian ordered as he walked to the red clay stove. The stove's surface was now dry and hard. The once dark red, moist clay had turned light gray and felt rough and cool to the touch. He didn't rush to put the dough inside. Instead, he used tongs to pick out some glowing red charcoal, threw them into the deepest part of the stove, and added a handful of dry pine needles. The fire shouldn't be too big. Adrian squatted by the stove's opening, watching a thin wisp of blue smoke escape through the chimney. This was a test kiln. The faint heat seeped through the clay walls, slowly forcing out the last bits of moisture inside. If any part of the clay wall wasn't sealed tightly, white steam would hiss out at this moment. Adrian stared at the stove wall, holding a bowl of thick red clay. Whenever he saw a tiny crack, he quickly smoothed it over with his finger. Meanwhile, Thomas handed over a tray of prepared bread. It was a flat wooden board, about the width of a palm, carved from old oak bark, with a long white waxwood handle attached at the back. The surface was polished very smooth and coated with a thin layer of deer oil to prevent sticking. The fire is ready. Remove all the ashes, Adrian said. An hour later, Adrian touched the top of the stove. His palm was already feeling hot. He signaled Oliver to use a wooden rake to sweep the charcoal and remaining ashes into the ash pit outside. The inside of the stove was now white-hot, with all the heat locked inside the thick, straw-mixed clay walls. Mary placed a dozen round dough balls on the stone table. These dough pieces were heavy, with bits of rye bran sticking to their surface. Adrian took the bread tray and carefully slid each dough ball through the narrow opening of the stove. Every time a clay mold is placed down, a faint sizzle can be heard from the stone base, indicating that the high temperature has instantly locked in the moisture. Over a dozen molds are neatly arranged deep inside the warm kiln. Finally, Adrian brings over a pre-prepared flat bluestone slab and firmly blocks the kiln opening, roughly smearing a circle of wet mud around the edges. From now on, the fire control is up to you. Adrian brushes off the dust from his hands and sits beside the kiln. The earthy smell in the air is gradually replaced by a strange aroma, starch from the rye slowly caramelizing at high heat, mixed with the greasy scent of deer oil, drifting out through the smoke vent bit by bit. 2 hours of waiting feel especially long under the watchful, anxious eyes beside the kiln. Adrian checks the time, feeling that the heat inside the mud wall has mostly dissipated. He stands up and grabs the wooden lever used for prying stones. He first taps the top of the kiln. The mud shell is completely dry and makes a series of crisp, brittle sounds when touched. Oliver, prepare the cloth bag. Adrian holds his breath, then pulls the lever forcefully. The bluestone slab sealing the opening makes a dull scraping sound and then clatters to the side. In an instant, A strong steam of smoky aroma bursts out from the narrow kiln opening. The smell mixes the slight sourness unique to rye with the sweet, roasted scent of burnt deer oil, instantly filling the space. Oliver and Lucy almost instinctively lean forward, their eyes reflecting the faint red glow still lingering deep inside the kiln. Adrian takes the oiled wooden tray and pushes it into the opening. The first black loaf is carefully lifted out and placed on a linen cloth on the ground, making a muffled thud. This bread isn't like the soft, creamy bread of later times. It's heavy, with a deep purple color throughout. The crust is baked black and hard from the high heat of the stone slab. Adrian pinches the crust with his nails. It sounds solid, like an old piece of wood burned by fire. Done. It didn't collapse or break. Adrian carefully lifts out the remaining dozen or so round loaves. These dry, hard pieces shrink quickly in the cold air, cracking into irregular fine lines, revealing a slightly yellow, steaming interior of wheat. Thomas watches eagerly, swallowing his saliva. In the Northumbria estate, the bread he saw usually contained a lot of grass seeds and sand, giving it a dull gray color, and when broken open, it was full of dark, hollow centers. However, these bread loaves in front of him looked rough and simple, but the pure grain aroma was undeniable. This was real good wheat, with added salt and oil. Mary, get a brush and dip it in water. Brush a circle on the bread, Adrian ordered. This was to prevent the crust from cracking too quickly and to help it last longer. He casually picked up a still-warm black bread and tore it apart with effort. The fermented bread inside was much softer than the previous stale flatbread. Though still chewy, each bite revealed a rich, sweet flavor from the starch transformation. Adrian first cut off the thickest piece and put it in his mouth, the crispy crust cracking between his teeth. As a lord, this first bite was always his. Then he signaled Mary to distribute the remaining bread. Oliver, this bag should last you 3 days. Be careful, don't overeat and upset your stomach. Oliver held the still-warm black bread, first offering some to Lucy, then biting into a large piece himself. The oily, fragrant crumb made his face relax instantly. This pure rye fermented bread was very hard, and biting into it, the teeth felt a firm resistance. But after chewing repeatedly, the rich grain flavor mixed with a little saltiness spread in the mouth. Compared to the previous watery, mushy bread, this was definitely more like real food. Thomas crouched under the thatched roof, holding a heavy piece of black bread with both hands. He didn't gobble it down like Oliver, but carefully scraped off a bit of the charred surface with his fingernails, then put it in his mouth and squinted, savoring it for a long time. "Sir, I've never had such soft black bread in my life," Thomas said. He looked up. Back at the northern estate, the farmer's bread was half bark and half dust swept up from the ground. When you broke it open, it was heavier than stone, and 2 bites could chip your teeth. Adrian didn't reply. He just looked over the faces filled with a sense of survival. People's satisfaction with food directly reflected their attachment to this stronghold. The smell of the first batch of black bread's toasted aroma hadn't yet faded from the hollow, when Adrian was already walking across the hard mud ground toward the newly cleared fields to the south. The over 1-acre land that once grew oats and broad beans was now heavy with ripe grain in the cool autumn wind. The broad bean pods had turned from green to brown, their dry, shriveled skins tightly wrapping the beans inside, making a soft rustling sound in the breeze. Next to it, the oats looked shorter than the rye. Their gray-white heads hung low, a sign that they were fully ripe. "Thomas, take that short sickle. Since it hasn't rained these days, let's harvest this oat field too." Adrian stood on the ridge, holding his sword. Thomas, just finishing a black bread, was wiping his mouth when he heard the command. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sickle and plunged into the sea of gray-white oats. Thomas worked with more energy than when he first arrived. He hunched over, his strong arms grabbing a big handful of oat stalks, and with the sickle close to the ground, he cut through the grain smoothly. Mary and the 2 children followed behind, each with their own task. Oliver was responsible for tying the bundles, Lucy picked up fallen heads of grain, and Mary carried the gathered oats and bundles back to the wooden house's rear porch. Adrian watched quietly, calculating the harvest in his mind. First, let the broad beans dry on the stone slabs. They keep well, and in winter, They make a hearty soup, better than wheat, he said, pointing to the withered bean stalks. As a lord, he knew the value of broad beans wasn't just in the beans themselves. Planting this crop made the land stronger than just growing wheat. If next year they planted rye again, the harvest could increase by 20%. They worked for 2 full days, and all the harvest from the field was brought into the yard. The oats were neatly stacked behind the wooden house, carefully combed by Thomas, then layered on the bark roof. This made the roof half a foot thicker, so even if heavy snow fell in winter, the cold wouldn't seep through the gaps. The small grass hut where Thomas's family lived was also wrapped in thick oat straw, making it look much warmer than before. The large bag of broad beans was stored separately in a small cracked jar. "Sir, do we need to grind the oats into flour?" Oliver asked, looking at the pile of grayish grains with curiosity. "Not all of it. Leave some grain with shells stored away. It's a lifesaver if food runs out and can also be used to feed animals next spring." Adrian patted his coin pouch at his waist. Although he currently had no horsehair, he knew that as the land expanded, livestock would become necessary sooner or later. The wind outside grew stronger at night, slipping through the gaps in the oat straw on the roof of the wooden house, making whistling sounds. Adrian sat cross-legged on a stone platform, looking at the pile of grains beside him, which looked like a small mountain. His winter budget was already open in his mind. "Listen carefully, everyone. Heavy snow will block the mountains in just a few days. We don't have time to rest." Adrian spoke loudly, his voice louder than the wind outside. Thomas immediately straightened up, and Oliver stopped his work to listen respectfully. "The first thing is fire." He pointed to the small smoldering charcoal kiln on the back mountain. "Burning wood in heavy snow is slow and produces a lot of smoke. Thomas, once the kiln's charcoal is ready, you need to cut down 2 old pine trees. Besides making charcoal, we must also stack enough dry firewood under the eaves to reach the beams. We rely on fire not only to cook soup, but also to keep our toes from freezing." Thomas responded heavily, with no hesitation in his eyes. He knew very well how cold the winter in northern Norseebria could be, and how people, without firewood, could freeze solid in the haystacks. "The second thing is food supplies." Adrian looked at the 2 heavy jars in the corner of the wall. "Although we've harvested wheat and beans, with more people, food will run out faster. Mary, starting tomorrow, will set a strict limit on grinding flour. Half of it will be rye mixed with oats, and we won't throw away the bran. Keep it for soup. Fava beans are life-saving. Until the coldest days, no one is allowed to touch that small jar." He knew that 200 kilograms of rye seemed like a lot, but divided among 5 people, it was barely enough to survive. Before the snow fell heavily, he needed to go into the forest to catch 1 or 2 large animals to add the much-needed fats and proteins to those big jars. "Finally, we need to guard against thieves." Adrian's tone grew colder. His finger brushed over the cold guard of his sword. "The refugees fleeing from the north will increase. The wolves chased by the Vikings are very sharp. Oliver, every morning and evening, you must patrol the dry branch fence with me. If you find any footprints of living people, whether they are refugees or not, treat them as bandits. In this wilderness, kindness is built on abundance." Every grain of wheat in his hand now is the lifeline of this small group. "Thomas, work a bit harder these days. Move your thatch hut 5 steps closer to the wooden house. Use the remaining clay and straw to make the wall thicker." After giving these instructions, Adrian lowered his head and took the last sip of soup. This pre-war rallying feeling made him feel a rare excitement. As a lord protecting his land and people, even though this territory only has 2 acres of wheat fields and 2 small houses, in the coming long winter, this will be his fortress. As the nominal owner of this land, he needs a lot of good fat and red meat to keep his strength. Only if he stays strong can the sword in his hand defend this small piece of land in troubled times. In this season of retreat, hunting a wild boar that has stored fat all autumn is not only to add a hearty dish to his table, but also a way to check on the land. As the legitimate lord here, it is quite fitting to go on an exciting hunt before winter begins. When stepping out the door, Thomas, who was stacking dry wood in front of the thatched hut, quickly lowered his head and moved aside. In the eyes of these serfs, it is natural for the lord to carry weapons and go into the mountains to hunt for game. A lord who doesn't hunt or isn't bloodthirsty would make them uneasy. Adrian signaled Oliver to bring his hardwood spear. The two of them slipped into the broad-leaved forest on the south side, one behind the other. It was late autumn turning into early winter, and the animals in the forest were in their last frenzy. To survive the cold days, the deer were nibbling on the last tender bark, while the fat wild boars roamed in groups through the oak woods, pushing out acorns buried in the soil and stuffing them into their mouths. Adrian stepped on the brittle fallen leaves, his nostrils slightly flaring. The air was mixed with the smell of decaying leaves and the wild beast's characteristic musky scent. They stopped by a muddy stream. The mud on the ground hadn't dried yet, and several hoof prints, about the size of basins and deeply embedded, were clearly visible. Some coarse black bristle hairs remained around the edges of the prints, indicating a large old wild boar had just passed through here and headed toward the oak forest upwind. Adrian quietly ordered, his right hand already resting on the iron-tipped arrow in his quiver. In this season, wild pigs are full of valuable parts. The thick layer of fat, about 3 fingers deep, can produce durable oil, which can be eaten or used to maintain armor and lubricate millstones. Roasting the thick pigskin over fire makes it into very tough leather armor. They silently moved to the hillside. Through a dense thicket of hazelnuts, Adrian saw the target. It was a large black boar, swinging its tail and using its yellowed tusks to violently dig into the frozen ground. Its mane on the back stood upright like steel needles, and its sturdy body looked very intimidating as it moved. Adrian held his breath. Behind the bushes, he could even smell the strong, foul odor carried by the wind. Hunting wild pigs requires great caution because these aggressive animals are very different from gentle deer. Deer are timid and run away when frightened, but wild pigs are a different story. When scared, they stare with bloodshot eyes and charge with tusks sharp enough to pierce armor. There's a saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. In times before firearms, wild pigs in the forest were much more dangerous than wolves. Their tough skin and thick flesh, combined with a layer of fat mixed with oil, dirt, and resin, could even make poor-quality arrows slide off. Many people have fallen to wild pig tusks. Adrian looked back at Oliver, signaling him to grip the wooden spear tightly and hide behind a tree trunk. He then turned his head and slowly drew back the reinforced white waxwood bough. Because the bowstring was wrapped with dried deer tendons, the tension was very high. Adrian felt his arm muscles strain under the powerful pull, and his fingertips ached from the rough bowstring. The sharpened iron arrowhead was aimed at the boar's front leg, just behind the ribs. That area on the pig's body was relatively weak, and behind it were the heart and lungs. The boar seemed to sense something. It suddenly stopped digging the ground. It lifted its head, its moist nose flaring wildly in the air, searching for the scent of a living creature. Adrian held his breath, keeping his fingers steady on the full draw. He had to make sure the shot hit the vital spot, or within less than 30 meters, this frightened beast could charge at him in just a few seconds. A cold wind blew through the woods, and a dry leaf fell onto the wild boar's back. Just as the boar was about to turn around, Adrian released his finger from the trigger. Bang! The bowstring snapped back suddenly, and a heavy arrow with a sharp whistle shot out. The pointed iron nail arrowhead accurately pierced the boar's left side, making a dull sound. The arrow shaft trembled violently from the impact, and the feathers at the end were instantly stained dark red with blood. The boar let out a loud, piercing squeal and suddenly tilted its body to the side. But it did not fall. The dry mud and thick fat under its skin, hardened from years of rolling in the dirt, protected it from most of the blow. The enraged boar immediately went into a frenzy. It shook its head violently, its small, red eyes fixed on Adrian hiding in the hazel bushes. It lowered its head, yellowish tusks pointed at the ground, and its hooves dug into the earth as it charged forward. Adrian moved quickly. He casually threw his longbow onto the soft mud nearby and drew his sword from his waist with his right hand. "Oliver, get out of the way," Adrian shouted softly, quickly stepping to the right to avoid the boar's first frontal charge. The boar, due to its momentum, rushed past and slammed its tusks into a birch tree trunk, causing the remaining leaves to fall with a rustling sound. Oliver was gripping a wooden spear tightly with both hands. Although his legs were weak, he saw the boar turn to charge at him, and, gritting his teeth, forced himself to aim the sharpened spear at the boar's chest. Thud! The spear pierced into the boar's shoulder meat. But since it was just wood without iron reinforcement, it couldn't penetrate the bone and was knocked aside by the boar's powerful force. The boar shook its head violently, trying to shake off the wooden spike on its shoulder, giving Adrian the last chance. Adrian stepped forward, his boots firmly pressing on the exposed tree root in the soil. He quickly pressed his left hand onto the boar's back, covered in coarse bristles, and with his right hand, he used his sword to press through the gap behind the boar's ear, applying all his weight to stab deeply. The blade met significant resistance, cutting through soft tissue. Adrian's veins bulged on his arm as he felt the boar struggling wildly beneath him, its front hooves kicking up the frozen ground into chaos. With a forceful twist of the sword handle, the struggling finally slowed down. A thick, warm, dark blood suddenly burst out along the blood channel, splashing onto Adrian's armor and Oliver's face. The wild boar twitched a few more times before its heavy body completely collapsed into the mud pit. Adrian took deep breaths, cold air filling his lungs. He drew his sword, looked at the large creature lying on the ground, and confirmed it was dead before putting away his sword. This wild boar had a very thick body, and the white fat beneath its skin was oozing out of the wound. Adrian reached out and pressed it. The flesh felt very firm. With this layer of fat, they would have a good supply for the winter, useful for maintaining tools and daily needs. Next to him, Oliver sat on the ground, still clutching the broken end of a wooden spear, blowing out white breath. "Get up and bring over the bundle of vines from the trap," Adrian said. He kicked the wild boar's yellowed tusks. Such a large prey couldn't be moved by just the two of them. He needed to make a simple stretcher and then send Oliver back to call Thomas. Not long after Oliver ran back to the cabin to call for help, Thomas hurried over on foot. When he saw the black-maned wild boar in the mud pit, his eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my God, sir, you actually took down such a big one." Thomas circled the boar twice, looking at its yellowed tusks and the deep hole Adrian had made near its neck. His voice was full of amazement he couldn't hide. In the northern estate, hunting animals this size would take 5 or 6 strong men with spears. "You're like a hero from legends, with that kind of strength." Adrian was washing the blood off his hands by the creek. Hearing this, he gently kicked Thomas's leg and said with a smile, "Enough with the flattery. Come help me lift it and carry it back." Thomas chuckled and quickly bent down to find the thickest oak stick he could find in the woods. Adrian and Thomas each carried one side of the boar, while Oliver supported its leg. They didn't hide in the distant rocky area to dismember the animal like last time. Now, with Thomas and Oliver as the men, and the solid earth wall and dry branch fence around the cabin, ordinary wolves or foxes wouldn't dare come close. During the camp processing, not only could they collect the wild boar's very precious blood more cleanly, but they also used hot water from the stone stove to remove the tough pig bristles. When they returned to the yard, Mary had already boiled hot stream water in a large clay pot. Adrian directed Thomas to hang the wild boar upside down on a beam beside the wooden house. With more people helping, the originally very difficult task of moving and fixing the animal became much easier. Mary brought several small clean bowls to catch the blood. Adrian pulled out a rusty dagger from his waist, which he had taken from the escaped leader. Although the blade was slightly damaged, the steel was still solid. After careful sharpening, it shone with a faint blue light. Compared to heavy, overly long swords, this short, single-edged knife was much more convenient for skinning and cutting meat. The wild boar was hung on a simple wooden frame beside the house. Mary carefully poured boiling water over its shiny black bristles. "Thomas, pass me that bowl over there. Don't waste the blood," Adrian ordered. He skillfully cut open the boar's neck with the dagger. As warm blood flowed into the bowl, he began to skin the animal along the middle line. With 3 strong workers now present, he was no longer in a rush like when processing the deer. The thick, tough hide of the boar was completely removed, along with the thick, white fat underneath, which was well preserved. The dissection went smoothly. Last time, when killing the deer, he had to abandon many organs and bones because he was afraid the blood smell would attract wolves. But this time, he had enough time and help. Adrian efficiently cut open the boar's belly. Thomas and Mary worked hard nearby, sweating profusely. One was responsible for stacking the ribs and front and back legs after removing them, while the other cleaned the slippery pig intestines. Even the pig's heart, lungs, and the large liver were carefully washed and placed on a cool stone slab. When the last piece of back meat was cut off, the entire wild boar was divided into dozens of neat parts. Adrian looked at the mountain of meat and fat, estimating that this time's yield was at least 30% higher than last time. He looked up at Thomas and his wife, who were squatting on the ground, diligently scrubbing the stone slab. These two people haven't stopped working since earlier. Mary's sleeves are stained dark red, and Thomas's leather gloves are covered with pig hair. Thinking for a moment, Adrian pointed with the tip of his dagger at the pile of internal organs on one side and said, "Thomas, later, take away these pig hearts, lungs, and the remaining bits of meat and scraps. That's a reward for your family." Thomas and Mary were surprised. They quickly put down their tools and bowed heavily on the muddy ground, which was still wet with blood. "Thank you, Sir Knight, for your kindness." "Thank you, Lord." Thomas's voice trembled. "On this land, any game brought back by the Lord, whether a single hair or a drop of blood, rightfully belongs to the Lord. This is unquestionable." Thomas's family had come here, essentially tying their lives to Adrian's fate, living like serfs under this rocky cliff. It was their duty to help the Lord process the game, even if all they received in return was a bowl of clear broth. In those large estates, tenant farmers rarely saw any benefits all year. Even when pigs were slaughtered, most of the organs were taken by the Lord's steward to feed the hunting dogs. Unexpectedly, Adrian was willing to give them some of the scraps, which was extremely valuable to the serfs. Adrian waved his hand, signaling Thomas to quickly take the organs away for processing. The couple, as if granted a great mercy, picked up the heavy leather bags and led their still innocent child to run toward the mountain stream. To the serfs, these organs, considered worthless by the Night Lord, were like a miracle medicine that could keep their entire family from freezing to death in the first heavy snow. Adrian returned to the stone stove in front of the wooden hut. He scooped a piece of fresh, white fat from a ceramic bowl on his waist and dropped it into the already hot clay pot. Sizzle, a strong, pungent smoke immediately rose. As the fat melted under the heat, Adrian kept adding chopped white fat into the pot. This was the most important task right now, rendering pig fat. In this wilderness, pig fat was not only the highest quality source of heat, but also essential for maintaining leather goods, lubricating tools, and even making simple oil lamps. He sat by the stove for more than an hour. The long-handled wooden spoon gently stirs at the bottom of the pot. The thick pieces of fat slowly shrink into golden brown oil residue under the high heat, while the clear, bright oil gradually gathers. Adrian carefully pours the hot, cooked oil into a newly made small clay jar. As the oil cools, it solidifies into a milky white fat paste. If kept sealed tightly, it can last all winter without spoiling. Oliver stands by the smoking rack, busy turning the racks of ribs and tenderloin that have just been hung up. Wild boar meat is thicker and fattier than deer meat. To keep it fresh, it needs to be smoked thoroughly with fire. Adrian adds a few pieces of damp pine wood under the horizontal beam where the meat hangs. The dark gray smoke curls up along the earthen wall, wrapping each piece of meat tightly inside. From the mountain stream, the sound of Thomas vigorously kneading pig intestines can be heard, mixed with Mary's occasional soft warnings to the children. Adrian wipes the oil and soot off his face, his fingers touching the rough, deer leather vest. He looks at the small house filled with the smell of smoke and meat, then at the two full clay jars in the corner. Although the coming winter will be very cold, the feeling of filling the granary with his own hands makes him less worried about the harsh weather ahead. He picks up a piece of hot, golden oil residue from the pot, bites into it hard. The rich aroma of the oil bursting between his teeth lifts his tired spirits. According to real historical records, in the winter of 867, the Danish pagan army did not stop but launched a full-scale invasion of the Kingdom of Mercia. This was one of the darkest winters in British history. For Adrian, it meant that his territory in Mercia was no longer a safe rear but had become a front line. In late autumn of 867, after completely destroying the Kingdom of Northumbria, the Vikings did not stay in York for the winter. They moved south along the river, directly into the heart of Mercia, capturing an important stronghold, Nottingham. They built defenses there, preparing to spend the long winter from this base. The Viking occupation of Nottingham meant that villages within 100 miles would face devastating plunder. That's why more people like Thomas were heading into the mountains. The Vikings needed a large supply chain to spend the winter in Nottingham. Their elite cavalry and grain collection teams would sweep through the nearby forests like a comb. According to history, King Bugred of Mecia was very scared that winter and asked Wessex for help. The local lord, Baron Bolton, was probably busy gathering troops or strengthening his castle, so he couldn't care about the soldiers hiding in the mountains. Adrian organized his thoughts. The current situation had both good and bad points for him. Bolton doesn't care about me. That's good. Staring at the flickering fire in the stone stove, his thoughts became clearer. The invading pagan army was like a rough hammer smashing all the old chains on this land. The crime of illegally claiming land that weighed on him was now meaningless as the local order collapsed. As long as he could hold his ground in this wilderness, when the fighting stopped or a new order was formed, this land would be his strongest claim. More than that, a new kind of ambition was growing in Adrian's heart. He was a knight registered in the church records and a follower of God. Recovering this dirty land from the cursed pagans and creating a safe place for Christians was a sacred right in the eyes of any bishop or surviving count. As long as he held a sword and had loyal villagers like Thomas behind him, he could legally expand his territory amid the chaos. But the price of this opportunity was very high. The Vikings, with their long beards and fortresses outside York, wouldn't care about his knightly title or legal claims. In the eyes of these northerners, a Saxon knight wearing chainmail and occupying a fertile valley alone was a prime target for plunder and could be sacrificed to the gods in a ritual of blood eagle. Thinking of such a brutal death, Adrian's hands unconsciously clenched tighter. Although his current base was just a dirt hut, a grass shed, and a few jars, in his mind, this valley pressed against the cliff was no longer just a temporary refuge. The Viking invasion was like a destructive flood, but it also washed away the rigid feudal rules. As long as he can hold on through this flood, these broken mountains and rivers will eventually have a new name. Build a real fortress. Once this idea took root in Adrian's mind, it grew wildly. Of course, he wasn't thinking of a stone fortress like Baron Bolton's, which takes years and a lot of labor. He wanted a practical wooden and stone stronghold based on the natural terrain. The natural cliff would serve as the back wall. He planned to build a high earthen wall on the first spring after the snow melted, using the old branch fence as a base. On top of the wall, he would set up a wooden walkway to block arrows. But he needed more people. Thomas's family was the foundation, but that was not enough. He needed at least 10 to 20 honest families like Thomas's who wanted to survive. They would not only work with hoes, but also be ready to fight with spears and pitchforks, standing behind the earthen wall to defend it. Adrian looked at the bread oven, which was already giving off a toasted smell. In this wasteland abandoned by the old order, food was the only law, and fire was the last hope. In this chaotic, lawless time where the strong rule, no one could say that a simple wandering knight must die in the mud. Viking leaders from across the North Sea could become kings with their axes. So why can't a modern soul who understands planting and crop rotation build his own high wall on these ruins? In this turbulent era, maybe one day, the outpost beneath this rocky cliff will become a grand stone fortress. And he, a discarded soldier abandoned by his lord, could become a king who controls all of England. These thoughts, illuminated by the firelight, grew wildly in Adrian's heart like wild grass. The cold wind howled through the valley, blowing the remaining wheat stalks into the air. Adrian turned his head to look at Thomas and Mary, busy by the fire. Their shadows flickered and intertwined in the dying embers of the kiln, looking humble but incredibly resilient. For these serfs who had barely survived before the heavy snow sealed the mountains, the chaos of war and the change of kings seemed far away. In this troubled time, Adrian was the only star they looked up to, the only god who could give them carbohydrates and steel protection in this harsh winter. Current supplies, weapons and armor, 1 knight's sword, 1 Viking axe, a reinforced longbow with 6 iron-tipped heavy arrows, plus 3 more, a captured dagger, 2 wooden spears, a half-plate armor, a dented iron helmet, a round shield made of animal hide. Food supplies: 190 kilograms of black bread, 60 kilograms of oats with shells, 40 kilograms of dried broad beans. Meat and fats: 30 kilograms of smoked deer meat, about 100 kilograms of smoked wild boar meat, 8 kilograms of pig fat. Side dishes and spices: 30 kilograms of salted cabbage, 1 jar of coarse salt. Tools: a hand-cranked stone mill, a red clay bread oven, an iron-tipped wooden shovel, a rusty hoe, a short sickle, several old iron nails. Population: 2 adult men, Adrian and Thomas, 1 adult woman, Mary, a young boy, Oliver, and 2 small children, Lucy and Thomas's kids. The cold wind blows fiercely. Thomas's family of 3 huddles inside a new thatched hut beside their wooden house, sitting on thick, dried wheat stalks, wrapped in a patched old cloak. In the center of the hut, a small fire burns, their only protection against the deep autumn night. Adrian is very understanding about this. He knows well that if they let these workers freeze or get injured just to save 2 bundles of firewood, that would be a real loss. So he allows Thomas to gather fallen twigs from the forest edge after finishing his work in the fields, as long as it doesn't delay the next day's labor. He doesn't mind a little extra smoke in the hut. The wild boar innards and scraps, given as a reward, are carefully chopped by Mary and cooked with black bread bran into a thick soup. These leftovers, considered scraps by the Lord, are precious supplies for them. The rich fats turn into real heat in their bodies, helping them stay warm even in the drafty hut. Thomas's child, named Leanne, arrived here a few days ago looking very sick, with sunken eyes and labored breathing. Now, after eating enough black bread porridge and pig offal soup, his color has improved noticeably. He is curled up in his mother's arms, clutching a hard piece of bread crust, sleeping very peacefully. Such good luck. I didn't expect that after escaping, we would meet such a kind Lord. Mary hugged Leanne tightly, gazing softly at the child and speaking quietly. In her view, a knight who not only offers protection but also shares his own resources with his servants is truly a great kind person. Thomas was poking at the fire with a stick, making the flames brighter. He listened to his wife and looked at the small red clay house nearby, which glowed with the remaining heat from the stone stove. Then he nodded firmly. "Yes, we need to work hard," Thomas said in a deep, determined voice. "May the Lord live long, and may his land never be discovered by those northern folks." For ordinary farmers in the Middle Ages, their hopes were simple: just to stay alive and have enough to eat, which was the greatest happiness. The night wind moved the oat straw on the roof of the hut, and the 3 figures huddled closer in the flickering firelight. Meanwhile, Adrian inside the wooden house was still busy. He was trying to figure out how to process the pigskin from the hunt, as he was the only one in the territory who knew how to make leather. Since the boar was large, its hide spread out on the ground took up most of the space in the room. Wild boar skin is much thicker than deer skin, and the black, stiff bristles on the surface prickled his palms. He clenched the single-edged dagger he had taken from the fleeing soldier and carefully cut along the lines of the hide. As the only person in the territory who knew how to make leather, Adrian understood the value of this hide. Deer skin is soft but offers limited protection, mainly used as lining. But the thick hide of this old wild boar, after being softened and layered, was hard enough to resist arrows and ordinary iron weapons. Ha! The dagger's blade moved through the dense fibers. Adrian knelt on the ground, pressing his left hand firmly on the edge of the hide, controlling the force with his right hand, slicing away the attached bits of meat and excess fat layer by layer. He didn't discard the scraped fat, but collected it in a ceramic bowl, planning to use it for further refining. He had to clean all the oil before the snow sealed the mountains and the air dried out completely, or the leather would rot from the inside. According to his plan, this piece of leather, after soaking in alkali water and being kneaded repeatedly, can be cut into a complete set of leather armor, including a thick chest plate and shin guards. In this front line, where invaders could arrive at any moment, this extra protection that can be worn over chainmail is his guarantee of surviving until next spring. This cold winter, the visitors coming along the mountain valley paths will not only be Thomas's family. The fall of Northumbria in the north is just the beginning. As the Viking forces break through Nottingham's gates, thousands of desperate peasants, even free men who have lost their land, and monks fleeing with holy images, will rush into the deep mountains like frightened animals. They will try to avoid the cursed pagans who occupy the main roads, desperately fleeing southward to Wessex or to the Christian kingdoms where God's light still shines and the masts of longships are not yet blocking the sky. His wooden house beneath the rocky cliff just happens to guard one of these secret southern routes. More people will come, and more trouble will follow. For those just trying to escape, this place might only be a stopover. But for the starving and cold wanderers who still carry knives, his fragrant house is the tastiest prey. He needs more honest farmers like Thomas to help, but he also needs to keep his sword sharp at all times. He must be responsible for his own life and for the trust his people place in him. Besides that, there is one thing that worries Adrian. It's the future trade. There is less than a pound of white salt left in his bag. Although they brought back a lot of fat and fresh meat from the hunt, this also means their salt consumption will increase many times over, apart from their usual daily needs. In this era without refrigeration, the best way to keep over 100 kilograms of wild boar meat from spoiling or souring is by heavy smoking and salting. And salt, along with the iron blocks he urgently needs, more tools, and even future fabrics, cannot be grown directly in this forest. Future trade. It's probably going to get harder and harder, Adrian muttered softly, his brow unconsciously tightening. The market at the crossroads he visited before is 2 days' worth of mountain roads away. At that time, the north was not completely ruined, and merchants still dared to travel on the main roads with mules and horses. But now, Nottingham is lost. Those trading caravans that used to bring salt from the southern seaports would not risk heading toward the fallen areas unless they had no sense. Even if the market was still open, the dangers on the road had increased several times. He now only had 3 remaining Mesian silver coins. In peaceful times, these coins might buy many good things, but in this war-torn winter, their value would quickly fade like frostbitten leaves. Merchants would tighten their grip on food and iron tools, only trading through barter. Adrian looked at the pile of wild rabbit skins in the corner. These skins could still be exchanged for white salt before, but with the influx of refugees, the market would soon be flooded with pelts, while the prices of salt and grain would soar to ridiculous levels. As a person from the modern world, he also wished he could find a mountain to settle on, just like the heroes in those stories. He imagined casually discovering an open salt mine or rich iron deposit in the mountains behind his home. From then on, his territory would have no resource worries. He could stay in the valley, farming, forging iron, and making salt, saving enough to then go out and conquer the world. But such thoughts only spun in his mind for a moment before the dry, bitter taste in his throat pulled him back to reality. Salt and iron have always been the most important controlled resources in this land. Even in the chaotic and divided Middle Ages, high-quality and easy-to-mine minerals were tightly controlled by powerful counts, bishops, or even the king himself. Around every salt well and open iron mine, there were usually several layers of sharpened wooden fences and squads of armored guards. The chance of stumbling upon a good, unclaimed open mine in the wilderness was as unlikely as being hit on the head by a gold bar while walking on the road. Even if some small abandoned mines existed, they were often too deep, waterlogged, or filled with impurities. The effort and charcoal needed to extract anything worthwhile far exceeded the value of the ore, so clever landowners would abandon them as useless. Adrian wondered to himself that when he ran away from the battlefield, he had just casually slipped into these deep mountains. He didn't have any special skills for detecting mineral veins, so he didn't expect such good luck to come his way. Without mines, I can only steal or trade, he muttered softly. This clear understanding made him feel a heavy pressure. In the year 867, when resources were tightly controlled, every grain of salt and every piece of raw iron carried a hint of blood. However, besides hoping for risky market trades, Adrian had 2 more reliable ideas in mind. Although the amount of salt produced might be small, it was real sodium salt, which could help him in urgent times. It was better than potassium salt made from wood ash, which could upset the stomach. One idea was to find salt flats and nitrate deposits. Wild animals like deer and wild boars also need salt. They instinctively seek out natural salt-rich soils or mineral rocks in the woods to lick. These places are called salt licks. While patrolling, Adrian could focus on animal tracks. If he found a mountain or hillside where no grass grew but was covered with slick, lick marks from animals, there was a good chance that mineral salt was hidden underneath. By digging up the soil there, dissolving it repeatedly, filtering it through layers, and finally boiling the water in clay pots to evaporate it, he could extract a dull gray mineral salt. Although it might taste bitter because of impurities, it was closer to what the body needed than would ash-derived salts. The other idea was to find bitter springs. In central England, especially in the Meskia region where he was now, there are thick layers of Triassic salt underground. Some of this salt dissolves into underground water through cracks in the Earth's crust, forming salty springs. Boiling this highly concentrated spring water could produce the most precious inland resource of the Middle Ages, white refined salt. In Cheshire and Staffordshire, these springs supported the entire church district's income. He didn't expect to find a directly usable, high-quality salt spring in these wild mountains. In Meskia, such springs with clear, salty water had long been surrounded by stone walls by the lords, and every drop of water was turned into silver coins to pay tribute to the church or the king. What he was after were the bitter springs that farmers mentioned. These springs, although salty, contained large amounts of magnesium and calcium salts. The salt boiled from them was not only bitter and sharp on the tongue, but also could cause vomiting and diarrhea if eaten in excess. In this era, when chemical purification is not understood, this spring water is completely discarded, and even the poorest refugees wouldn't bother to drink a drop. This bitter spring is actually a hidden treasure that no one pays attention to. Adrian silently calculated in his mind. According to his knowledge, removing these bitter impurities isn't difficult. He could use the ash stored in the stone stove to make a potassium carbonate-rich ash paste, then pour it into the bitter spring water to cause a chemical reaction. The impurities that cause diarrhea would turn into sediment and settle at the bottom of the container. What remains is the most scarce and purest saltwater solution of this time. Thinking of this, Adrian's tense eyebrows relaxed a little. His next focus should be on the upper reaches of that mountain stream. If he finds unusual white frost on the rocks in the stream, or notices that the water tastes bitter, or sees some salt-tolerant plants growing nearby, these signs would mean he's found the right place. He glanced at the few cleanly scraped wild boar bones in the corner. Since this wild boar was so fat and healthy in life, it must have had a steady source of minerals nearby. Instead of gambling on the honesty of market vendors, he might as well explore the forest more thoroughly before the heavy snow seals the mountains. Early the next morning, before the cold fog had lifted from the valley, Adrian was already dressed and standing neatly at the wooden cabin door. Thomas, who was stretching lazily in front of the grass hut, saw the Lord come out. He quickly wiped his face and respectfully approached. "Thomas, when you came, did you follow the mountain stream's path?" Adrian asked calmly, hand on his sword. "Yes, sir. Our family was worried about running into Baron Bolton's patrol, so we kept to the rocks along the stream," Thomas replied, shrinking his neck and exhaling visible breath. "Along the way, did you see any rocks with water seeping out that, when dry, left a white crust of salt?" Adrian asked, scraping the ground with his boot near a blue stone. "And are there any areas where the grass is sparse or looks burned, like it was scorched?" Thomas frowned, thinking deeply. He was an experienced farmer, very sensitive to changes in soil and water. "Now I understand what you mean, sir," Thomas said, pointing toward the upstream part of the mountain stream, around the large rock wall. "It's about a short walk from here, at the gravel bar. There is a small spring that flows out from a crack in a stone split by lightning. Everyone calls it the bitter spring. The water tastes so bitter that it makes your tongue curl, and no weeds can grow nearby. The land around it is bare and pale." He paused and added, "Old folks in our manor used to say that water was touched by evil spirits underground. Drinking it would make your throat burn and give you stomach trouble for 3 days." Adrian's face lit up with a hint of happiness after hearing this. That bitter taste, which makes your tongue curl and causes diarrhea, is actually high concentrations of calcium chloride and magnesium sulfate. This is the kind of bitter spring that the local lord abandoned because of too many impurities. "Oliver, bring 2 clay jars," Adrian said, signaling Thomas to lead the way. Let's visit that cursed spring. If the water is as bitter as you say, we won't need to worry about salt this winter." Thomas looked skeptical. How could bitter water turn into valuable salt? But he didn't ask more. He tightened his grass rope belt and led the way into the morning fog that hadn't yet lifted. Following the mountain stream upstream, the three of them navigated through slippery rocks for about 3/4 of an hour. They reached a cliff, and the faint smell of grass and trees gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a dry, sulfuric, earthy smell. "Sir, it's here." Thomas pointed to a crack at the base of the cliff. Inside the crack, a tiny spring was slowly seeping out, gathering into a deep green pool below. Where the water flowed, the stones were no longer dark green and wet, but covered with a thick layer of white crystals. All the nearby bushes had withered, leaving only a few bare, yellow, broken branches swaying in the wind. Adrian crouched down and gently touched the white crystals with his fingertips. The feeling was smooth and cold. He sniffed the crystals and then carefully tasted a tiny bit on his tongue. A strong, salty flavor, with a spicy and bitter note, exploded on his taste buds, making most of his tongue numb and heavy. "Yes, this is it." Adrian suddenly stood up, a look of hidden joy in his eyes. "This is a natural brine spring with a very high salt content." The reason it was so bitter was because the magnesium salt concentration was extremely high. However, in his modern understanding, this was simply a natural gift right in front of him. "Sir, are you really going to use this water?" Oliver asked hesitantly, standing nearby and clutching 2 empty clay jars tightly. The boy couldn't hold back any longer and bravely said, "I've heard from the elders in the village that this water is the devil's saliva. There used to be a spring like this in the northern estate. The Lord would rather spend a lot of money buying sea salt at the market than look at this water. People say that salt made from this water can take half your life." Oliver's words were honest. In this time, people only knew about salt from seaside drying and boiling sweet springs. No one knew how to handle this bitter, mineral-rich brine. To them, bitterness meant poison. Adrian looked at the worried boy and took one of the clay jars from him. He bent down and scooped a full jar of water from the spring. "Oliver, the reason the Lord doesn't touch this water is because they can't remove the bitterness." Adrian turned to look at his 2 doubtful subordinates and spoke calmly. "Inside this jar, there are actually 2 things. One is a poison that can cause diarrhea, and the other is the white salt we need for winter. The lords only want the salt but are afraid of the poison. But in fact, just a little ash from plants can remove the poison." Thomas and Oliver looked confused. To them, turning stone into salt sounded like a miracle from wandering monks or witches who dealt with demons. "Stop staring. Fill both jars completely and take them back." Adrian signaled them to start. "Once the first batch of white salt is made tonight, you'll understand." Seeing Adrian so confident, Thomas and Oliver felt nervous, but still obediently crouched down to collect the spring water. Back at the base, Adrian didn't delay. He motioned for Oliver to place the heavy jars of bitter spring water on a flat stone table next to the stone stove. Mary and Lucy were watching by the fire. When they saw the 2 jars, which usually held meat broth, now filled with that strange greenish bitter water, they instinctively stepped back. "Mary, go sift through the white ash collected over the past 2 days. Only keep the finest layer," Adrian ordered, while he dug out some leftover linen scraps from beneath the haystack. He first covered the open mouth of a rough clay jar with a fine linen cloth, then stuffed a layer of clean river sand inside, making a simple filter. Carefully, he poured the bitter spring water into the jar. As the sound of droplets echoed, the murky liquid passed through the sand layer and became clearer at the bottom. But this only removed dirt and small leaves. The real toxins remained in the water. Adrian took a bowl of white plant ash handed to him by Mary. These ashes are extracted from hardwood and rich in potassium carbonate. He poured the ash into a small clay bowl, added a little stream water, and stirred it into a thick paste. Then, with focused eyes, he slowly poured it into the filtered spring water in the jar. "Watch carefully," he whispered. The once clear spring water, upon contact with the ash paste, suddenly became cloudy as if stirred by an invisible hand. Tiny white fluff-like particles appeared out of nowhere, swirling and settling at the bottom of the jar. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with amazement. To them, this was like real alchemy, water turning into so much white residue, beyond their imagination. This is the toxin that causes diarrhea. Now it has turned into stone-like debris, Adrian explained. They patiently waited about half an hour until the liquid in the jar turned clear again. Carefully, Adrian poured the top layer of clear liquid into another clean clay jar, leaving a thick gray sediment at the bottom. The next step was the most fuel-consuming part, boiling. He placed the filled jar directly over the center of a stone stove. As the fire blazed, the water inside began to boil vigorously. To speed up the process, he kept pushing dry wood into the fire. When the water level in the jar dropped to just a finger's depth, Adrian removed the fire, using the residual heat to dry the contents further. Afterward, he gently scraped the bottom of the jar with a long-handled wooden spoon, producing a crisp, rustling sound. He lifted the wooden spoon out. On that rough wooden surface, a layer of clear, shimmering crystals with a faint silver glow was prominently spread. Adrian pinched a small amount, crushed it between his fingers, and then put it into his mouth. This time, the bitter taste that made the tongue tingle almost disappeared, replaced by a pure salty flavor. "It's done." Adrian handed the wooden spoon to Thomas. Thomas reached out carefully, pinched a few grains with his fingertips, and tasted them. His face was tense, as if prepared to endure the bitterness, but when the pure saltiness spread across his tongue, his eyes widened suddenly. "Sir, this is really salt. Not bitter at all, just fine white salt." Thomas kept tasting and touching his mouth, his initial surprise gradually turning into genuine respect. He quickly bent down, speaking with a tone full of admiration. "You're truly capable of everything. Even the poisonous water in this forest, in your hands, can turn into something as valuable as gold." Adrian casually placed the wooden spoon on the stone table, looking at the thin layer of salt crust at the bottom of the clay jar, but his expression remained serious. This jar of bitter spring water had been boiled all afternoon, using most of a bundle of good firewood. The resulting refined salt was not even enough to fill half a hand. This earth kiln drying method was very inefficient. Behind each grain of salt, there was a thick layer of wood ash and sweat. The amount of salt produced by this method was enough for their small group's daily needs. But if they wanted to salt over 100 kilograms of wild boar meat or sell it at the market for iron tools, this yield was simply not enough. Adrian silently calculated in his mind. In this deep forest, while fuel was plentiful, chopping and transporting wood was very exhausting work. For this amount of salt, he couldn't afford to use all his strong workers by the fire. This bitter spring salt was destined to be only a supply for their base, not a product for expansion. But even so, it solved their most urgent problem. They no longer needed to risk being discovered by Vikings by traveling long distances to buy expensive, sand-mixed coarse salt at the market. "Tomorrow morning, you and Oliver can go fetch 2 more jars of water. No need to watch every day." Adrian pointed to the salt bag in the crack of the stone wall. "The rest of the time, focus on reinforcing the house and the fence. With salt, you also need the strength to carry it." "Understood, sir." The next day, Thomas and Oliver each carried 2 clay jars filled with bitter spring water, walking very slowly. Because they didn't have even weight distribution, the brine inside the jars kept splashing out as they moved, wetting their thin linen shirts. To keep their balance, they had to keep their necks bent and backs hunched, stopping every few dozen steps to catch their breath. Adrian watched this scene from the doorstep, his brow slightly furrowed. Without any animals to help, relying only on primitive shoulder carries, not only was the work very slow, but it also quickly drained their strength. With this method, they could not carry many jars in a day. Whether transporting brine from the bitter water cliff, fetching water from the mountain stream daily, or hauling heavy bundles of firewood from the forest, all of it was straining their backs. He picked out a piece of dense, arm-thick white wax wood from the pile of timber in the corner. It was left over from making a long bow, about 1.5 meters long, with straight grain and good elasticity. Adrian took a Viking short axe and sat on a wooden stake beside the stone stove. First, he shaved off the rough bark from the white wax wood with the axe blade, then gradually split the middle part into a flat shape. This kind of pole was simple in design, but contained great mechanical wisdom. Its wide, flat middle could distribute weight across shoulder muscles, easing pressure on the bones, while the ends narrowed, and kept some thickness to maintain flexibility. Click, click. The axe precisely carved 2 deep notches at each end of the flat pole for attaching ropes. Adrian then pulled a few flexible vines from the haystack, rubbing them repeatedly near the fire. He braided these vines into 4 round loops, just the right size to fit around the necks of the clay jars. Thomas, put down the jars. Come try this. Adrian stepped out of the hut, tossing the newly made pole to the catching Thomas, who had just caught his breath. He demonstrated by slipping the vine loops onto the 2 water-filled jars, hooking the ends of the pole with the vines, then slightly applying force with his shoulders and straightening his waist. With a soft, elastic tremor from the white wax wood, the 2 heavy jars hung steadily on either side of his body. Thomas watched Adrian easily stand up, even able to walk with one hand on his sword handle. His surprise was almost visible in his eyes. He mimicked the action, placing the pole on his shoulder. Thanks to the bend in the wooden pole, the weight seemed to be partly eased by some force. Truly a grown-up, Thomas said, trying to walk a few steps with a look of amazement. This is much easier than lifting with my hands. I can carry as much as 2 people just by myself. Adrian simply nodded at Thomas's excited expression. Although this shoulder pole was much faster than carrying by hand, a person's spine has its limits. Daily tasks like fetching water, gathering clay for pottery, and collecting hundreds of stones for building stone walls would eventually overwhelm the few villagers who had managed to gain some muscle if they relied only on their shoulders. Instead of wading slowly, it was better to find a way to make a unicycle now. In the muddy forests and rugged mountains of Britain, the heavy 2-wheeled carts from Roman times couldn't get through. 2-wheeled carts need smooth, wide roads. If one wheel falls into a mud pit or hits a root, the entire load could tip over into a ditch. But a unicycle only needs a narrow path for people to walk through. Even on rough terrain, as long as there's a solid spot to step on, the person pushing can use their arms to balance and move smoothly along the single track. The key part is the center. Adrian sketched a rough design in his mind. Unlike later European carts with wheels in front and people pushing from behind, he wanted a design with a centered balance. He planned to place a large wooden wheel right in the middle of the frame, with cargo racks on both sides of the wheel. This way, all the weight would be transferred directly to the wheel through a sturdy wooden axle. The person pushing only needed to steer and keep balance, not use their strength to bear hundreds of pounds like with a shoulder pole. Thomas, stop resting there. Go into the woods and find some dry, hard oak wood. Adrian called Thomas over, who was drinking water. He drew a circle on the muddy ground. I need this kind of thick material. We must pick the hardest heartwood to carve out a round wheel. Thomas crouched down and stared at the circle for a while. Although he had never seen a wheel with only one tire, Adrian's many achievements made him trust this lord almost blindly. Since the lord can turn poison water into salt, he must also be able to turn wood into a more useful treasure. Sir, for this round wooden wheel, should we drill a big hole in the middle for the axle? Thomas pointed to the center. Yes. Not only do we need to drill a hole, but we also need to wrap the edge of the hub with thick deer or wild boar hide. Otherwise, small stones will quickly damage the wood. To make a truly durable unicycle, iron bearings and reinforcements are essential. Although iron is scarce now, he plans to first make a full wooden prototype to test. In the next 2 or 3 days, Adrian temporarily stopped patrolling the forest and focused all his energy on this strange machine in front of the wooden hut. The hardest part of the unicycle is the wheel. Thomas brought back several thick old oak logs, which had dried in the forest for over half a year and were as hard as stone. Adrian didn't cut the entire log across, but chose a more stable, piece-joining method. He aligned 4 thick wedge-shaped wooden boards at the center, preparing to fit them together with waxed wooden wedges. But before assembling, he needed to create an adhesive to glue the wood pieces together. Oliver, come with me to the pine forest in the back mountain. Adrian took the boy and scraped large lumps of yellowish pine resin from the trunks of a few old pine trees with a small axe. Back at the wooden hut, he took a small ceramic bowl he had previously heated successfully from beside the stone stove. He threw the sticky resin into it and placed it near the fire to slowly warm. As the steam rose, the pine resin melted into a golden liquid. Adrian grabbed a handful of cooled black charcoal powder from the stove and carefully sifted it into the liquid. Watch carefully. Resin alone isn't strong enough. Add some charcoal ash, and when it dries, it will be harder than stone. While stirring, he added a little pig fat to increase flexibility. As he mixed, the original golden resin turned into a thick, black glue. While still hot, he applied this fragrant wooden glue generously to the joints of the oak boards. Then he directed Thomas to swing a stone hammer and forcefully drive the waxed wooden wedges into the prepared mortise holes. Black glue squeezed out of the cracks. This natural strong adhesive dried very quickly in the cold wind. In less than half an hour, 4 pieces of wood were joined into a solid, complete wheel. While Adrian was busy making the wooden wheel, Thomas and Oliver took turns carrying water using a flat waxed wooden pole, traveling between Shui Cliff and the outpost. With the pole sharing the weight, carrying water became much faster than before. Thomas's shoulders were red from the strain, but each trip he brought back 2 full jars of brine. Oliver was responsible for collecting and mixing the ash with Mary, turning it into a slurry, and adding it to the murky, salty water to let it settle. The stone stove outside the wooden house burned continuously for several days. Thick steam mixed with the smell of fire spread through the yard. During this time, Mary kept scraping the white powder from the edge of the clay jar with a long-handled wooden spoon. This purification method used a lot of fuel, but it made the salt much cleaner. The originally greenish brine, after filtering and evaporation, turned into tiny, dark white grains in the clay bowl. "Sir, the salt is ready." Adrian walked over to check the 3 small clay jars on the table. They were filled with white mineral salt. He roughly weighed them, about 6 kilograms. The salt had a faint mineral bitterness, enough for their daily meals. "This salt will last us through the whole winter." Besides using some for soup and meat, they could also set aside part of the remaining salt to rework the 2 wild boar hind legs they just took apart, making more durable cured meat. Meanwhile, the wheelbarrow was almost finished. Adrian patted his hands, which were sticky with pine resin, and looked at the newly made wheelbarrow. Since he didn't have extra metal, the structure looked a bit rough. Besides the last iron nail used at the axle, all other joints were tightly fitted with square tenons and wooden wedges carved from oak. To strengthen it, he coated each stress point with thick blackwood glue and wrapped it with tough, pig oil-soaked vines. It looked sturdy, but he still felt a little nervous inside. The wooden axle rotates directly inside the wooden frame. Even if it is polished smooth, the wear from long-term heavy use is still quite significant. "Thomas, pile all the firewood from before on top." Adrian waved his hand. Thomas and Oliver worked together to lift a heavy load of over 100 pounds onto the frame. Because of the balanced design, the firewood was hung on the beams on both sides of the round wheel, keeping the heavy frame balanced. When it bore weight, it made a very faint creak sound. Try pushing it around twice. Take it through that narrow mountain stream path, and don't hold back. Thomas held the long white waxwood handles, trying to keep the front of the cart balanced. As he took a step, the round wheel slowly turned on the rough, muddy ground. The heavy wooden axle made steady, dull rubbing sounds between the supports. Adrian walked beside him, paying close attention to the axle's position, listening carefully to the sounds when the wood was under pressure. Although the friction between the axle and supports increased, the oil coating prevented any burning smell or obvious wobbling. "Stop now. Don't push too fast. This axle is made of wood, and it might crack if it gets too hot." Adrian held the frame steady and carefully checked the hub. The wild boar leather wrapped around the rim had some shallow scratches from small stones, but it was not damaged. This all-wood tool, without bearings, is only a temporary solution. If they need to transport large amounts of stones for building walls in the future, this oakwood axle probably won't last more than half a month. He looked up at his 2 subordinates, who were circling around the unicycle, their faces full of amazement. But at this critical moment, the unicycle was enough to help them gather nearby resources quickly before the heavy snow sealed the mountain. "All right, later you can take it to move firewood, and you'll see if it works well." Adrian patted the wood shavings off his leather jacket, signaling his 2 still-dazed subordinates to get moving. Thomas and Oliver exchanged glances, working together to steady the frame and push it toward the forest edge behind the wooden house. There, a few old pine trees, cut down in recent days but not yet transported, were piled up. In the forest, Thomas placed the logs, each over a meter long, symmetrically on the racks on both sides of the round wheel in the center of the unicycle. Until the pile of wood was higher than his waist, Adrian called a stop. Try pushing it again, but don't use all your strength. Thomas tightly grasped the long white waxwood handle, took a deep breath, and lifted it upward. As the wooden shaft made a dull, slick rubbing sound, the cart loaded with nearly 200 pounds of wood smoothly lifted off the ground. Oliver helped clear away stones blocking the path in front, while Thomas balanced the load from behind. The large wooden wheel slowly turned on the trail covered with dry branches and mud, making a firm, squeezing sound. Thomas was surprised to find that, even though the load was as high as a small hill, because the center of gravity was directly over the axle, he only needed to use a little effort to keep the direction steady. The rest was just the push from moving forward. What normally took 3 people all afternoon to load with wood, now was done in less than 4 trips, neatly stacked outside the wooden hut. When they returned to the base, Thomas put down the handle. His face was still sweaty, but he was breathing more evenly than before. "Sir, this thing is more useful than 5 strong men," Thomas said sincerely. Adrian crouched down and carefully checked the joint of the wooden shaft. Since it was not covered with metal, after several heavy loads, the oak wood shaft and the support had worn a shallow, pale mark around where they connected. He shook the frame gently. The connection was still tight, and there was no noticeable wobbling. Although the oak shaft was worn, it seemed to still have a lot of life left. In the days before the heavy snow blocked the mountains, this cart helped them carry all the red clay and leftover dry firewood back to the wooden hut for winter. Compared to exhausting Thomas and Oliver, the wear on the wood was within acceptable limits. As long as they regularly applied oil, the work this cart produced was worth much more than the few materials it consumed. He took a small lump of milky pig fat from Mary, carefully pressed it into the gaps of the bearing, and used his fingertips to spread it evenly. As the oil seeped into the wood grain, the once dry squeaking sound became smooth again. He looked up at the sky. The distant mountain ridge was already blurred in a gray, cold mist. This weather meant the first snow of the year was not far away. The first snow fell quietly in the dead of night. In the morning, Adrian pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a sharp cold air immediately seeped into his collar. The original brown riverbank and distant wheat stubble were now covered with a thin layer of clean white frost and snow. The valley was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, only a few hardy gray-chinned sparrows hopping on the snow-covered wooden fence. For more than half a month, the people at the outpost had not stopped working. Thomas pushed the wheelbarrow back and forth along the mountain path and riverbank before the ground froze completely. He and Oliver worked together to carry the last dozen bags of red clay, 2 large jars filled with brine, and bundles of oat straw up the slope. During those busy days, the outpost was filled with heavy breathing and the squeak of wooden wheels, as everyone raced against the coming harsh winter. Meanwhile, the smoke from the kiln never stopped rising. As Adrian became more skilled at controlling the fire, the pottery's success rate steadily increased. Cracks that used to appear often became fewer, and the jars were fired more tightly. "Thomas, come here," Adrian called. He stood on the new stone platform, pointing to a few finished vessels just out of the kiln. Thomas quickly put down the firewood, brushed the ash from his leather gloves, and hurried over. Adrian picked out 2 small, smooth-walled pots and 4 sturdy clay bowls, then pushed them forward. "These are for your family," Adrian said calmly, but with a firm tone that left no room for argument. Thomas trembled as he carefully cupped the still-warm pottery in his hands. In their old manner, they could only eat with broken wooden troughs. Owning their own pottery was a sign of dignity. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kindness." Under the eaves of the wooden house, neatly stacked oak and pine logs formed a solid wall, reaching all the way to the beams. This meant that during the heavy snow days ahead, they wouldn't need to go out into the cold wind to gather wood. As long as they stayed by the warm stone stove, they could get through each day. In this year 867, when northern lands were torn by war and many refugees suffered from hunger and cold, this valley, protected by rocky cliffs, surprisingly showed a rare sense of stability. Watching the first snowflakes swirl down in the wind, they finally felt they could have a truly good winter. Under the eaves, a pile of dry firewood and 2 clay jars were full. The sense of urgency that had been weighing on Adrian's mind for months disappeared completely in the bright silver snow. Only a light, happy feeling remained. "Oliver, take your spear and come with me for a walk," Adrian said softly, reaching for his long bow coated with oil from the crack in the rock. Oliver was squatting by the millstone, cleaning bran. When he heard the command, he straightened his back, wrapped 2 more strips of leather around his rabbit fur gloves, and quickly followed. They pushed open the wooden door, and the familiar valley looked different now. The riverbank below was covered in snow. The 2-acre wheat stubble showed faint, neat arcs under the silver layer. The mountain stream hadn't frozen yet, jumping over frost-covered pebbles and making sharper, clearer sounds than usual. Adrian led Oliver, their boots crunching softly on the soft snow. He didn't rush to look for footprints, but followed the small trail along the ridge higher up. The forest was very quiet. Only a few gray crows flapped their wings, dropping soft snowflakes. The cold air made his mind clear after months of nonstop work. "Sir, look over there," Oliver whispered, pointing to a sheltered hazel bush. Adrian looked in that direction and saw a few messy, plum-shaped footprints on the white snow. The size and depth suggested some wild rabbits had come out early in the morning to find grass shoots not yet buried. He didn't draw his bow immediately, but continued to move forward patiently. In this snow-covered forest, tracking was very easy. Any movement of animals left clear marks in the snow. Adrian stopped behind a small fir tree, hooked his finger on the reinforced bowstring, and carefully searched among the snow-covered bushes. About 30 steps away, a gray and white wild rabbit was curled up next to a crack in the rocks, digging vigorously with its front paws. Adrian steadily raised his long bow. Thanks to regular maintenance, the bow felt solid, and even when fully drawn. He held his breath, focusing only on the trembling fur in the snow. The iron nail arrowhead kicked up a small cloud of white mist in the snow, accurately piercing the wild rabbit. "Bring it back," Adrian ordered calmly. Oliver ran over quickly, leaving a messy trail of footprints in the ankle-deep snow. Adrian watched the boy run and jump as he picked up the rabbit. His excitement made the corner of his mouth lift slightly. He slowly lowered his longbow and casually brushed off the remaining snow on his arm guard. Now, the wooden cabin was no longer short of food. After the urgent hunger eased, he started to think about other plans. In this rich valley, if he could raise some livestock like a proper estate, life would be more stable. He wouldn't have to sneak around the forest hoping for luck every now and then. But in these deep mountains, besides catching these gray-brown rabbits, he could also find groups of deer or wild boars. Rabbits seem easy to catch, but raising them is quite difficult. These creatures are very nervous and easily frightened by any loud noise. Plus, their sharp claws can dig holes, and ordinary wooden cages can't hold them. They might slip into tunnels and disappear into the forest, wasting the hard-earned hay. As for deer, forget it. They are large and fast, needing big grassy fields to run around. The small amount of oats and straw in his shelter couldn't support more than a few. Also, deer see simple fences as nothing more than torn paper. They can jump over them easily. And wild boars? No need to mention. These animals are aggressive. When kept in small pens, they often go crazy, smashing into the fences or snarling at anyone nearby. More importantly, raising these big animals consumes a lot of grains and tubers. Before his rye field doubled in yield, he couldn't afford to give his food to them. He shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside for now. At this age, when neither people nor animals are fully fed and warm, trying to tame these wild creatures was a bit of a daydream. In proper estates, cattle and sheep are always essential. Cattle can plow the fields, helping to cultivate hard land. Sheep provide wool and milk, symbolizing the Lord's power. But in this place, there are no cattle or sheep to be found. These animals have been tamed for hundreds of years. If you want to raise them, you need to buy young ones from large farms. But now, the Vikings control the nearby area, so trading is too dangerous. If he asks where to find calves or lambs, others will immediately think he has his own territory deep in the mountains. In times of chaos, this kind of information can attract groups of bandits or food scouts. Relying on buying is not an option. He can only find wild young animals in the forest. Big livestock is hard to get, but wild pheasants are everywhere. These small birds are the most cost-effective to catch right now. They don't need special pastures, and unlike wild boars, they don't eat much grain. The bran and broken grains left over from grinding flour, which are useless for humans, are perfect food for the pheasants. As long as he can catch a few alive before the heavy snow seals the mountains and set up a sturdy wooden cage under the rock crevices of the cabin, he can raise them. Oliver, next time you patrol, keep an eye on the bushes where pheasants might appear. Adrian pointed to the bran beside the millstone. If you catch any alive, cut off their wing tips and bring them back. We eat flour, and they eat these shells. When spring comes, maybe we'll get eggs. Oliver nodded firmly. He had seen the steward raise these birds at the manor before and knew that as long as there's something to eat, they will stay calm. In the following days, Adrian took Oliver around the woods near the outpost several times. After the heavy snow, the forest became unusually empty. The pheasants that used to scurry in the bushes seemed to have all burrowed into the ground overnight. Adrian stepped through the snow that barely covered his ankles, scanning the low bushes and roots repeatedly. Except for the occasional lonely crow, he saw not a single feather. These guys probably all went deep into the old forest to avoid winter. Adrian leaned on his wooden spear and stopped on the hillside. The biting wind blew through the valley, making the back of his neck cold. He looked at the darkening sky, knowing that in a few days, when the real heavy snow seals the mountains, even this small trail will be buried. At that point, not only catching chickens, but even patrolling outside will be impossible. Forget it, let's go back. Adrian shook his head with a hint of regret in his tone. This livestock activity will probably have to wait until next spring when the snow melts before we can start again. When they finally returned to the wooden hut, Mary hurried out. She was holding a small wicker basket lined with broken wheat straw, looking very happy, as if she had found a lucky treasure. Seeing Adrian, she quickly knelt in the snow and carefully raised the basket. "Sir, look, I found something behind that windbreak stone pile." Adrian walked closer and saw that inside the thick pile of wheat straw, there were 5 or 6 small, gray-brown balls. These baby mountain chickens were about the size of a fist, with sparse-down feathers, huddled together and trembling, making very faint chirping sounds. "Where did you find them?" Adrian knelt down and gently touched one with his finger. "Behind the mountain, in the cracks of the rocks. I was checking the dry firewood over there when I heard some movement. The old hen might have been taken by an eagle while looking for food, or she could have frozen to death elsewhere last night, leaving only this nest to wait for death," Mary said as she instinctively protected the basket with her hand, worried the cold wind might harm the little ones. Adrian looked at these fragile baby mountain chickens, and his initial plan was abandoned. These unweaned chicks were easier to tame. If they could survive this half-month, they would get used to living under human care. Bring them inside, and place them near the warm spot by the stone stove. Adrian stood up and turned to Oliver, who was staring intently. "Go, get the fine bran remaining under the millstone, add a little pig fat and water, and make a thin mash to feed them." Mary carefully moved the wooden basket into the warm house. Inside, the temperature was kept cozy by the stone stove, and Adrian crouched beside a wicker basket filled with dry grass. Oliver brought a broken clay bowl, filled with the prepared feed Adrian had just instructed, finely ground rye bran mixed with a little warm water and a tiny bit of milky pig fat. This sticky mixture emitted a faint grain aroma near the stove. "Don't feed too much at once." Adrian took out a very flat piece of white wax wood from his waist and dipped it into the porridge. Since they lost their mother hen's care, these 5 little mountain chickens had shrunk into a trembling gray ball. Gently, Adrian pushed aside the outermost chick with the wood piece. The little one closed its eyes, its thin neck drooping weakly on the grass stalks, and it couldn't even make a sound. He patiently used the tip of the wood to pick up a tiny bit of the porridge and brought it close to the chick's slightly open beak. Perhaps smelling the scent of oil and grains, the dying chick trembled and instinctively opened its mouth to eat the porridge. "Since it's willing to eat, it has a chance to live," Adrian said happily. He repeated the process, feeding the other 4 chicks one by one. As a little warm food entered their stomachs, the tiny trembling creatures gradually gained some energy. One of the darker-colored mountain chickens even tried to stand on its thin legs and made a clear jip sound for the first time. "Mary, go and raise the stone slab by the stone stove a bit more and move the basket onto it. Keep the fire gentle, just warm enough," Adrian said. He brushed off the sawdust from his hands and stood up. When these mountain chickens grow up, they will not only provide tenderer meat than wild rabbits, but, more importantly, they can lay eggs. Eggs are the fastest and gentlest way to add protein. After eating smoked venison and black bread for a long time, his gums sometimes ached faintly, which was a sign of lacking diverse nutrients. If these mountain chickens start laying eggs next spring, whether mixed into flour to make soft pancakes or cracked into meat soup, it will greatly help balance his diet. These unexpectedly rescued mountain chicklings became the first livestock to enjoy public food at this cliffside outpost. These mountain chicklings were too small. A cold wind in late autumn could easily take their lives if it sneaked through the door crack. Adrian stared at the drafty grass basket and called Thomas, who was tidying up straw under the eaves. "Bring in the remaining bundle of hazelwood twigs and get some of the thickest black ryegrass," he ordered. He pointed to the corner of the stone stove, planning to make a sturdier nest for these fragile little lives. These hazelwood sticks are leftovers from trimming the fence. Once dried, they still retain their flexibility. Adrian instructed Thomas to build a half-foot-high enclosure next to the stone slab, lining it with a thick layer of dried straw. To prevent the small creatures from jumping out and falling into the fire at night, he also made a loose wooden cover to fit on top. These few days, they will stay inside, relying on the warmth of the fire to survive. Adrian watched Thomas settle the basket and quietly gave a reminder. He knew that before these little chicks grew their hard feathers, even a slight drop in temperature at night could ruin the entire batch. However, as he looked at the small groups of chicks pecking around the haystack, his brow furrowed slightly. In his memory, farmers in this era of England often kept pigs, cattle, sheep, and even mountain chickens inside their mud houses to stay warm and prevent theft. Such scenes of humans and animals living together, accompanied by strong smells of manure and fleas, were common on the estate. But Adrian couldn't stand these conditions. The mountain chickens were still small and tolerable in smell, but once they grew up, their characteristic bird odor and the feathers flying everywhere would ruin his clean wooden house. When they grow bigger, they must be moved outside. He had already made up his mind. He needed eggs and oil, but he absolutely didn't want to smell chicken manure all night while sleeping. This obsession with cleanliness might seem strange to others, but to Adrian, it was the bottom line for maintaining his dignity as a lord and his personal hygiene. Keep the fire going, but don't let it go out, and don't burn it too fiercely. Adrian brushed off some straw from his hands. Two children were kneeling beside the wooden enclosure, staring wide-eyed at the small movements inside. Seeing the little creatures huddled together in the hay, Adrian called Mary over, who was tidying up outside. "Mary, since you found these mountain chickens, from now on, you will watch over them," Adrian said, pointing to the straw basket near the stone stove. "I will have Oliver give you the leftover bran from the mill every day, so you can feed them." This wasn't an extra burden, but a reward. Mary was initially a bit shy, but upon hearing this, her eyes lit up with surprise. She immediately bent down, her tone full of genuine gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I will take good care of them and make sure nothing goes wrong." In the rules of the estate at that time, helping the lord take care of the livestock was a highly valued task for the serfs. First, it was about the right to handle byproducts. As the caretaker, the small feathers, shed feathers, and even the claws and tiny bones left after slaughter were usually not appreciated by the lord. But for Mary's family, these feathers could be stuffed into old clothes for warmth, and the small bones could be boiled into flavorful soup. These were real gains. Second, it helped secure her status. Once she became a breeder for the land, she changed from a rough farmhand to a skilled servant. As long as the mountain chickens were alive, her position in the settlement was more stable than that of someone doing only physical work. And if the chickens laid eggs in the future, even if all the eggs had to be given to the lord, she could still legitimately keep some for herself to care for the animals. Keep an eye on the fire, don't let them freeze at night, and don't let them run around, Adrian advised. These mountain chickens ate tough scraps that people couldn't chew, but they produced the most valuable eggs and fats. As long as these little creatures survived for more than half a month, he could add many fresh ingredients to his meals. But he also made up his mind. The chickens were still small now and tolerable in taste, but once they grew bigger, they would have to be moved outside. The thought of animals living among people, with the smell of manure and fleas filling the house, made Adrian feel uneasy just to think about it. Later, heavy snow completely blocked the valley. The riverbank, which could still be seen with stubble, was now covered by 2 feet of solid white snow. The wooden fence outside the hut looked like a circle of white-haired hedgehogs trembling in the cold wind. Adrian no longer let Oliver and Thomas go out daily to patrol. Instead, they took turns clearing the snow in front of the door, spending most of their time curled up inside. The fire in the stone stove stayed at a level that kept the house warm without wasting too much firewood. Under Mary's careful care, the 5 little creatures grew very quickly. Daily feedings of bran in the morning and evening, along with the constant warmth from the stove, made their sparse gray feathers sprout stiff, tube-shaped feathers. Especially the smallest, darkest-colored rooster had already dared to stand at the edge of the wooden basket, curiously pecking at Adrian's boots. Adrian sat cross-legged on the grass mat, holding a single-edged dagger, carefully shaping a hard, dry deer antler. "Oliver, bring me that unused deer backbone." He gave the order without looking up. Since he couldn't work on the ground, he focused all his energy on maintaining his tools. The reinforced white waxwood bow rested across his knees, and he was layering oil-soaked deer fiber to strengthen the bowstring. In this silent wilderness, made quiet by snow and wind, the faint sound of fine craftsmanship, the polishing, became the only rhythm inside the wooden hut. Thomas sat by the door, vigorously rubbing a large wild boar hide. Following Adrian's method, the hide had soaked in a cloudy clay alkaline water for 3 days. Thomas held the edges tightly with both hands, pulling and rubbing repeatedly over a smooth, round pine stick. Each effort made the fibers inside the leather creak with a sharp, unpleasant sound. "Pull harder, Thomas." Adrian glanced at the man's flushed face. "If you don't soften this hide, making a chest plate out of it will rub your chest raw. Just knead it until it's as smooth as linen, and next spring, when you wear it, no arrows will pierce your heart." Thomas chuckled, wiping sweat from his forehead, and increased his grip. Mary, by the firelight, was trying to make simple brushes from a bundle of stiff pig bristles she had gathered earlier. According to Adrian, these brushes would help clean flour residue from the millstones, saving a lot of grain. During the snowy season when the mountains are closed, the smell of smoked meat and the warm atmosphere inside this wooden cabin are like a guiding light for the predators in the forest who can't find prey. Howl! A low growl comes from outside the door. Then, there is the sound of hitting the fence and sharp claws scratching with a screeching noise. It is a pack of hungry wolves, desperate because they couldn't catch the rabbits hiding in their burrows, and now they are targeting this warm settlement. Lord, it's wolves. It's a wolf pack. Thomas, inside the hut, clearly heard the noise. His trembling voice came through the earthen wall, filled with obvious fear. They're digging at the outside fence. Mary, hold Leanne tight. The scratching outside grew louder and more annoying, the dull sound of claws scraping the frozen pine wood. Adrian quickly grabbed the sword leaning against the wall, calm unlike Thomas. He moved swiftly toward the half-armor hanging on a pillar. "Oliver, come help me tighten the collar," Adrian whispered. He slipped into the cold iron ring, and with a heavy push, the weight of over 20 pounds pressed down on the thick deer leather shoulder pad. He skillfully fastened the belt, distributing the armor's weight to his hips, and finally secured the iron helmet with a dented side. "Light those soaked pine branches with pig fat and come out with me." The flames leapt up 1/2 meter high when they touched the pig fat, illuminating the room brightly. Adrian pulled open the heavy wooden door, and a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in. He stepped over the threshold with firm steps, his boots crunching on the thick snow. "Master, be careful," Thomas shouted anxiously through the gap in the hut. Adrian ignored him, pushing the torch outside the fence. With the firelight, he saw the uninvited guests clearly. 4 wolves, all thin with ribs showing, their gray fur covered in tiny ice shards. The alpha wolf was large but slightly hunched, lowering its body and growling threateningly. In Adrian's eyes, these wolves were not as terrifying as the wild boar he faced before. They were afraid of the fire and couldn't cross the fence. "Trying to eat my meat? You're still too young," Adrian snorted softly. He could feel Oliver behind him, clutching the torch tightly, the heat from his palm passing through the air. He was not in a hurry to shoot an arrow, At this distance, the torch's intimidation was more effective than a dart. The wolf pack paced anxiously outside the fence, scratching deep grooves into the frozen ground with their claws. They tried to approach, but suddenly retreated into the darkness when the firelight grew closer. Their wild animal instincts told them that the man in armor was not an easy prey. Thomas also pushed open the door of the hut and stepped outside. His face was still a little pale, but when he saw Adrian dressed neatly in thick chain mail, his panic eased. "Sir, what should we do?" Thomas asked quietly, his footsteps crunching softly on the snow. Although he held a hoe, he felt unsure about these beasts and instinctively moved closer to Adrian. "Don't worry, they can't come in," Adrian replied without turning his head. He kept one hand on his sword hilt, his eyes fixed on the old wolf. In front of the hut, 3 grown men stood, each holding a weapon. Adrian was not worried about these starving wolves causing trouble. As long as he didn't panic and drop the torch or run out of the fence, the wolves would have to stay outside in the cold. His only concern was that someone might get scratched by the wolf's claws during this chaotic standoff. In this season with little medicine, any deep wound exposing the bone could cause a high fever and weaken a worker. He glanced at the sturdy wooden fence. "Good thing I didn't cut corners back then," Adrian thought to himself. If he had only built a low fence for convenience, these wolves might have already crossed the line and entered his house to cause trouble. The wild wolves did not retreat immediately. They continued to circle in the shadows where the firelight did not reach. The lead wolf let out a series of low, urgent barks, seemingly trying to rally its pack for a strong charge. The snow was kicked up into the air by their restless claws, and their glowing green eyes flickered in the shadows beyond the pointed wooden stakes, showing their relentless determination to succeed. Adrian's eyes gradually grew colder. He no longer wanted to waste time fighting these starving beasts. In this cold night, every minute of confrontation was draining their precious body heat. He turned his head and quietly told Oliver behind him, "Go, bring me the bow." Oliver quickly ran into the house, and moments later, handed the longbow to Adrian. Adrian took the bow steadily, stepped back, and stood behind a gap in the fence. He slowly drew out the most straight arrow from his quiver. The arrow rested on the bow, making a very faint rubbing sound. Creak. As Adrian used his strength, the white ash bow made a deep, low sound under the tension. He didn't look at the soldiers wandering in the grass. His eyes were fixed on the old wolf showing its yellow teeth. The wolf seemed to sense some unusual killing intent. It suddenly stopped, its ears pressed flat against its back, and its damp nose twitched sharply in the air. Adrian held his breath, letting the cold wind mess up his hair under the iron helmet. As long as he took out this lead wolf, the rest of the timid ones would naturally run away. His fingertips loosened slightly. Bang! The bowstring snapped back with a muffled sound in the snowy night, creating a brief black shadow rushing straight toward the greenish eyes. The arrowhead pierced directly into the wolf's eye socket. The impact made the wolf's head tilt back, and its body rolled a few times on the thick snow. After a few convulsions of its legs, it was completely still. Adrian lowered his bow and slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. He felt that his archery skills had become more steady over these months of hunting, or perhaps he was gradually getting used to this bow he had sewn himself. The remaining wild wolves did not become more aggressive after their companion's death. They only let out a few frightened barks. Then the 3 remaining shadows quickly shrank their necks, ran with their tails between their legs, and disappeared into the deeper woods. Running so fast, Adrian snorted coldly, signaling Oliver to push open the wooden fence. He and his people hurried onto the snow. The old wolf lay in a snow pit, its gray fur quickly stained with thick, dark red blood. Adrian stepped on the wolf's head and forcefully pulled out the bloodied heavy arrow, then casually wiped it on the wolf's hide. "Thomas, stop daydreaming and peel off this hide. Wolf meat may be sour, but it's still a tough meal." With the crisis over, Mary and Lucy, who had been hiding in the back, finally let out a deep breath. Thomas quickly put down his hoe and helped handle the dead wolf on the ground. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Maeshur at that time, deer and wild boars were usually considered the Lord's private property, but wolves were an exception. As one of the few creatures legally allowed to be hunted freely, wolves were classified as pests and enemies of the state. Any serf or free person who could kill these dangerous animals in the forest would not be punished for poaching. Instead, the Lord would often accept the pelts as their own. In some areas, those who killed wolves could even receive extra rewards from the Lord. Oliver was standing behind with a torch, his eyes full of admiration. This wasn't his first time seeing such skillful shooting. The last time, when a group of fleeing soldiers sneaked into the outpost, the adults behind the narrow gap shot an arrow that pierced through the enemy's chest. In the boy's mind, this kind of deadly skill in the dark was even more miraculous than the heroes sung about by wandering poets. Adrian circled around the fence. In the flickering firelight, he could clearly see the marks left on the wooden stakes. On the surface of the stakes near the ground, there were dozens of claw marks, some with gnawed white patches from wolf teeth and edges that looked dug out. The main structure is still very solid, not even wobbly. Adrian reached out and shook the most heavily scratched stake. The wood didn't move at all. His hard work paid off. This fence was enough to withstand attacks from ordinary wild animals. Back at the wooden house, he rekindled the fire in the stone stove. Oliver crouched by the fire, carefully wiping the recovered iron-tipped arrow with a rough linen cloth, glancing occasionally at the reinforced longbow in the crack of the rock. Every time Adrian looked over, Oliver quickly lowered his head and fidgeted, rubbing the arrow shaft with his hands, looking a bit nervous and awkward. "Say what you want to say. What are you fussing about over there?" Adrian unfastened the clasp of his leather vest and casually asked. Oliver blushed and moved his lips several times before softly speaking. "Sir, I was thinking, if I could learn to use a bow too, next time those beasts come, I could help you guard the gate." After saying this, he quickly added, "I know this skill is valuable, and I don't know if I am good enough. In this era, archery is a required skill for knights and also a way to maintain power. On a proper estate, except for specialized hunters, commoners are not allowed to touch bows and arrows without the Lord's permission, or they might lose their fingers." Oliver was clearly worried about overstepping his place. Adrian looked at the boy and didn't speak immediately. Over the past few months, he had observed Oliver and was not disappointed. Whether it was heavy farming or late-night guard duty, Oliver always behaved obediently and worked hard. Most importantly, during the encounter with the deserters and tonight with the wolves, Oliver was afraid but never let go of his weapon. This outpost will need more and more people in the future. Relying only on him to hold the bow and guard is not enough. Instead of just seeing Oliver as a laborer, it would be better to treat him as a true knight squire, as he had told Thomas before. Having someone in the territory who can fight from a distance is always a good thing. "Want to learn?" Adrian looked up at him. "Yes, sir. I will practice hard." Oliver suddenly straightened up, his eyes shining with unprecedented enthusiasm. "Good. When this snow melts, I'll teach you how to draw the bow," Adrian said, pointing to the longbow. "But practicing archery is harder than swinging a hoe. If your fingers get raw, you still have to pull the string fully. Don't complain then." Hearing this, Oliver seemed to be filled with new energy. His face, which was a little pale from the cold, turned bright red. He bowed deeply to Adrian, showing a serious attitude. He no longer looked like a timid refugee, but had a hint of a squire's demeanor. Adrian took out a long white wood bow, and from his leather pouch at his waist, he pulled out a piece of slightly frozen, pale pig fat. He signaled for Oliver to stand in front of him and watch carefully, then spoke solemnly. "To learn archery, you first need to learn how to take care of your equipment." He dipped a little pig fat and evenly applied it to the most stressed parts of the bow. As he rubbed with his fingertips, the warm oil slowly seeped into the white ash wood and the dry deer tendon fibers. The back of the bow showed a flexible, dark color after the oil was applied. This forest is cold, and the wood tends to become brittle. If you don't regularly oil it, next time you pull the bowstring tight, it might snap like dry firewood in the stove. Oliver stared wide-eyed at Adrian's actions, clumsily trying to imitate him, afraid to miss any detail. While teaching him how to maintain the bow, Adrian also glanced at Oliver's shoulder. Although the boy had gained some weight recently, his frame still hadn't fully grown. His reinforced bow could exert at least 50 pounds of force. Even a trained knight like him would feel strain in his hand after shooting several arrows in a row. Using this heavy bow now would not only ruin his aim, but also risk injuring his still-developing finger joints due to the strong recoil. His gaze casually fell on the wolf carcass Thomas was handling outside the fence. The wolf, having hunted in the mountains for years, had very tough tendons on its back. Once Thomas removed the skin, he planned to pick out those long tendons and then find a slightly thinner, more elastic piece of white ash wood to make a smaller longbow for Oliver. Such a bow would have a draw weight of about 30 pounds, perfect for the boy to practice with. "Sir, there's some red rust on the arrowhead. Can I grind it off?" Oliver asked, pointing to a dark red spot on the iron tip. "Just run it over the sharpening stone. Be careful not to damage the shaft," Adrian replied, pointing to the sandstone in the corner of the stone stove. Compared to the heavy wild boars and deer that weighed over 100 kilograms earlier, this old wolf was much smaller. In just over half an hour, they efficiently skinned and deboned it, dividing the wolf into several compact pieces of red meat. Although the wolf meat was tough and fibrous from years of running and carried an unremovable gamey smell, any edible protein was a valuable supplement. Adrian looked over the clean, neat remains and finally focused on the few back tendons Thomas had carefully selected. "Keep the tendons. I have use for them. Remaining meat." He paused and looked at Thomas, who was squatting on the ground washing bloodstains. Although he was frightened by the wolf pack last night, he still rushed out with a hoe at a critical moment. This kind of loyalty, which hesitated but ultimately overcame instinct, Adrian wanted them to see real rewards. "Thomas, this back leg and these few ribs, take them back to your hut." Adrian pointed with the tip of his sword at a piece of wolf meat on the stone slab, his tone softer than usual. "You did well guarding last night. Stay here. As long as you have this courage, I won't let you and Mary go hungry." Thomas's eyes suddenly brightened. Although wolf meat didn't taste good, to him, it was a rare wild delicacy. More importantly, this isn't just meat. It's recognition from the Lord for his performance last night. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you for your reward." Thomas hurriedly saluted on the snow, looking overwhelmed with gratitude. When he moved the meat, his posture seemed to straighten a bit more than before. The next morning, the snow outside the wooden house had thickened again. Adrian didn't rush to have Oliver work by the millstone, but called him aside. "Since you want to learn how to shoot a bow, we need to make something proper." Adrian took down a roughly 5-foot-long, dry, hard piece of elm wood from a gap in the beam inside the wooden house. He had cut it from the riverbank 3 months ago while clearing the riverbed. At the time, he thought the wood was dense, so he kept it in a dry, hot place near the stove to dry. After more than a quarter of a year of smoking and drying, the wood had shed its roughness and become extremely hard and stable. Oliver looked at the dark stick of wood, full of curiosity. "Sir, is this bow as heavy as the one you use?" "No, your strength isn't enough now to draw a heavy bow." Adrian gently tapped the wood, his voice clear. "A proper archer needs to start practicing when they are little. In my hometown, or in those truly powerful countries, longbowmen train for decades. Their shoulders become broader from pulling the bowstring for years, and even their spines may slightly bend from the strain. Such expensive training is meant to enable them to shoot through the thickest armor from hundreds of steps away." Groups of longbowmen gathered together, their shooting speed and power even surpassing the simple gunpowder weapons that had just appeared. However, a skilled longbowman needs decades of training, while a line infantry soldier with a simple musket only needs to be supplied with bullets. Because of this high cost and battle losses, longbowmen gradually became obsolete. Adrian's mind flashed with memories of the battles of Crécy and Agincourt. These civilians, called longbowmen, were the most feared force by the nobles of that era. He shook off his thoughts, picked up a single-edged dagger, and began the basic process of shaping the wood. He didn't use rough chopping methods like before, but carefully scraped away the excess white wood along the grain with the sharp edge of the dagger. He left the middle part of the wood thicker for the grip, gradually narrowing the ends into smooth arcs. "Watch this step. This is called shaping," Adrian said as he turned slightly, using his whole body weight to press the wood and observe how it flexed back. He planned to make this bow more detailed by using some of the wolf tendons he had just stripped. He soaked the dried wolf tendons in warm water until they became sticky and flexible again, then carefully applied a mixture of resin and other substances to the back of the elm bow. With these wolf tendons added, even a bow with only 30 pounds of force can shoot arrows farther than a regular wooden bow. While tightening the last tendon, Adrian felt the tension in his fingertips, a tight, stretching feeling. Once this bow is finished, the settlement will have a second source of long-range firepower besides him. All right, go ahead and work. It will take some time to finish this bow. Adrian clapped the wood shavings from his hands, signaling Oliver to go work at the stone grinder. The boy looked longingly at the elm bough blank lying on the warm stone table, then quickly responded and turned to begin his daily grinding routine. Although the bow was still drying, Adrian was not idle. A good archer needs not only a good bow, but also enough ammunition and quick-loading gear. He picked out a few thin birch branches left from last autumn's harvest from the woodpile behind the door. These sticks had dried thoroughly under the eaves, making them light and flexible. He sat beside the stone stove, using the heat from the fire's edge to slowly straighten the slightly bent birchwood strips. These practice arrows did not need iron arrowheads. Adrian picked out a few sharpest broken bone fragments from the remaining deer leg bones. He used the back of a small axe to shape the bone pieces into irregular triangular cones, then patiently smoothed the edges on a sharpening stone. Although these bone arrowheads were less deadly than iron nails, they were easy to obtain and perfect for Oliver, a beginner, to practice shooting. He carefully carved shallow grooves at the top of the birchwood sticks, fitted the sharpened bone tips tightly into the grooves, and wrapped them securely with fine hemp rope. After finishing the arrows, Adrian pulled out the remaining leather from the crack in the rocks. He first found some strips of deer hide left over from making a leather vest. These thick, durable leathers were excellent for making belts and carrying pouches. He used a bone awl to punch small, neat holes at both ends of the leather strips, then threaded very tough linen rope through the holes, stitching together a wide shoulder strap. He sewed a round leather sheath onto the side of the strap, just the right size to hold his sword scabbard. You can't carry your sword all day in your hand. When you need to fight, half a second could be the difference between life and death. Adrian tried slanting the new sword belt over the outside of his chainmail. With a quick pull, the sword was securely hooked on his left hip. Whether he bent over or ran, the sword wouldn't swing around, and he could easily grip the handle when his hand hung down. "Sir, come quickly. Damn it, there are rats here." Adrian's heart suddenly tightened, and he stopped his hand that was holding the bone awl. He had been watching the movements of the northern pirates in the cold winter winds these days, but he had forgotten the most rampant predator of this era. In the 9th century, without cement foundations or sealed storage, rats were almost like devils that came with every grain of food. He hurried to the place in the wooden house where the food was stored. The 2 large clay jars, each taller than a person, were filled with ground rye flour. Thanks to their thick clay walls and red mud lids, they were still safe and sound. But the oats, broad beans, and dozens of kilograms of unground rye that were later harvested could not fit into the large jar. They were haphazardly stored in a few open-weave bamboo baskets or directly piled on the ground covered with dry grass. Adrian crouched down, reached out, and moved aside the oat stalks. A strong, unpleasant smell of urine and mold hit him. With the light shining through, he clearly saw that the once full heap of oats was now full of broken shells and empty husks. Those damn little animals had not only eaten a large part of the broad beans, but had also dug several winding tunnels into the grain pile. What made his skin crawl was the black tiny particles scattered among the dry grains, mouse droppings. Because the wooden house was close to the rock wall, the recent winter rains had made the ground damp. The grains at the bottom, touching the ground, had become sticky and clumped together, covered with a layer of grayish, fuzzy mold. Damn it, Adrian's eyes twitched. He reached out and grabbed a handful of moldy rye. When his fingertips touched the slippery, soft texture, he felt a sharp pain, like being cut by a knife. Every grain in this wilderness was earned with Thomas and Oliver's sweat. They could not let it be spoiled by these animals. "Thomas, bring that empty basket," Adrian whispered sharply. "Mary, call Lucy too. We need to go through all this stuff. Remove all the black and green spoiled grains. Don't leave a single one," he ordered, pointing at the rotten, foul-smelling grains at the bottom. Oliver scolded as he used a wooden shovel to scoop the contaminated oats into a torn burlap bag. Thomas and Mary carefully crouched at the edge of the furrow, sorting through the grains like sifting gold, picking out the mouse droppings and half-eaten broad beans. The damp, Foul-smelling straw was mercilessly thrown outside. Watching the pile of discarded waste, Adrian's expression darkened. He realized he had been careless. He had thought that a clay wall and fence could protect their belongings, but he had forgotten about the underground thieves. If they didn't raise the remaining rye and beans higher, and if they didn't reinforce the large jars filled with grain, they might not survive the winter, either by sickness or hunger, before the Vikings even arrived, dying in this pile of mouse urine. A pile of mixed mouse droppings and sour-smelling oats was stacked at the door, like a rotten sore on the heart of the stronghold. Adrian looked serious as he watched Thomas use a wooden shovel to scrape away the damp, blackened grains bit by bit. "This kind of loss only needs to happen once," Adrian said. He crouched in the corner of the wooden hut, close to the rock wall. Although it was sheltered from the wind, the slope left by digging the foundation caused water to gather there. He reached out and pressed on the damp, muddy ground covered with dry grass. The soil was cold and sticky, and pressing with his fingertips made water seep out. To protect the food, relying only on clay jars was not enough. The oats and broad beans that didn't fit into the jars had to go into the cellar. The hut was already crowded, and stacking the oats and beans here not only attracted mice, but also caused them to rot faster because of poor air circulation. He needed a drier, cooler place where animals couldn't get in. Adrian found a spot near the innermost part of the rock wall. "Thomas, clear all the hay from this area," Adrian said, using a metal shovel to mark out a square about 2 meters wide. "We need to dig deep and make a cellar." Thomas wiped sweat from his forehead. Although he was already tired from dealing with the mice, he immediately understood the man's plan when he heard cellar. In northern estates, clever managers always hide grain in deep underground cellars made of stone, which are the best way to prevent moisture and mice. "Sir, this is close to the rock wall, and I'm worried there might be hard stones underneath," Thomas said softly as he moved aside some clutter. "If there are stones, we'll pry them out and use them to build the cellar walls," Adrian replied. Adrian took the lead, first breaking through the top layer of soil with a rusty iron shovel. He handed the rusty pickaxe to Thomas, and they took turns working. With each strike, the iron tip left a white mark on the firm, baked soil. The ground had become as hard as dried leather from long trampling and the heat of the stone stove. Thomas held his breath and swung the pickaxe over his head, using his waist and stomach to power the blow. Thud, thud. The dull impact sent dust flying inside the narrow hut. Oliver knelt nearby, collecting the broken soil with an old, worn basket, carrying it out in loads. They spent the whole morning just prying open a shell less than 20 centimeters thick on the surface. As they dug deeper, the soil became wetter and heavier. Adrian took a sturdy iron shovel, angled it into the soil, and used the sharp edge to cut through tangled roots. When they reached half a meter deep, the sound of the pick hitting became crisp, indicating they had hit a layer of loose rocks extending from the wall. "Don't hit the big stones hard, scrape along the edge instead." Adrian observed the changes in the soil. He squatted in the hole, carefully chipping away the clay around the stones with a small knife. Oliver and Thomas used thick wooden bars as levers, working together to pry out large stones about the size of millstones. This digging work lasted several days. The hole was now 1.5 meters deep, with only half a head visible from the bottom. Due to water seepage, the walls started to become a bit soft. Adrian didn't stop the progress. He ordered Thomas to pick out sharp-edged, flat stones from a pile of river rocks outside the house. At the same time, he prepared a bucket of thick mud mixed with plenty of wood ash. When dry, this alkaline mud could lock in moisture like glue and also emit a smell that made mice avoid drilling. He plastered these stones onto the wall of the hole, like building a wall. Each stone must be pressed firmly, and gaps filled with red clay. While applying the mud, Adrian hammered the stones to ensure the lining could withstand the pressure of the surrounding soil. The work was very delicate. He had to curl up at the bottom of the hole, his fingertips raw from rough stone edges. To prevent moisture, Adrian didn't want the food to touch the cellar floor directly. He laid a thick layer of broken pottery and charred wood at the bottom. The charcoal could absorb the last bit of dampness rising from the ground. This cellar was about 1.5 meters deep, roughly the height of an adult man, about 2 meters wide, with enough space at the bottom for 4 or 5 large wicker baskets to sit side by side. To block the mice with teeth sharp enough to chew through wood, he chose the hardest oak wood. The door was built with primitive carpentry techniques, using mortise and tenon joints and wooden pegs. Adrian used his small knife to carve out round holes at the joints of the wooden planks, while signaling Oliver to cut dozens of slightly thicker wooden pegs. Oliver nervously held the stone hammer, glanced at Adrian, and, after receiving a nod of confirmation, aimed at the hole and struck. With a few dull thuds, the wooden peg was forced into the hole. Oliver watched as the 4 broken boards were tightly held together without nails, and he chuckled happily. The wooden peg was hammered in firmly, and the 4 thick wooden boards were tightly joined into one piece. To improve the seal, Adrian took a few strips of torn leather from a pile of scraps, soaked them in water to soften, and carefully nailed them along the edge of the wooden door. When the door was closed, the thick leather would catch in the crack of the stone steps, creating a natural barrier against insects. "Bring it over and see if it fits," Adrian called to someone nearby. Adrian and Thomas each pulled on a vine rope, working together to place the heavy wooden lid onto the cellar opening. A dull banging echoed inside the room. The wooden door fit perfectly into the frame, almost level with the ground. Adrian stood on top and stomped hard twice, feeling very solid under his feet. Before filling the food supplies, they had to make sure this barrier was completely secure. Adrian drew a small dagger from his waist and pressed it firmly into the freshly dried red mud between the stones. The sharp tip left only a faint white scratch on the hard, stone-like wall, accompanied by a slight crack sound. This clay, mixed with wood ash and straw residue, became very tough once dry. The mice, with their teeth capable of gnawing through wood, couldn't bite through these solid stone-lined walls. He carefully checked the 4 corners, the most common places for mice to burrow. Adrian used his fingertips to feel along the stone joints, ensuring the mud was packed tightly and no grass stems could be inserted. The wall is solid now. Adrian stood up from the bottom of the pit, brushed off the dust from his knees. He pushed himself up from the edge of the foundation and looked past Thomas, who was nervously guarding the pit. "Bring over all those baskets of oats and broad beans," Adrian said, pointing to a few vine baskets beside the grass bedding. Hearing the order, Thomas quickly signaled to his wife, Mary, behind him. The 2 of them, one after the other, grasped the edges of the vine baskets and carried a heavy basket of shelled oats toward the cellar entrance. Oliver had already jumped into the cellar to help and carefully took the woven basket from Thomas. "Put it down slowly, leaning against the innermost stone wall," Adrian said, standing by the pit. As the baskets of grain were steadily lowered into the ground, the once crowded and cramped wooden house floor gradually became more spacious and dry. "Thomas, Oliver, close the door," Adrian said, clapping his dusty hands. Thomas immediately bent down, holding tightly onto the edge of the heavy oak door, while Oliver hurried to help. Both of them blushed and pressed their shoulders against the weight of the wooden board, carefully lifting the thick, 3-finger-wide plank. Now, Adrian watched the seam between the wood and the stone seat. With a loud thud, the heavy oak door slammed into the designated stone slot. The earthen walls of the house shook, stirring up a fine layer of dust. Adrian didn't walk away immediately. He squatted down, running his fingertips along the edge of the door inch by inch. The newly nailed leather strip was pressed flat under the weight, filling every gap between the wood and stone tightly. He still felt uneasy. He moved closer to the door crack, almost pressing his face against the wood, holding his breath as he observed carefully. If there was any light or strong air movement at the bottom of the cellar, a faint whistle would be heard here. Apart from the increasing howling of the north wind, there was no sound coming from the cellar entrance. "All right, sprinkle a layer of dry wheat straw so no one can see that the ground has been disturbed," Adrian said, glancing at Thomas and Oliver, who were still catching their breath. After finishing this last heavy task, the tense feeling finally eased. Adrian reached behind himself and pressed his stiff lower back, causing a faint cracking of his joints. He didn't sit down to rest right away. Instead, he walked around the stone platform and the newly laid haystack, the sound of his boots crunching on the soft, dry grass. The musty smell inside the house had faded quite a bit, replaced by the fresh earth scent and the smoky aroma from the dried wood. "Mary, go and scoop out the remaining pig fat from the clay jar," Adrian said, glancing at Thomas and Oliver, who were huddled by the stove with their hands turning purple from the cold. He pointed to the small, newly opened clay jar on the stone table. "Put a spoonful in each bowl, add some salt. Tonight, don't hold back, fill your stomachs." Mary responded with a sound and quickly added water to the large clay pot. She then sprinkled in 2 handfuls of crushed oats and rye flour. As she stirred with a wooden spoon, the once light broth began to emit a rich, steady aroma from the mixture of fats and chopped meat. Thomas squatted beside a pile of hay, using a thin stick to pick at the black mud between his fingers. When he heard a bit of oil residue, his bloodshot eyes lit up briefly. Then he quickly lowered his head again. "Thanks, sir. The cellar is dug out now, so I can sleep peacefully," Thomas muttered as he rubbed his face with his darkened leather gloves, trying to appear more alert. His large hands were covered with scratches of different depths, but in the flickering firelight, these scars from hard work became a badge of his survival at this outpost. Oliver was helping Lucy arrange the dry hay for sleeping, occasionally glancing back at the cellar door sealed with a stone mill, as if checking whether their stored food was truly safe in the vault. Adrian took the first bowl of thick soup from Mary. He scooped a piece of brown pork fat with a wooden spoon, chewed it vigorously, and the strong flavor of animal fat slid down his throat into his stomach, quickly easing his exhaustion from work. Starting tomorrow, Thomas will re-prepare the firewood under the eaves so it won't be crushed by snow. "Oliver and I will go to the woods to check on those snares," Adrian simply instructed. Outside, the north wind slammed against the rocks, producing sharp howls, as if trying to tear this small wooden house from the cliff. The grain was stored in the cellar, and the fire burned brightly. In this deep winter, as long as the food supply remained steady, he could survive on this barren land until the snow melted. The snow kept falling without stopping. The entire valley was completely covered by snow that reached above the knees. The once raised rye ridges and the dense circle of dry branches were all buried under thick snow. From above, only a vast white wasteland was visible. If someone was unfamiliar with the terrain, they would never guess that beneath this cold, silent snow, 2 acres of crops were hidden. The cold made traveling very costly. Adrian also reduced his patrols, mostly leaving Oliver and Thomas inside the warm house to grind flour or prepare hides. Only every other day does he carry a longbow and walk around the outpost area to clear any smoke or dust traces that might reveal the location of the wooden cabin. One morning, Adrian stood on the ridge at the south side of the outpost, mostly hidden behind a snow-covered fir tree. His breath formed a thin layer of frost on the edge of his iron helmet. He thought that such terrible weather would keep even the foxes in the forest from appearing, but on the snow in front of him, there was an unusual black trench. About a mile away from the outpost, on the forest road, the smooth snow was trampled into a mess, revealing dark red frozen soil underneath. Adrian hid behind a large fir tree, watching along the path that had been forcefully cut through the snow. At the open area near the creek, a group of unexpected visitors appeared. At the valley entrance about 400 meters away, a line of dark figures moved slowly. Leading them were 4 big, strong men. Even from this distance, Adrian could see their bold, rough attitude. They wore dark wool cloaks, carried large single-edged axes at their waists, and their round shields reflected the pale sunlight, looking heavy and sturdy. Vikings, Adrian thought with a sinking feeling, his hands silently gripping his sword. He had seen many people dressed like this and with that aggressive aura in Northumbria. Though there weren't many of them, their steady, confident steps on the snow showed they were experienced fighters. Behind these Vikings, tied with rough hemp ropes, were a long line of slow-moving shadows. They were probably captured villagers, about 10 people. They wore torn linen shirts, with ragged cloth wrapped around their feet, struggling to walk through the knee-deep snow. A woman at the end of the line looked exhausted. She kept stumbling into snow pits, then was roughly pulled up by the Vikings behind her, as if dragging a sack. Adrian watched this small group carefully, quickly thinking, this was not the main Viking force. The main army was probably warming themselves around Nottingham's stone walls. These people were likely a small scouting team sent out to gather supplies. They captured these villagers, either to take them back as forced labor or to find out where the hidden granaries are in the mountains. Those damn beasts have already found this area. The leader, a Viking, rode a small, sturdy northern pony with a mixed coat. Its hooves struggled through the thick snow, lifting and dropping with each step, kicking up splashes of snow. The Viking was wrapped tightly in a dark bear fur coat. His face was torn with cold wind, showing several bloody cuts, and his beard was full and unkempt. His face looked impatient. He pulled on the reins hard and turned his head impatiently to look at the prisoners tied behind him. From a distance, Adrian couldn't hear exactly what the man was muttering, but the wild, northern accent carried by the wind sounded fierce and threatening. When they reached a snow-covered pit, a tired villager tripped and fell to his knees before he could get up. Suddenly, the rope around his neck was pulled tight. The Viking leader's eyes turned red as he shouted sharply, "Are you pigs trying to die? Walk faster. If you delay any longer, I'll kill you all and feed you to the dogs." Even though the wind and snow made it hard to hear, his fierce expression and waving whip made the threat clear. The other Viking warriors nearby didn't rush to help, but instead seemed amused by what they heard. Some tapped their shields with axes, others laughed loudly and crudely. Their harsh laughter echoed in the cold, silent valley, startling the snow from the treetops above. At the end of the long rope, about 10 villagers huddled, their eyes blank with despair. They were forced to move forward, supporting each other, stumbling through the deep hoof prints. Each of these villagers carried a heavy cloth bag on their back, bulging with what was left of their last wheat and beans. These supplies were supposed to help them survive the winter, but now, they and their crops had become trophies for the northern invaders. This was no longer a simple raid for gold or silver. From the way these Vikings skillfully tied up the prisoners and forced them to carry food, it is clear they plan to stay in this land for a long time. These northern men are slowly draining the village of Myxiao of its people and resources through cruel methods to support their armies in Nottingham or other strongholds. Adrian saw no sign of resistance on the villagers' faces, only deep sadness like still water. A farmer walking in the middle, weighed down too much, was almost bent in half. His strong back trembled violently under the tight ropes. He looked down, letting sweat fall from his nose onto the snow, making small pits. For him and his companions, the worst part was not being taken away, but carrying their families' food to feed the enemies who were killing their loved ones. There are 4 of them, plus one on horseback. Adrian crouched behind the fir tree, watching the 4 Vikings. He held his breath, feeling the cold air pressing against his lungs. Every heartbeat was a cold, logical thought in his mind. He was calculating his chances. The leader on the small horse was the most dangerous. Though the horse couldn't run fast in the deep snow, if it sensed trouble and ran away, Adrian wouldn't be able to catch it in this snow. If just one escaped, the Viking army in Nottingham would find them in the valley soon. The other 3 soldiers, walking, held round shields made of animal hide and wore wide Danish axes on their belts. The axes looked bloody in the snow's reflection. "I have 3 iron-tipped arrows, which can take out one enemy if I attack carefully." Adrian touched the edge of his quiver behind him, shooting the leader first, then injuring another. The rest depended on his sword, fighting in the snow against the 2 other fierce northern fighters. This was a very dangerous game, but the temptation was also huge. To Adrian, the 10 villagers carrying grain bags were not a burden but the best workers he could find. As he had planned before, these frightened farmers who had lost their homes would work hard if given some food. They carried grain, whether black rye or barley, enough to help these displaced farmers survive the winter. The most important thing is that horse. A horse that can carry heavy loads and move quickly is more valuable than gold. If I can swallow them all here, my stronghold will instantly become a small estate. Adrian's eyes gradually grew colder, his pupils shrinking in the shadow of his iron helmet. He began to carefully observe the equipment of the Vikings. Some weren't wearing chainmail, just thick leather armor. This is an opportunity. Adrian didn't dare stay long on the ridge. He turned and plunged into the deep snow that covered his ankles. He didn't bother to save energy. His 2 thighs forcefully pushed through the snow like iron hammers. That group of Vikings, with a dozen farmers carrying loads, dragging ropes and heavy grain packs, would struggle to move through the muddy snow. This is the chance. If he moved fast enough and took a shortcut around the rocky, narrow path in front of the valley, he could attack the small team completely unprepared. When Adrian rushed back to the cliff stronghold, His lungs ached from breathing in too much cold air, and his breath formed white clouds that almost blocked his view. "Everyone, come to the main house door. Hurry." Adrian didn't care about catching his breath. He barked loudly. Thomas and Mary, who were stacking straw behind the hut, were startled by his thunderous shout and ran over. Oliver tightly gripped a fire-hardened wooden spear, protecting Lucy as they ran out of the house. A few people gathered around the stone stove, looking at Adrian, who was fully armed and shivering with cold. The air seemed to instantly turn icy. For Vikings, with about a dozen prisoners, are walking on the mountain trail less than a mile outside. Adrian held his sword hilt with one hand and spoke slowly and clearly. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Mary instinctively hugged Ryan tighter, trembling uncontrollably. Thomas's rough, calloused hands clenched tightly, and his face, which had turned rosy from eating, now looked pale and lifeless. They knew very well what the word Viking meant. It meant burned estates, piles of corpses, and nightmares that would never be extinguished on winter nights. "Lord, have they found us?" Thomas's jaw trembled as he asked, his voice so soft it was almost lost in the snowstorm. His eyes were full of hidden pleading, as if just saying, "No," would make the disaster disappear. Adrian shook his head, his voice cold and firm. "Not yet. They are busy escorting the farmers who are carrying grain, and they haven't looked up the mountain. But since these Vikings have entered the valley, it's only a matter of time before they find us." He took a step forward, his iron boots crunching on the frozen ground. "When they reach the door, we can only wait inside to die. So we must strike first. Before they leave the valley, we should kill them all right there." Oliver listened. His palms were sweaty, but as he looked at Adrian's body, covered in armor and as solid as a fortress, his fear slowly turned into determination. He knew that if Adrian said it, he must be confident he could send those monsters back to where they came from. "Sir, whatever you decide, I will follow you." Oliver was the first to stand up. He tightly gripped his broken spear, now sharpened again, with his leather gloves. Though his voice still trembled a little, his eyes were very firm. Adrian looked at this young man, calmly patted his shoulder, silently showing his approval. He knew he hadn't made a mistake. In this dangerous wilderness, choosing Oliver as his follower was the right decision. Loyalty and courage are often more valuable than unskilled fighting skills. Then, Adrian turned his cold gaze to Thomas, who was still hesitating and trembling slightly. Thomas was bowing his head, nervously rubbing his thumbs, an expression of fear common among farmers facing unavoidable disaster. Adrian understood that Thomas was no different from the homeless people begging on the main road, used to suffering and bowing to power. But he also remembered that this man had once charged at him with a rusty little knife, trying to save his wife and children. Deep inside, Thomas had courage. He was just weighed down by heavy labor and fear. "Thomas, facing those northern men is indeed dangerous. If you're afraid, I won't force you." Adrian's voice was deep and slow, like a dull knife sliding over a stone. "But you need to think carefully. The rye we have now, the smoked meat hanging from the beam, and this fire-ready house. All of these are treasures in the eyes of those northern men, enough to help them survive the winter. If we fail, and they follow the smell of smoke here, the nightmare that happened in your homeland will happen again. Who will protect Mary and Lien then?" Hearing this, Thomas's pupils suddenly shrank. Horrible images flooded his mind like glowing hot iron impressions, instantly rising from his memory. It was a noon covered in thick black smoke, when groups of fierce-looking Vikings roared into their peaceful village. These outsiders carried huge, terrifying axes and shouted strange, harsh curses, like demons crawling out of hell. Because they were just lowly peasants, and the sturdy stone walls of the manor only opened for the lord and his mistress. When disaster struck, the lord's soldiers had already gathered in the strong fortress to protect their master, while their unprotected village was as fragile as dry wheat stalks in autumn, in front of the Vikings' axes. The screams of wives, the crying of children, and neighbors who were killed with spears for running too slowly. Thomas suddenly looked up. His eyes, which had been clouded with fear, were replaced in that moment by a nearly mad, beast-like rage. He looked at his wife, who was nervously peering out from the door of their grass hut, then at the bread oven filled with black rye beside the stone stove. He had already escaped once, losing his land and home. This time, there was no way back. "Master, don't say any more," Thomas rasped. He grabbed the rusty pickaxe leaning against the wall, his knuckles white and creaking from the force. "I'll go with you. As long as I can save the soup in this pot, I'll risk my life to bury those bastards." Adrian nodded. He didn't waste words. He turned and walked toward the wild boar hide shield hanging on the post. "Olivier, prepare the weapons. Take all the iron-tipped arrows." Adrian quickly fastened his iron helmet, the heavy metal faceplate falling into place, revealing only his cold, steel-like eyes. "We must reach the windward pass before they cross that rocky slope. There, we will kill them all," he said. After speaking, Thomas seemed to have used all his strength and collapsed into his wife's arms. Mary held her husband's heavy shoulders tightly with her strong arms. Tears welled up in her eyes and silently rolled down her red cheeks, blown by the cold wind. She did not cry out or complain like those naive women. As a survivor who narrowly escaped during chaotic times, she knew well the cost of running away. She only held her husband's rough hands tightly, lowered her head, and silently prayed to the remaining sparks in the stone stove. Her voice was so soft that only she could hear. "Merciful God, please protect our Lord. May he win this battle. And please, let my Thomas return safely." Meanwhile, Lucy was hiding in the shadow of the wooden hut, clutching Oliver's torn linen shirt with both hands. The girl looked up, her eyes full of fear caused by traumatic memories. "Brother, are we going to be like last time and have to wander around again?" Oliver looked at his sister's small, once healthy face, feeling a pang in his heart. He forced himself to suppress his pounding chest and forced a stiff smile at Lucy. He reached out with his gloved hands and gently patted her head. "No, Lucy, we won't have to eat bark in the mud anymore." Oliver's tone grew more firm as he spoke slowly. "With the grown-ups here, we will win." Since being brought back from that muddy market by Adrian, Oliver had never seen anything that could stop this man. Whether it was hunting wild boars, building a wooden house, or creating life-saving white salt in these barren mountains, every move Adrian made seemed to carry a sacred inevitability. As long as that armed sword still hung at his waist, Oliver believed that any threat emerging from the darkness would eventually turn into new fertilizer for this land. Adrian did not interrupt the warmth between these two families. He quickly tied the last quiver to his waist, pressed his boot onto the frozen ground, making a clear, crisp sound. "Let's go." He swiftly crossed the snow and reached the ambush spot he had planned earlier. As expected, the group of Vikings, with many burdens and followers, moved very slowly through the snow. This was the end of the valley. The stream made a sharp turn here, with steep slopes on both sides. The narrow rocky path in the middle could only fit two people side by side. Just as he predicted, the Vikings, with their families and prisoners carrying heavy loads, moved very slowly through the thick snow. Adrian waited about 15 minutes. From the distant trees, flashes of bright red appeared. As they got closer, a dark, dense group of figures finally came into view. Adrian crouched behind a snow-covered rock, reaching into his leather tube to take out the heaviest iron-tipped arrow. He carefully checked the deer sinew wrapped around the bowstring, making sure it hadn't cracked from the cold. The key to winning or losing depended on whether he could shoot one or two arrows quickly to disable the enemy's leader and main fighters. He looked back at Oliver and Thomas, who were crouched behind him. They held their tools tightly, Oliver with a pickaxe, Thomas with a wooden spear, and each had a small axe and a chopping knife at their waist. Their knuckles looked pale and sickly from gripping so tightly. Seeing Oliver, who looked scared but was trying to hold on, Adrian felt a faint sense of helplessness. If he had started teaching Oliver archery and made a small bow earlier, the ambush would have more ranged firepower, not just him. Two longbows shooting together could cut the Viking team in half in the first shot. But he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no point in regretting what had already happened on the battlefield. The figures in the distance became clearer. The leader, a Viking, was riding a short horse, with bright blue markings on his face, an ancient symbol made with some herbal mixture and oil. His messy brown beard was covered in ice, trembling slightly as he impatiently cursed. Finally, Adrian lowered his voice one last time and explained the plan to the two behind him. "Remember, before I shoot, don't show yourselves no matter how much you want to. I'll shoot the rider first. If he falls off his horse, the others will panic and mess up. At that moment, you all shouted loudly behind the pile of stones, beat drums, or even threw stones into the snow. The louder the noise, the better, to make them think we are everywhere in the forest. But remember, do not rush out to fight head-on. Wait for me to change position and shoot another arrow. Do you understand? Oliver and Thomas nodded heavily, biting their teeth. The group of Vikings had already stepped into the open rocky area without any cover, just as he had planned. The leader sat on a small horse, holding a whip that was constantly waving in the wind. He turned his head and shouted at an old farmer kneeling in the snow, exhausted. His white breath almost covered his impatient face. From this angle, you could see a part of his neck above the bare fur collar completely exposed. The cold wind blew in through the cracks between the stones. Adrian felt the warmth in his palms slowly being drained by the cold bough. He held his breath tightly, fingers gripping the composite bowstring. The string, made of flax and leather strips, was under incredible tension. The bow, reinforced with deer tendons, was heavier and had a more powerful rebound. He slowed his breathing as much as possible, focusing only on the swinging red-bearded head in his view. Snap! The sound of the bowstring snapping back echoed through the silent valley. The heavy arrow whistled through the cold mist. Because the arrowhead was sharpened very thin and evenly balanced, its flight was surprisingly steady. The Viking leader didn't even have time to turn his head before the arrow, with great inertia, pierced just above his collarbone with a loud thud. Blood contrasted sharply against the white snow, like a dark red flower blooming instantly. The leader let out a short, hoarse cough. He fell stiffly from his horse onto the rocky snow, hitting the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cold cloud of dust. Damn! Adrian shouted softly, quickly rolling backward and disappearing behind the rocky ridge. The sudden decapitation caused chaos among the team below. The frightened small horse let out a long neigh, rearing and kicking wildly in the deep snow, pulling 2 villagers into the mud. The remaining 3 Viking warriors instinctively drew their round shields and huddled together, backs against each other, ready for battle. Over there, someone is on the hill. A Viking with a black beard shouted loudly, his round axe gleaming fiercely in the cold wind. At this moment, Oliver and Thomas, hiding behind a pile of rocks on the side, also moved. Following Adrian's orders, they did not show themselves, but frantically struck their metal weapons, while grabbing heavy stones and smashing them into nearby trees and bushes. For a while, the valley echoed with the sounds of clashing and breaking branches, mixed with low growls from the 2 men. It sounded as if dozens of archers were hiding in the woods, ready to attack.